At the Article of Death by John Buchan. Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. At the Article of Death by John Buchan. A noiseless evening fell chill and dank on the moorlands. The Dreek hill was mist to the very rim of its precipitous face, and the long dun sides of the little Muneraw faded into grey vapour. Underfoot were plashy moss and dripping heather, and all the air was choked with autumnal heaviness. The herd of the Landley Beald stumbled wearily homeward in this, the late afternoon, with the roof-tree of his cottage to guide him over the waste. For weeks, months, he had been ill, fighting the battle of a lonely sickness. 2 years ago his wife had died, and as there had been no child, he was left to fend for himself. He had no need for any woman, he declared, for his wants were few and his means of the scantiest. So he had cooked his own meals and done his own household work since the day he had stood by the grave in the Gladsmuir kirkyard. And for a little he did well, and then, inch by inch, trouble crept upon him. He would come home late in the winter nights, soaked to the skin, and sit in the peat reek till his clothes dried on his body. The countless little ways in which a woman's hand makes a place healthy and habitable were unknown to him, and soon he began to pay the price of his folly. For he was not a strong man, though a careless onlooker might have guessed the opposite from his mighty frame. His folk had all been short-lived, and already his was the age of his father at his death. Such a fact might have warned him to circumspection, but he took little heed till that night in the March before, when, coming up the little Muneraw and breathing hard, a chill wind on the summit cut him to the bone. He rose the next morn, shaking like a leaf, and then for weeks lay ill in bed, while a younger shepherd from the next sheep farm did his work on the hill. In the early summer he rose a broken man, without strength or nerve, and always oppressed with an ominous sinking in the chest. But he toiled through his duties, and told no man of his sorrow. The summer was parchingly hot, and the hillsides grew brown and dry as ashes. Often, as he laboured up the interminable ridges, he found himself sickening at heart with a poignant regret. These were the places where once he had strode so freely with the crisp air cool on his forehead. Now he had no eye for the pastoral loveliness, no ear for the witch-song of the desert. When he reached the summit, it was only to fall panting, and when he came home at nightfall, he sank wearily on a seat. And so through the lingering summer the year waned to an autumn of storm. Now his malady seemed nearing its end. He had seen no man's face for a week, for long miles of moor severed him from a homestead. He could scarce struggle from his bed by midday, and his daily round of the hill was gone through with tottering feet. The time would soon come for drawing the ewes and driving them to the Gladsmuir market. If he could but hold on till the word came, he might yet have speech of a fellow man, and bequeath his duties to another. But if he died first, the charge would wander uncared for, while he himself would lie in that lonely cot till such a time as the lowland farmer sent the messenger. With anxious care he tended his flickering spark of life. He had long ceased to hope, and with something like heroism looked blankly towards his end. But on this afternoon all things had changed. At the edge of the water-meadow he had found blood dripping from his lips, and half swooned under an agonizing pain at his heart. With burning eyes he turned his face to home, and fought his way inch by inch through the desert. He counted the steps crazily, and with pitiful sobs looked upon mist and moorland. A faint bleat of a sheep came to his ear. He heard it clearly, and the hearing wrung his soul. Not for him any more the hills of sheep and a shepherd's free and wholesome life. He was creeping, stricken, to his homestead to die, like a wounded fox crawling to its earth. And the loneliness of it all, the pity, choked him more than the fell grip of his sickness. Inside the house a great banked fire of peats was smouldering. Unwashed dishes stood on the table, and the bed in the corner was unmade, for such things were of little moment in the extremity of his days. As he dragged his leaden foot over the threshold, the autumn dusk thickened through the white fog, and shadows awaited him, lurking in every corner. He dropped carelessly on the bed's edge, and lay back in deadly weakness. No sound broke the stillness, for the clock had long ago stopped for lack of winding. Only the shaggy collie, which had lain down by the fire, looked to the bed and whined mournfully. In a little he raised his eyes and saw that the place was filled with darkness, save where the red eye of the fire glowed hot and silent. His strength was too far gone to light the lamp, but he could make a crackling fire. Some power other than himself made him heap bog sticks on the peat and poke it feebly, for he shuddered at the ominous long shades which peopled floor and ceiling. If he had but a leaping blaze, he might yet die in a less gross mockery of comfort. Long he lay in the firelight, sunk in the lethargy of illimitable feebleness. Then the strong spirit of the man began to flicker within him, and rise to sight ere it sank in death. He had always been a godly liver, one who had no youth of folly to look back upon, but a well-spent life of toil lit by the lamp of a half-understood devotion. He it was who, at his wife's deathbed, had administered words of comfort and hope, and he had passed all his days with the thought of his own end fixed like a bull's-eye in the target of his meditations. In his lonely hill watches, in the wearying lambing days, and on droving journeys to far-away towns, he had whiled the hours with self-communing and self-examination by the help of a rigid word. Nay, there had been far more than the mere punctilious of obedience to the letter. There had been the living fire of love, the heroical attitude of self-denial, to be the halo of his solitary life. And now God had sent him the last fiery trial, and he was left alone to put off the garments of mortality. He dragged himself to a cupboard where all the appurtenances of the religious life lay to his hand. There were Spurgeon's sermons in torn covers, and a dozen musty Christian treasuries. Some antiquated theology, which he had got from his father, lay lowest, and on the top was the gaudy Bible, which he had once received from a grateful Sabbath class, while he yet sojourned in the lowlands. It was lined and relined, and there he had often found consolation. Now, in the last faltering of mind, he had braced himself to the thought that he must die as became his possession, with the word of God in his hand, and his thoughts fixed on that better country, which is heavenly. The thin leaves mocked his hands, and he could not turn any well-remembered text. In vain he struggled to reach the Gospels. The obstinate leaves blew ever back to a dismal psalm or a prophet's lamentation. A word caught his eye, and he read vaguely, "The shepherds slumber, O King. The people are scattered upon the mountains, and no man gathereth them. There is no healing of the hurt, for the wound is grievous." Something in the poignant sorrow of the phrase caught his attention for 1 second, and then he was back in a fantasy of pain and impotence. He could not fix his mind, and even as he strove he remembered the warning he had so often given to others against deathbed repentance. Then he had often said, a man has no time to make his peace with his Maker when he is wrestling with death. Now the adage came back to him, and gleams of comfort shot for one moment through his soul. He at any rate had long since chosen for God, and the good Lord would see and pity his servant's weakness. A sheep bleated near the window, and then another. The flocks were huddling down, and wind and wet must be coming. Then a long dreary wind sighed round the dwelling, and at the same moment a bright tongue of flame shot up from the fire, and a queer, crooked shadow flickered over the ceiling. The sight caught his eyes, and he shuddered in nameless terror. He had never been a coward, but like all religious folk, he had imagination and emotion. Now his fancy was perturbed, and he shrank from these uncanny shapes. In the failure of all else he had fallen to the repetition of bare phrases, telling of the fragrance and glory of the city of God. "River of the water of life," he said to himself, "the glory and honour of the nations, and the street of the city was pure gold, and the saved shall walk in the light of it, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes." Again a sound without, the cry of sheep and the sough of a lone wind. He was thinking fast, but the noise gave him a spasm of strength. The dog rose and sniffed uneasily at the door. A trickle of rain dripped from the roofing, and all the while the silent heart of the fire glowed and hissed at his side. It seemed an uncanny thing that now, in the moment of his anguish, the sheep should bleat as they had done in the old strong days of herding. Again the sound, and again the Morris dance of shadows among the rafters. The thing was too much for his failing mind. Some words of hope, "streams in the desert," and died on his lips, and he crawled from the bed to a cupboard. He had not tasted strong drink for a score of years, for to the true saint in the uplands abstinence is a primary virtue. But he kept brandy in the house for illness or wintry weather. Now it would give him strength, and it was no sin to cherish the spark of life. He found the spirits and gulped down a mouthful, 1, 2, till the little flask was drained, and the raw fluid spilled over beard and coat. In his days of health it would have made him drunk, but now all the fibres of his being were relaxed, and it merely strung him to a phantasmal vigour. But more, it maddened his brain, already tottering under the assaults of death. Before he had thought feebly and greyly, now his mind surged in an ecstasy. The pain that lay heavy on his chest, that clutched his throat, that tugged at his heart, was as fierce as ever. But for one short second, the utter weariness of spirit was gone. The old fair words of Scripture came back to him, and he murmured promises and hopes till his strength failed him for all but thought, and with closed eyes he fell back to dream. But only for one moment. The next he was staring blankly in a mysterious terror. Again the voices of the wind, again the shapes on the floor and wall, and the relentless eye of the fire. He was too helpless to move and too crazy to pray. He could only lie and stare, numb with expectancy. The liquor seemed to have driven all memory from him, and left him with a child's heritage of dreams and stories. Crazily he pattered to himself a child's charm against evil fairies, which the little folk on the moors still speak at their play. "Weary ovie gang awa, dinna show your face at a'. O'er the muir and down the burn, weary ovie ne'er return." The black crook of the chimney was the object of his spells, for the kindly ingle was no less than a malignant, twisted devil. with an awful red eye glowering through the smoke. His breath was winnowing through his worn chest like an autumn blast in bare rafters, the horror of the black night without, all filled with the wail of sheep, and the deeper fear of the red light within, stirred his brain, not with the far-reaching fanciful terror of men, but with the crude homely fright of a little child. He would have sought, had his strength suffered him, to cower one moment in the light as a refuge from the other, and the next to hide in the darkest corner to shun the maddening glow. And with it all he was acutely conscious of the last pangs of mortality. He felt the grazing of cheekbones on skin, and the sighing, which did duty for breath, rocked him with agony. Then a great shadow rose out of the gloom and stood shaggy in the firelight. The man's mind was tottering, and once more he was back at his scripture memories and vague repetitions. Aforetime his fancy had toyed with green fields, now it held to the darker places. It was the day when evil Merodach was king in Babylon, came the quaint recollection, and some lingering rays of thought made him link the odd name with the amorphous presence before him. The thing moved and came nearer, touched him, and brooded by his side. He made to shriek, but no sound came, only a dry rasp in the throat and a convulsive twitch of the limbs. For a second he lay in the agony of a terror worse than the extremes of death. It was only his dog, returned from his watch by the door, and seeking his master. He, poor beast, knew of some sorrow vaguely and afar, and nuzzled into his side with dumb affection. Then from the chaos of faculties a shred of will survived. For an instant his brain cleared, for to most there comes a lull at the very article of death. He saw the bare moorland room, he felt the dissolution of his members, the palpable ebb of life. His religion had been swept from him like a rotten garment. His mind was vacant of memories, for all were driven forth by purging terror. Only some relic of manliness, the heritage of cleanly and honest days, was with him to the uttermost. With blank thoughts, without hope or vision, with naught save an aimless resolution and a causeless bravery, he passed into the short anguish, which is death. The end of At the Article of Death by John Buchan. Recording by Andy Sames.
Beyond the Wall by Henry Leveridge. Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie. Beyond the Wall. Chester Fay, a slender, keen-eyed, gray-haired young man, clad in prison shoddy, serving life and 15 years at Rockglen, glanced through the rain and over the wall to where a green-cloaked hill loomed. "Charlie," he whispered, "we might as well try it this afternoon. Are you game?" Charlie O'Mara, 65 years old, bent, broken, and bitter at law, coughed a warning. He raised his pick and started digging around a flower bed. A guard in a heavy raincoat, carrying a dripping rifle, came toward the two prisoners. He stopped a few feet away from Fay. "Quit that talking," he snarled. "I'll chuck you in if I see any more of it." Fay did not answer the guard. He spaded the earth, dug deep, tossed the shovelfuls to one side, and waited until the guard had strolled within the shelter of a low shed. "Charlie," he continued without moving his lips, "listen, old pal. See that motor truck near the shed?" "I see it, Chester." "See where the screw is standing? He's watching us, and I'm watching him, Charlie. We can beat this stir in an hour. Do you want to try it? How are you going to do it? Will you follow me?" "Yes, pal." "Wait till it gets a little darker. Then we'll take the chance." The prison guard stood with his rifle lowered to the moist earth beneath the shed. His eyes ranged from the 2 convicts to the wall, upon which were other guards, sheltered in tiny guardhouses. He yawned and drowsed, standing. Fay worked in a slow circle. He had seen the auto truck come into the prison yard at noon. It was part of the road gang's outfit. There was no road work that day, on account of the rain. The inmate driver had gone into the cell house. Old Charlie O'Mara let his pick dig into the earth with feeble strokes. He paused at times. There was that to Fay's actions which presaged much. The gray-haired young man was gradually closing in on the drowsing guard. He was like a lean panther getting ready for a spring. The attack came with lightning-like suddenness. Fay dropped his shovel, crossed the earth, struck the guard a short-arm uppercut, and bore him down to earth, where he smothered his cries with a flap of the raincoat. Charlie O'Mara came limping toward the shed. "Get a rope," snapped Fay. "I don't want to croak him." "Croaking's too good for the likes of him, Chester. Get a rope. We've got about 15 minutes to work in. We ought to be beyond the wall by then." Fay worked quickly. He took the rope the old convict found, and trussed the guard, after taking off the raincoat. He made sure that the man would make no outcry. He fastened a stick in his mouth and tied it behind his head. He rose and glanced through the downpouring rain. "I knocked him out," he said. "Now, Charlie, put on that raincoat. Take the cap and rifle and walk slowly toward the auto truck. Get in the front. Stand up like a guard." "But they might know me." "They won't know you. It's raining. The screws on the wall will think you are taking the truck out by order of the warden. I'll drive. An inmate always drives." The guard, who sat huddled in the little house, which loomed over the great gate at Rockland, rose, opened a small window, and glanced out as he heard the motor truck mounting the grade from the prison yard. He saw what he thought was the figure of a guard standing by a convict. The convict crouched with partly hidden face over the steering wheel. "All right," shouted Charlie O'Mara, motioning with his rifle toward the closed gate. The guard squinted for a second time. He caught through the rain the gleam of brass on the cap Charlie wore. He saw the rifle. He reached and pulled at a lever. The gate slowly opened, first to a crack, then wide. Fay pressed forward the clutch pedal, shifted from neutral to first speed, stepped on the accelerator, and let the clutch pedal up gently. The truck mounted the top of the grade, churned through the gate, turned in front of the warden's house, and took the incline which led over the hill from Rockland. All might have gone well for the convicts had it not been for the rain. Water had formed in deep pools along the road. Into these pools Fay guided the clumsy truck. He heard the engine miss an explosion. A sputter followed. The truck slowed. An explosion sounded in the muffler. The insulation wires grounded and short-circuited. The truck stopped. Fay sprang from the driver's seat and opened the hood. He attempted to find the trouble. A dangling wire touching the engine's frame was sodden with water. "No go," he said to Charlie. "Come on. We'll leave the truck and take to the woods. That means a chase as soon as the big whistle blows." The 2 convicts were crossing an open field when they heard the first menacing blast from the prison siren. They ran for shelter. A dog barked. A farmhand came through the underbrush. He stood watching. "Keep your nerve," said Fay. "You've got the rifle. Night is coming on. Follow me." The trail led away from Rockland. Fay sensed the general direction. He attempted to gain a railroad junction where a freight could be taken for Chicago. He was headed off by a motor car load of prison guards. He saw the danger in time. "To the right," he whispered to O'Mara. "Follow me. Don't cave, pal." "I'm all in," sobbed the old convict. Bray braced his arm beneath Charlie's elbow. He took the rifle. They crossed a swollen brook, broke through the hedge of a vast estate, and came suddenly upon a trio of watchmen who had been alarmed by the blowing of the prison siren. The fight that followed was entirely one-sided. Fay pumped lead in the general direction of the watchmen. he was answered by a salvo. Crimson cones splashed the night. Bullets whined. A shout sounded far away. Other watchmen and constables were surrounding the estate. Old Charlie O'Mara, crouching in the shelter of a hawthorn clump, coughed, rose, spun, and fell face downward. A great spot of scarlet ran over the raincoat. His aged face twisted in agony. Fay knelt by his side. "I'm croaked, pal," said the convict. "They winged me through the lungs. Goodbye, pal." "Anything I can do, Charlie? Do you think you'll get away?" "I know I will." "To try?" "Yes." "Will you go see my little girl?" "Where is she?" "At the Droppers, on Harrison Street. She's in bad... Chester, take her away from them lowbrows." "How old is she?" 16. "What is her name?" "Emily. Little Emily." "I'll take care of her, Charlie. I promise you that." Fay let the convict's head drop to the ground. He heard the death rattle. He kicked aside the empty and useless rifle. The way of escape was not an easy one. Forms moved in the mist. He darted for a row of bushes. He crawled beneath them. He gained the high fence around the estate, where, freed of the necessity of setting his pace to that of the old convict, he broke through the far-flung cordon of guards and watchmen and gained a woods which extended north and west for over a score of miles. He discovered toward morning a small house in course of erection. Its scaffolding stood gaunt against the velvet of the sky. A carpenter's chest rested on the back porch. Fay pried this open with a hatchet, removed a suit of overalls and a saw, and dropped the lid. He emerged from the woods, looking for all the world like a carpenter going to work. To the man who had wolfed the world, to the third cracksman then living, the remainder of his getaway to Chicago was a journey wherein each detail fitted in with the others. He arrived, after riding in gondola cars, hugging the tops of Pullmans and helping stroke an Atlantic-type locomotive, at the first fringe of the city of many millions. With sharp eyes before him and dodging police-haunted streets, he mingled with the workers, seemingly a carpenter. No one of all the throng seemed to notice him. He walked slowly at times. He thought of old Charlie O'Mara and of the dying convict's request. A speck in the yeast, a chip on the foam. He quickened his steps and entered a small pawnshop where money could be borrowed for enterprises of a shady nature. Mother Maidelbaum peered over the counter at the gray-haired young man who held out an empty palm and asked for a loan on a mythical watch. She removed her spectacles, polished them with her black alpaca apron, and glanced shrewdly towards the door. "What a start you gave me, Chester! And me thinking all along you were lagged." "5 C's on the block," laughed Fay pleasantly. "Remember the blue-white gems I brought you last time? Remember the swag, loot, and plunder from the Hanover job? You made big on them. I always do with your stuff, Chester. Can you lend me 500? I've just beaten stir." The old fence opened her safe and brought forth a money drawer. Fay took the bills she handed to him, without counting them. He touched his hat and started toward the door. "Wait, Chester. What is it? Want to plant upstairs till the blow is over?" "No. I promised old Charlie O'Mara I'd see his girl for him. Poor Charlie is dead." "He wasn't in your class, Chester. Nobody is. Where's the dropper scatter?" 5 doors from the corner on Harrison Street. Is the girl there?" "Yes." "Then may God help her. You can't." Fay passed from the fence and lost himself in the clothing department of a dry goods store. He entered the place a carpenter, down in the heels and somewhat grimy from his train ride. He emerged with a bamboo cane hooked over the sleeve of a shepherd plaid suit. His hat was a flat-brimmed Panama, his shoes correct. A bath, shave, shampoo, and haircut completed his metamorphosis. He left the barber shop, the proper figure of a young man. He walked briskly, seeing everything. There were detectives in that city, discerning ones. He avoided the main streets and crossings. Wolf-keen and alert for the police, he turned toward the dive where little Emily O'Meara lived. He distrusted the place and cursed himself for the venture. The dropper's reputation among the powers that preyed was unsavory. There had been rumors in the old days that he was a pigeon. The den and joint he managed sheltered cheap dips, penny waiters, and store histers who bragged of their miserable exploits. Fay entered the hallway that led up to the droppers, like a duke paying a visit to a tenement. A gaslight flared the second landing. An ash can, half filled with empty bottles, marked the third. Fay paused by this can, studied a fist-banged door, then knocked with light knuckles. As he waited for a chain to be unhooked and a slide to open, he sniffed the air of the hallway. Somewhere, someone was smoking opium. A brutish, shelving-browed, scar-crossed face appeared at the opening. Steely eyes drilled toward the cracksman. "What do you want here?" "Je sip in question, o bien." "Who the hell are ye?" "A friend," said Fay. "A man to see Charlie O'Meara's daughter." Fay carried no revolver. He scorned such things. The police rated him too clever to commit murder. Only amateurs and coke fiends did things like that. He wished, however, that he could thrust the blue-steeled muzzle of a gat through the panel and order the dropper to unlatch the door. The thug was so long in making up his none too alert mind. It swung finally. Fay stepped into the room. He narrowed his eyes and mentally photographed a mean den, made translucent by the greenish-hued smoke that swirled over a peanut oil lamp and floated before the drawn faces of many poppy dreamers who were peering from their bunks. The dropper stood waiting. His elbows were slightly bent. His huge, broken-boned hands came slowly in front. He measured Fay from the tip of the shoes to the prematurely gray hair that showed beneath the cracksman's straw hat. "Well, when did you get out of stir?" he snarled with sudden recognition. "I thought they threw the key away on ye." "Easy, dropper. Who are all these people?" "Ah, they're all right. There's Canada Mac and Glycerine Jimmy and 3 boards over there. Then there's Mike the Bike and Mickey Gleason with us tonight. Know them?" Fay unhooked his cane from his arm. He swung it back and forth as he studied the faces in the bunks. His stare dropped to the peanut oil lamp and the layout tray around which reclined 2 smokers. He saw a pig-like dog crouching by a screen. Behind this was the entrance to another room. "Suppose we go in there," he said. "There's something I want to speak to you about, dropper." "Spit it out here." "No." Fay's voice took on a metallic incisiveness. He flashed a warning at the dropper. The big man shifted his eyes uneasily and followed Fay around the screen and into a room where 2 chintz-covered windows looked out into Harrison Street. There were a poker table, a couch, and many chairs in the room. The floor was covered with a cheap matting. "Listen," said Fay, still swinging his cane. "I came here to see Charlie O'Meara's daughter. I want to see her quick. I can't stay around here. It's no place. I'll cut the kid glove stuff. What do you think we are, stools? I want to see Charlie's daughter, Emily. You can't. What have you done with her?" "I ain't done nothing. She lives right here." Fay hung his cane on a chair, removed his hat, turned back against the poker table, and fastened upon the dropper a glance of white fire. "Tell that girl to come to me." "Well, who the hell are you ordering around? Go. Get that girl." The dropper was in his own castle. The bunks in the den were filled with the reclining forms of a number of men who would commit murder at his bidding. He had safely planted the only 100 toys of choice Victoria hop in all of Chicago. One could buy most anything, from virtue to a man's soul, with opium at the current prices. He considered the matter of Fay with a slow brain. Back in the heart of him there lurked a fear for a 5-figure man. They did big things. They were super crooks. Their weight might be felt through political influence. "I'm hip," he said sullenly. "You want to cop the skirt from me? You want to tell her about diamonds and rubies and strings of pearls, of swag and kale and the easy life swilling wine?" "I don't want to do anything of the kind. I've got a message for her from her old man. He's not well." Fay added cautiously, remembering that under the law the dropper might be considered Emily's guardian. "So he ain't going to get sprung? I heard he had a swell mouthpiece who was working with the police." "The appeal was denied last week. The governor turned it down, cold. Charlie may have to serve his full term." "Oh, well, if that's the straight of it, I'll get the mole and let you chin with her a bit. Remember, no fancy stuff." Fay stared at the dive keeper disgustedly. The dropper weighed over 250 pounds. He moved his gross form across the matting, paused at the screen where the pig-like dog lay, and lumbered out of sight. His voice rasped in a shout. "Emily!" Her entrance came a minute after Fay had seated himself at the poker table. His hand rested on his hat. He heard the dropper's nagging oaths. Emily entered, propelled by a strong arm. Fay rose. He flashed an assuring glance. He reached and offered her a chair. The picture she left with him, as he turned for the chair, was one he could never forget. Golden glossed hair, fine spun as flax, an oval face, big sherry-colored eyes, long lashes, a round breast and straight figure, was his summing up of little Emily O'Mara. The dropper lunged for the girl. He lifted her chin. He leered as she cringed from him. "This guy wants to see you, kid." Fay pressed the sides of his trousers with the sensitive tips of his fingers. He waited, with his teeth grinding. He wanted to leap the distance, reach, clutch, and throttle the purple neck of the brute. The dropper swung a terrible jaw and eyed Fay. "Go to it," he rumbled. "Get done with the kid damn quick. Tell her she'll never see her old man again. That's what I've been telling her all the time." Fay waited until the dropper disappeared. He moved the chair he had offered to the girl so that she could see it. "Won't you sit down, Emily? I left your dad last night. He wasn't well." A flash of interest and gratitude crossed her features. She clutched her skirt, stared at the door, bent one knee, and sank into the chair timidly. Fay leaned and whispered, "Your father sent me to you. He wants you to leave this bunch. He's afraid you are not being well treated. He thinks you ought to go to some good home," he added as he realized the girl's underworld upbringing. "Is father coming back to me?" "No, never." "Why not?" The naivety of the question struck Fay as an indictment against society. "Because the laws are unjust," he declared. "They keep a man in prison after he is reformed. They don't keep a man in a hospital after he is cured." "Did you escape from Rockland? Would it make any difference to you if I had broken out of prison?" "No, it wouldn't make any difference to me, but I don't know what you mean." "I mean I want you to go away with me. I want to get you out of this den of petty larceny addicts and lowbrows. That's what your father wanted, Emily." "But I don't even know your name. Why should I run away with you?" "Because the dropper is a brute. Because he will beat you, if he hasn't already. Because the life here leads to the gutter, and mighty fast you'll drift down to it, little Emily." The girl arranged a black velvet bandeau on her hair. Fay noticed that the rings on her fingers were brassy and childish. They grated on a man who had never handled any but first-water jewels. He leaned forward and suggested, "Come with me. Say, tomorrow night. We'll go east together. I know a motherly woman who has an old mansion on the Hudson." Little Emily fluttered her lashes in an anxious glance at the open door, beyond which was the sound of dreamy voices. "I'm afraid I can't." "Why?" "He won't let me." "What is he to you?" "Nothing, but I'm afraid of him. He's so strong." "He's a big mush, little Emily. A woman beater, a peddler of opium, a fink, if you know what that means." The girl pulled her dress down to the tops of her broken shoes. She twisted, glanced up, smiled faintly, and blanched as the dropper thrust his head into the room. "What are you trying to pull off?" he asked. Fay stared over the girl's cringing shoulder. His steel blue eyes locked with the brute's. They burned and blazed into a sodden brain. The dropper leered and said, "Oh, all right, Cull," and went back to the smokers around the layout tray. "Quick, Emily, make up your mind. Can I come for you tomorrow night? I owe it to your old man. We'll go east, and this woman I know will take care of you. I hate the coppers, and I'm out to collect from the world. They sent me away to Rockland. Dead, bang wrong. They gave me life in 15 years. I didn't serve 15 weeks. Fay ceased pleading. He watched the girl. There was a mark behind her left ear which could only have come from a blow. She fingered a black velvet bandeau. She clenched her hands. She started to rise. Suddenly she dropped to the chair. "I can't go, even if Dad wants me to. I can't leave the dropper. I'm afraid he'll kill me if I go away with you." "He's got you cowed." "I can't help it." "And you slave for him? Work for him? Touch his hand when he calls for you?" "I do. You don't understand my position. It's an outrage. Poor Charlie O'Mara's daughter held in the clutches of that beast. He is going to kill me some day. I saw him kill a man once. He hit him with his fist. They carried the man to the river. Suppose I come here tomorrow night with a gat, stick up the joint, make the dropper whine like a cur. What would you do?" "He wouldn't whine. He'd kill you, the way he killed that man who didn't pay him for a cart of hop." Fay caught the underworld note. "Do you smoke?" His voice was suspicious. "No, I don't smoke opium. I watch other people do that." "You're too sensible. Does the dropper smoke?" "He don't smoke either. He sells the stuff." The girl's naivety brought a smile to Fay's lips. "You're going east," he said. "I'll make the money for your education. I've got 2 big jobs located. One is in the Maiden Lanes." "Diamonds?" "Yes, gems. What do you say, little Emily?" I'm afraid." "But think what a beautiful world this is. There is London and Paris and Rome." "London and Paris and Rome mean nothing to me. I wouldn't know how to behave in those places. All I've known is Harrison Street and the back rooms of saloons and getting beat up." "But your dad was a high roller." "He wasn't always. Sometimes he was broke. Sometimes we didn't know where we were going to get things to eat." Fay's voice grew tender. "Emily," he said, "that's all a bad dream. Yesterday afternoon I made a getaway. A man who was dying, a mark for the prison screws, told me to go and save his daughter. I don't want you to think I forgot that request. I can never forget it. Charlie was a pal of mine. I came right to you. I see the layout. You're cowed, beaten, crushed by the dropper. I'll croak him when you ask me to." "You can't. I want you to go away. Please don't suggest anything like that. I like you, but I can never run away with you. I'm afraid." "Good God, do you want me to leave you in this joint?" "It's the only life I've ever known." "Where do you sleep?" "On a cot upstairs." "And you ought to have a palace. Did you ever look at yourself in the glass?" "Sometimes, after he beats me." Fay started toward the door. He heard a chair upset. Little Emily dragged on his arm. "Don't go to him. He'll kill you." "Then you come with me." "I'm afraid to." The girl spoke the truth. Her color was ashen. Fay went to the table, lifted her chair, turned it, and motioned for her to sit down. She hesitated between the table and door. please, said Fay. He might have been addressing a princess. Her color returned in rippling waves. She tried to smile. Her lips trembled. She took one step in his direction, swayed, and pressed her fist to her breast. The dropper's form completely filled the doorway. "Come here," he snarled. "Hold on," snapped Fay. "Come here, ye." The girl between the two men made her choice, or rather, had it made for her. Shrinkingly demure and altogether tearful, she pressed by the dropper and glided across the den where the poppy smokers lay. "Go to bed." Fay saw the brute's chin move in a slow circle over his shelving shoulder. He swung back his jaw. "You're next," he said. "Better beat it, Bo. I'll tame you like I've tamed her." "Tamed is good." Fay picked up his hat. He hooked the cane over his left sleeve. "Rather pleasant evening, Dropper. I see you understand women." "I guess I do. You want to let 'em know you're the biggest guy alive. I'm that guy. Nobody ever took a broad away from me." "But she's only a kid, Dropper." "Another year." "Yes, you're right. Well, so long. There'll be another night, too. I'm coming back." "I'll be ready for you." Fay had no set plan as he left the scatter of Mike Cregan, alias the Dropper. He wanted to thrash out the matter of Emily O'Mara in his mind. Her behavior and the fear she held of her unsavory guardian puzzled the cracksman. He had accomplished much in a brief time. There were not many men living who could have broken out of Rock Glen on one afternoon and strolled down Michigan Avenue the next. It was an exploit in keeping with his reputation. Midnight found him working over the problem of the girl. He recalled old Charlie's last instructions. Get her away from the lowbrows. A promise Fay had never intentionally broken. There was a girl, naive, doll-like, docile. There was the Dropper, demanding, brutish, a fink. Fay slept that night at a stag hotel. He woke early, bathed beneath the shower, dressed, and went down to breakfast. On Harrison Street he gulped the air. He avoided being seen by the detectives of the city. Once he took a cab for a distance of 5 squares. He dismissed the driver at the side entrance of a cheap hotel, sauntered through the lobby, and emerged with a sharp glance to left and right. The game gripped him as he dodged into the tenement and started climbing the gas-flared stairways to the hop joint. He knew in the soul of him that Chicago was a danger spot. He knocked on the door and was admitted by the Dropper, who seemed alone. "Back again," said Fay. "I said I'd be back. Where is Emily?" "Won't tell." "Where is the girl?" A gliding sounded over the matting of the room beyond the screen. Emily thrust her head through the doorway. Her sherry-colored eyes were red-rimmed, glazed with tears, sullen. The Dropper had just finished his morning hate by upbraiding her. "Won't tell's coming off," rumbled the die-keeper. "Beat it cold before I wake up. I'm going to wham you one." Fay swiftly hooked his cane over the edge of an empty bunk, removed his hat, took off his coat, and rolled up his sleeves. "I didn't bring a gat," he snapped. "I don't need one. Get into that room. Set the card table back and pile up the chairs. Get ready, you fink, for what's coming to you." Dropper found himself in the grip of a situation not exactly to his liking. He backed from Fay. He crashed over the screen. He turned, thrust Emily aside, and shoved forward his shoulders in an aggressive posture. His brows worked up and down. The scar on his cheek grew livid. "Hold on," he started to protest. Fay stepped swiftly forward, whipping over a lightning uppercut, and jabbed with his left fist toward the brute's stomach. Both blows had force enough to land the Dropper against the card table. He went down like a pole-axed bullock. He rose in his might and rage. His bellowing could have been heard a block away. He came at Fay unskillfully, thrown off balance by the sudden attack. The clean life of a super crook stood Fay in good stead. His weight was less than half that of the droppers, but he more than made up for this by the swiftness of his blows. He tormented the brute by jabs, hooks, and sidestepping. The dropper was no novice at boxing. Once, years before, he had been Honest Abe's chief bouncer. He had broken men's heads and hurled derelicts from barrooms. He knew the rudiments of wrestling. Slowly his thick brain came into action. He covered his jaw with a shelving shoulder. He put down his bullet-like head and started to bore through the rain of blows. With wild swings he forced Fay against the poker table. It went over and rolled to the wall near where Emily crouched. The cracksman glided around the dropper and shadow-tormented him. He struck straight from the shoulder. He was two-fisted and agile. Each flash of his eye was marked by a stinging blow. A crescendo of effort, all to the brute's purple face, had its effect. The dropper started gasping. He lowered his fist. He breathed, waiting. He grunted as he followed Fay, blindly, grossly. A red gleam showed where his lids were puffing. Fay felt his own strength waning. He called on all his latent nerve force. He became a tiger. He leaped, drove a smashing fist between the dropper's gorilla-like brows, stepped back, dodged a swing, then repeated the blow. He played for this mark. The fury of his assault was like an air hammer on a rivet. It deadened the brute's brain. It made him all animal. A bull's roar filled the room. Goaded to an open defense, the dropper abandoned science. He tried to grasp his tormentor. His huge hands groped through the air. He stumbled and searched. He fell over a chair. He rose to his knees. Fay waited, hooked a short elbow jab between the eyes. He followed with his left. His arm snapped in its sting. He backed, sidestepped, and started around the dropper, delivering blows like a cooper finishing a barrel. A red rage came to the cracksman that was terrible in its ferocity. He forgot Emily. He saw only the swollen thing before him. He wanted to kill. He sought for the opening. Abandoning his straight jabs, he danced in and out with short arm swings to the face and neck and eyes. He pounded the ears until they resembled cauliflowers. He made a pulp of the dropper's face. The end came in less than a second. Beaten into near insensibility, tottering and bloated, the dropper attempted to reach the door that led to the opium joint. He remembered a gat he had planted there. He lowered his shielding left shoulder. His jaw was exposed. Fay, poised on tiptoes, drew back his right fist and sent it home with the tendons of his legs strained in the effort. His weight, his rage, his science, and clean living were in that blow. It milled the brute, staggered, and brought him crashing, first to his knees, then over on his back, where he lay with his swollen face turned toward the ceiling. Little Emily glided to the door. She waited with her eyes fixed and shimmering. Fay breathed deeply. He turned, unrolled his silk sleeves, and said, "Will you get my hat and coat and cane, please?" Little Emily helped him on with his coat. Her hands trembled. "Now get your things. You're going away from here." She returned within 3 minutes. "I'm ready," she said. "You saw me knock him out?" "Yes. Go look at him." Emily hurried into the room. She knelt by the dropper's head. She came back to Fay and whispered, "I'm not afraid of him any more." "Why, little Emily?" "Because you are stronger than he is." Fay opened the door that led to the hallway where the gas flare showed in the gloom. "Have you everything?" he asked. Emily pointed to a pasteboard hat box. Fay lifted it gallantly. "Come on," he said. "Where are you going to take me?" she asked humbly. "I'm going to take you to the house of the good woman on the Hudson." "And what are you going to do?" I'm going to get word to Charlie O'Mara that I kept my promise and his kid's all right." The end. End of Beyond the Wall.
The Book of Thel by William Blake. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Thel. Thel's motto: Does the eagle know what is in the pit, or wilt thou go ask the mole? Can wisdom be put in a silver rod, or love in a golden bowl? Thel 1. The daughters of Madame Seraphim led round their sunny flocks, all but the youngest. She in paleness sought the secret air, to fade away like morning beauty from her mortal day. Down by the river of Adana her soft voice is heard, and thus her gentle lamentation falls like morning dew. O life of this our spring, why fades the lotus of the water? Why fade these children of the spring, born but to smile and fall? Ah, Thel is like a watery bow, and like a parting cloud, like a reflection in a glass, like shadows in the water, like dreams of infants, like a smile upon an infant's face, like the dove's voice, like transient day, like music in the air. Ah, gentle may I lay me down, and gentle rest my head, and gentle sleep the sleep of death, and gentle hear the voice of him that walketh in the garden in the evening time. The lily of the valley, breathing in the humble grass, answered the lovely maid, and said, I am a watery weed, and I am very small, and love to dwell in lowly vales. So weak the gilded butterfly scarce perches on my head, yet I am visited from heaven, and he that smiles on all walks in the valley, and each morn over me spreads his hand, saying, Rejoice, thou humble grass, thou new-born lily-flower, thou gentle maid of silent valleys and of modest brooks, for thou shalt be clothed in light, and fed with morning manna, till summer's heat melts thee beside the fountains and the springs, to flourish in eternal vales. Then why should Thel complain? Why should the mistress of the vales of Har utter a sigh? She ceased and smiled in tears, and sat down in her silver shrine. Thel answered, O thou little virgin of the peaceful valley, giving to those that cannot crave, the voiceless, the o'ertired, thy breath dost nourish the innocent lamb. He smells thy milky garments, he crops thy flowers, while thou sittest smiling in his face, wiping his mild and meekened mouth from all contagious taints. Thy wine doth purify the golden honey, thy perfume, which thou dost scatter on every little blade of grass that springs, revives the milked cow, and tames the fire-breathing steed. But Thel is like a faint cloud kindled at the rising sun. I vanish from my pearly throne, and who shall find my place? Queen of the Vales, the lily answered, Ask the tender cloud, and it shall tell thee why it glitters in the morning sky, and why it scatters its bright beauty through the humid air. Descend, O little cloud, and hover before the eyes of Thel. The cloud descended, and the lily bowed her modest head, and went to mind her numerous charge among the verdant grass. 2. O little cloud, the virgin said, I charge thee to tell me why thou complainest not, when in 1 hour thou fade away. Then we shall seek thee, but not find. Ah, Thel is like to thee. I pass away, yet I complain, and no one hears my voice. The cloud then shewed his golden head, and his bright form emerged, hovering and glittering on the air before the face of Thel. O virgin, knowest thou not our steeds drink of the golden springs where Luva doth renew his horses? Lookest thou on my youth? And fearest thou because I vanish and am seen no more? Nothing remains. O maid, I tell thee, when I pass away, it is to tenfold life, to love, to peace and raptures holy. Unseen descending, weigh my light wings upon balmy flowers, and court the fair-eyed dew to take me to her shining tent. The weeping virgin, trembling, kneels before the risen sun, till we arise linked in a golden band and never part, but walk united, bearing food to all our tender flowers. Dost thou, O little cloud? I fear that I am not like thee, for I walk through the vales of Har, and smell the sweetest flowers, but I feed not the little flowers. I hear the warbling birds, but I feed not the warbling birds. They fly and seek their food, but Thel delights in these no more, because I fade away, and all shall say, without a use this shining woman lived, or did she only live to be at death the food of worms? The cloud reclined upon his airy throne, and answered thus: Then, if thou art the food of worms, O Virgin of the skies, how great thy use, how great thy blessing! Everything that lives not alone, nor for itself. Fear not, and I will call the weak worm from its lowly bed, and thou shalt hear its voice. Come forth, worm of the silent valley, to thy pensive queen. The helpless worm arose, and sat upon the lily's leaf, and the bright cloud sailed on to find his partner in the vale. 3. Then Thel, astonished, viewed the worm upon its dewy bed. Art thou a worm, image of weakness? Art thou but a worm? I see thee like an infant wrapped in the lily's leaf. Ah, weep not, little voice, thou canst not speak, but thou canst weep. Is this a worm? I see thee lay helpless and naked, weeping, and none to answer, none to cherish thee with mother's smiles. The clod of clay heard the worm's voice, and raised her pitying head. She bowed over the weeping infant, and her life exhaled in milky fondness. Then on Thel she fixed her humble eyes. O beauty of the vales of Har, we live not for ourselves. Thou seest me, the meanest thing, and so I am indeed. My bosom of itself is cold, and of itself is dark, but he that loves the lowly pours his oil upon my head, and kisses me, and binds his nuptial bands round my breast, and says, Thou mother of my children, I have loved thee, and I have given thee a crown that none can take away. But how this is sweet made, I know not, and I cannot know. I ponder, and I cannot ponder, yet I live and love. The daughter of beauty wiped her pitying tears with her white veil, and said, Alas, I knew not this, and therefore did I weep. That God would love the worm I knew, and punish the evil foot that wilful bruised its helpless form. But that he cherished it with milk and oil I never knew, and therefore did I weep. And I complained in the mild air, because I fade away, and lay me down in thy cold bed, and leave my shining lot. Queen of the vales, the matron clay answered, I heard thy sighs, and all thy moans flew o'er my roof, but I have called them down. Wilt thou, O Queen, enter my house? 'Tis given thee to enter, and to return. Fear nothing, enter with thy virgin feet. 4. The eternal gate's terrific porter lifted the northern bar. Thel entered in, and saw the secrets of the land unknown. She saw the couches of the dead, and where the fibrous roots of every heart on earth infixes deep its restless twists, a land of sorrows and of tears where never smile was seen. She wandered in the land of clouds through valleys dark, listening dolours and lamentations. Waiting oft beside a dewy grave, she stood in silence, listening to the voices of the ground, till to her own grave plot she came, and there she sat down, and heard this voice of sorrow breathed from the hollow pit. Why cannot the ear be closed to its own destruction, or the glistening eye to the poison of a smile? Why are eyelids stored with arrows ready drawn, where 1,000 fighting men in ambush lie? Or an eye of gifts and graces, showering fruits and coined gold? Why a tongue impressed with honey from every wind? Why an ear a whirlpool fierce to draw creations in? Why a nostril wide, inhaling terror, trembling and affright? Why a tender curb upon a youthful burning boy? Why a little curtain of flesh on the bed of our desire? The Virgin started from her seat, and with a shriek fled back unhindered till she came into the vales of Har. End of the Book of Thel. Read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2022.
Cat in the Rain by Ernest Hemingway, Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cat in the Rain. There were only 2 Americans stopping at the hotel. They did not know any of the people they passed on the stairs on their way to and from their room. The room was on the 2nd floor, facing the sea. It also faced the public garden and the war monument. There were big palms and green benches in the public garden. In the good weather there was always an artist with his easel. Artists liked the way the palms grew and the bright colors of the hotels facing the gardens and the sea. Italians came from a long way off to look up at the war monument. It was made of bronze and glistened in the rain. It was raining. The rain dripped from the palm trees. Water stood in pools on the gravel paths. The sea broke in a long line in the rain and slipped back down the beach to come up and break again in a long line in the rain. The motor cars were gone from the square by the war monument. Across the square in the doorway of the cafe, a waiter stood looking out at the empty square. The American wife stood at the window looking out. Outside, right under their window, a cat was crouched under one of the dripping green tables. The cat was trying to make herself so compact that she would not be dripped on. "I'm going down and get that kitty," the American wife said. "I'll do it," her husband offered from the bed. "No, I'll get it. The poor kitty out trying to keep dry under a table." The husband went on reading, lying propped up with the 2 pillows at the foot of the bed. "Don't get wet," he said. The wife went downstairs, and the hotel owner stood up and bowed to her as she passed the office. His desk was at the far end of the office. He was an old man and very tall. "Il piove," the wife said. She liked the hotel keeper. "Si, signora, brutto tempo. It is very bad weather." He stood behind his desk in the far end of the dim room. The wife liked him. She liked the deadly serious way he received any complaints. She liked his dignity. She liked the way he wanted to serve her. She liked the way he felt about being a hotel keeper. She liked his old, heavy face and big hands. Liking him, she opened the door and looked out. It was raining harder. A man in a rubber cape was crossing the empty square to the cafe. The cat would be around to the right. Perhaps she would go along under the eaves. As she stood in the doorway, an umbrella opened behind her. It was the maid who looked after their room. "You must not get wet." She smiled, speaking Italian. Of course, the hotel keeper had sent her. With the maid holding the umbrella over her, she walked along the gravel path until she was under their window. The table was there, washed bright green in the rain, but the cat was gone. She was suddenly disappointed. The maid looked up at her. "Ha perduto qualche cosa, signora." "There was a cat," said the American girl. "A cat?" "Si, il gatto." "A cat?" The maid laughed. "A cat in the rain?" "Yes," she said, "under the table. Then, oh, I wanted it so much. I wanted a kitty." When she talked English, the maid's face tightened. "Come, signora," she said, "we must get back inside. You will be wet." "I suppose so," said the American girl. They went back along the gravel path and passed in the door. The maid stayed outside to close the umbrella. As the American girl passed the office, the padrone bowed from his desk. Something felt very small and tight inside the girl. The padrone made her feel very small and at the same time really important. She had a momentary feeling of being of supreme importance. She went on up the stairs. She opened the door of the room. George was on the bed, reading. "Did you get the cat?" he asked, putting the book down. "It was gone." "Wonder where it went to," he said, resting his eyes from reading. She sat down on the bed. "I wanted it so much," she said. "I don't know why I wanted it so much. I wanted that poor kitty. It isn't any fun to be a poor kitty out in the rain." George was reading again. She went over and sat in front of the mirror of the dressing table, looking at herself with the hand glass. She studied her profile, first one side and then the other. Then she studied the back of her head and neck. "Don't you think it would be a good idea if I let my hair grow out?" she asked, looking at her profile again. George looked up and saw the back of her neck, clipped close like a boy's. "I like it the way it is." "I'm so tired of it," she said. "I get so tired of looking like a boy." George shifted his position in the bed. He hadn't looked away from her since she started to speak. "You look pretty darn nice," he said. She laid the mirror down on the dresser and went over to the window and looked out. It was getting dark. "I want to pull my hair back tight and smooth and make a big knot at the back that I can feel," she said. "I want to have a kitty to sit on my lap and purr when I stroke her." "Yeah?" George said from the bed. "And I want to eat at a table with my own silver, and I want candles, and I want it to be spring, and I want to brush my hair out in front of a mirror, and I want a kitty, and I want some new clothes." "Oh, shut up and get something to read," George said. He was reading again. His wife was looking out of the window. It was quite dark now and still raining in the palm trees. "Anyway, I want a cat," she said. "I want a cat. I want a cat now. If I can't have long hair or any fun, I can have a cat." George was not listening. He was reading his book. His wife looked out of the window where the light had come on in the square. Someone knocked at the door. "Avante," George said. He looked up from his book. In the doorway stood the maid. She held a big tortoiseshell cat pressed tight against her and swung down against her body. "Excuse me," she said. "The padrone asked me to bring this for the signora." End of Cat in the Rain.
The Furnished Room by O. Henry, Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann, The Furnished Room. Restless, shifting, fugacious as time itself, is a certain vast bulk of the population of the red brick district of the Lower West Side. Homeless, they have 100 homes. They flit from furnished room to furnished room, transients forever, transients in abode, transients in heart and mind. They sing Home Sweet Home in ragtime. They carry their laris et penates in a bandbox. Their vine is entwined about a pitcher hat. A rubber plant is their fig tree. Hence, the houses of this district, having had 1,000 dwellers, should have 1,000 tales to tell, mostly dull ones, no doubt, but it would be strange if there could not be found a ghost or two in the wake of all these vagrant guests. One evening after dark, a young man prowled among these crumbling red mansions, ringing their bells. At the 12th, he rested his lean hand baggage upon the step and wiped the dust from his hatband and forehead. The bell sounded faint and far away in some remote hollow depths. To the door of this, the 12th house whose bell he had rung, came a housekeeper, who made him think of an unwholesome, surfeited worm that had eaten its nut to a hollow shell and now sought to fill the vacancy with edible lodgers. He asked if there was a room to let. "Come in," said the housekeeper. Her voice came from her throat. Her throat seemed lined with fur. "I have the 3rd floor back, vacant since a week back. Should you wish to look at it?" The young man followed her up the stairs. A faint light from no particular source mitigated the shadows of the halls. They trod noiselessly upon a stair carpet that its own loom would have forsworn. It seemed to have become vegetable, to have degenerated in that rank, sunless air to lush lichen or spreading moss that grew in patches to the staircase and was viscid under the foot, like organic matter. At each turn of the stairs were vacant niches in the wall. Perhaps plants had once been set within them. If so, they had died in that foul and tainted air. It may be that statues of the saints had stood there, but it was not difficult to conceive that imps and devils had dragged them forth in the darkness and down to the unholy depths of some furnished pit below.
"This is the room," said the housekeeper from her furry throat. "It's a nice room. It ain't often vacant. I had some most elegant people in it last summer. No trouble at all, and paid in advance to the minute. The water's at the end of the hall. Sprowls and Mooney kept it 3 months. They done a vaudeville sketch. Miss Bretta Sprowls, you may have heard of her. Oh, that was just the stage names. Right there over the dresser is where the marriage certificate hung, framed. The gas is here, and you see there is plenty of closet room. It's a room everybody likes. It never stays idle long."
"Do you have many theatrical people rooming here?" asked the young man.
"They comes and goes. A good proportion of my lodgers is connected with the theatres. Yes, sir, this is the theatrical district. Actor people never stays long anywhere. I get my share. Yes, they comes and they goes."
He engaged the room, paying for a week in advance. He was tired, he said, and would take possession at once. He counted out the money. The room had been made ready, she said, even to towels and water. As the housekeeper moved away, he put, for the 1000th time, the question that he carried at the end of his tongue. "A young girl, Miss Vashner, Miss Eloise Vashner. Do you remember such a one among your lodgers? She would be singing on the stage, most likely. A fair girl of medium height and slender, with reddish gold hair and a dark mole near her left eyebrow."
"No, I don't remember the name. Them stage people has names they change as often as their rooms. They comes and they goes. No, I don't call that one to mind."
No, always no. 5 months of ceaseless interrogation and the inevitable negative. So much time spent by day in questioning managers, agents, schools, and choruses. By night among the audiences of theaters from all-star casts down to music halls so low that he dreaded to find what he most hoped for. He, who had loved her best, had tried to find her. He was sure that since her disappearance from home, this great water-girt city held her somewhere, but it was like a monstrous quicksand, shifting its particles constantly with no foundation, its upper granules of today buried tomorrow in ooze and slime. The furnished room received its latest guest with a first glow of pseudo-hospitality, a hectic, haggard, perfunctory welcome like the specious smile of a demi-rep. The sophistical comfort came in reflected gleams from the decayed furniture, the ragged brocade upholstery of a couch and 2 chairs, a foot-wide cheap pier glass between the 2 windows, from 1 or 2 gilt picture frames and a brass bedstead in a corner. The guest reclined, inert, upon a chair, while the room, confused in speech, as though it were an apartment in Babel, tried to discourse to him of its diverse tenantry. A polychromatic rug, like some brilliant-flowered, rectangular tropical islet, lay surrounded by a billowy sea of soiled matting. Upon the gay-papered wall were those pictures that pursue the homeless one from house to house: the Huguenot lovers, the first quarrel, the wedding breakfast, Psyche at the fountain. The mantel's chastely severe outline was ingloriously veiled behind some pert drapery drawn rakishly askew, like the sashes of the Amazonian ballet. Upon it was some desolate flotsam cast aside by the rooms marooned when a lucky sail had borne them to a fresh port. A trifling vase or two, pictures of actresses, a medicine bottle, some stray cards out of a deck. One by one, as the characters of a cryptograph become explicit, the little signs left by the furnished room's procession of guests developed a significance. The threadbare space in the rug in front of the dresser told that lovely woman had marched in the throng. Tiny fingerprints on the wall spoke of little prisoners trying to feel their way to sun and air. A splattered stain, raying like the shadow of a bursting bomb, witnessed where a hurled glass or bottle had splintered with its contents against the wall. Across the pier glass had been scrawled with a diamond in staggering letters the name Marie. It seemed that the succession of dwellers in the furnished room had turned in fury, perhaps tempted beyond forbearance by its garish coldness, and wreaked upon it their passions. The furniture was chipped and bruised. The couch, distorted by bursting springs, seemed a horrible monster that had been slain during the stress of some grotesque convulsion. Some more potent upheaval had cloven a great slice from the marble mantel. Each plank in the floor owned its particular cant and shriek, as from a separate and individual agony. It seemed incredible that all this malice and injury had been wrought upon the room by those who had called it for a time their home. And yet it may have been the cheated home instinct surviving blindly, the resentful rage at false household gods that had kindled their wrath. A hut that is our own we can sweep and adorn and cherish. The young tenant in the chair allowed these thoughts to file, soft-shod, through his mind, while there drifted into the room furnished sounds and furnished scents. He heard in one room a tittering and incontinent slack laughter, in others the monologue of a scold, the rattling of dice, a lullaby, and one crying dully. Above him a banjo tinkled with spirit. Doors banged somewhere. The elevated trains roared intermittently. A cat yowled miserably upon a back fence, and he breathed the breath of the house, a dank savor rather than a smell, a cold, musty effluvium as from underground vaults, mingled with the reeking exhalations of linoleum and mildewed and rotten woodwork. Then suddenly, as he rested there, the room was filled with the strong, sweet odor of mignonette. It came as upon a single buffet of wind, with such sureness and fragrance and emphasis that it almost seemed a living visitant. And the man cried aloud, "What, dear?" as if he had been called, and sprang up and faced about. The rich odor clung to him and wrapped him around. He reached out his arms for it, all his senses for the time confused and commingled. How could one be peremptorily called by an odor? Surely it must have been a sound. But was it not the sound that had touched, that had caressed him? "She has been in this room," he cried, and he sprang to wrest from it a token, for he knew he would recognize the smallest thing that had belonged to her, or that she had touched. This enveloping scent of mignonette, the odor that she had loved and made her own. Whence came it? The room had been but carelessly set in order. Scattered upon the flimsy dresser scarf were 6 hairpins, those discreet, indistinguishable friends of womankind, feminine of gender, infinite of mood, and uncommunicative of tense. These he ignored, conscious of their triumphant lack of identity. Ransacking the drawers of the dresser, he came upon a discarded, tiny, ragged handkerchief. He pressed it to his face. It was racy and insolent with heliotrope. He hurled it to the floor. In another drawer he found odd buttons, a theater program, a pawnbroker's card, 2 lost marshmallows, a book on the divination of dreams. In the last was a woman's black satin hair bow, which halted him, poised between ice and fire. But the black satin hair bow, also is femininity's demure, impersonal, common ornament, and tells no tales. And then he traversed the room like a hound on the scent, skimming the walls, considering the corners of the bulging matting on his hands and knees, rummaging mantel and tables, the curtains and hangings, the drunken cabinet in the corner, for a visible sign, unable to perceive that she was there beside, around, against, within, above him, clinging to him, wooing him, calling him so poignantly through the finer senses that even his grosser ones became cognizant of the call. Once again he answered loudly, "Yes, dear," and turned, wild-eyed, to gaze on vacancy, for he could not yet discern form and color and love and outstretched arms in the odor of mignonette. O God, whence that odor, and since when have odors had a voice to call? Thus he groped. He burrowed in crevices and corners, and found corks and cigarettes. These he passed in passive contempt. But once he found in a fold of the matting a half-smoked cigar, and this he ground beneath his heel with a green and trenchant oath. He sifted the room from end to end. He found dreary and ignoble small records of many a peripatetic tenant, but of her whom he sought, and who may have lodged there, and whose spirit seemed to hover there, he found no trace. And then he thought of the housekeeper. He ran from the haunted room downstairs and to a door that showed a crack of light. She came out to his knock. He smothered his excitement as best he could. "Will you tell me, madam," he besought her, "who occupied the room I have before I came?"
"Yes, sir, I can tell you again. 'Twas Sprowls and Mooney, as I said. Miss Bretta Sprowls it was in the theatres, but Mrs. Mooney she was. My house is well known for respectability. The marriage certificate hung, framed on a nail over—"
"What kind of a lady was Miss Sprowls? In looks, I mean."
"Why, black-haired, sir, short and stout, with a comical face. They left a week ago Tuesday."
"And before they occupied it?"
"Why, there was a single gentleman connected with the draying business. He left owing me a week. Before him was Mrs. Crowder and her 2 children, that stayed 4 months. And back of them was old Mr. Doyle, whose sons paid for him. He kept the room 6 months. That goes back a year, sir, and further I do not remember."
He thanked her and crept back to his room. The room was dead. The essence that had vivified it was gone. The perfume of mignonette had departed. In its place was the old, stale odor of mouldy house furniture, of atmosphere and storage. The ebbing of his hope drained his faith. He sat staring at the yellow singing gaslight. Soon he walked to the bed and began to tear the sheets into strips. With the blade of his knife he drove them tightly into every crevice around windows and doors. When all was snug and taut, he turned out the light, turned the gas full on again, and laid himself gratefully upon the bed. It was Mrs. McCool's night to go with the can for beer, so she fetched it and sat with Mrs. Purdy in one of those subterranean retreats where housekeepers foregather and the worm dieth seldom.
"I rented out my 3rd floor back this evening," said Mrs. Purdy, across a fine circle of foam. "A young man took it. He went up to bed 2 hours ago."
"Now did you, Mrs. Purdy, ma'am?" said Mrs. McCool, with intense admiration. "You do be a wonder for renting rooms of that kind."
"And did you tell him then?"
she concluded in a husky whisper, laden with mystery.
"Rooms," said Mrs. Purdy in her furriest tones, "are furnished for to rent. I did not tell him, Mrs. McCool."
"'Tis right you are, ma'am. 'Tis by renting rooms we kape alive. You have the rail sense for business, ma'am. There be many people will reject the renting of a room if they be told a suicide has been after dying in the bed of it."
"As you say, we has our living to be making," remarked Mrs. Purdy.
"Yes, ma'am, 'tis true. 'Tis just 1 week ago this day I helped you lay out the 3rd floor back. A pretty slip of a colleen she was to be killing herself with the gas. A sweet little face she had, Mrs. Purdy, ma'am."
"She'd have been called handsome, as you say,"
said Mrs. Purdy, assenting but critical,
"but for that mole she had a-growing by her left eyebrow. Do fill up your glass again, Mrs. McCool."
End of The Furnished Room.
The Guest, from 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Guest, by Lord Dunsany. A young man came into an ornate restaurant at 8 o'clock in London. He was alone, but 2 places had been laid at the table which was reserved for him. He had chosen the dinner very carefully, by letter a week before. A waiter asked him about the other guest. "You probably won't see him until the coffee comes," the young man told him, so he was served alone. Those at adjacent tables might have noticed the young man continually addressing the empty chair, and carrying on a monologue with it throughout his elaborate dinner. "I think you knew my father," he said to it over the soup. "I sent for you this evening," he continued, "because I want you to do me a turn. In fact, I must insist." There was nothing eccentric about the man except for this habit of addressing an empty chair. Certainly, he was eating as good a dinner as any sane man could wish for. After the Burgundy had been served, he became more voluble with his monologue. Not that he spoiled his wine by drinking excessively. "We have several acquaintances in common," he said. "I met King Seti a year ago at Thebes. I think he has altered very little since you knew him. I thought his forehead a little low for a king's. Cheops has left the house that he built for your reception. He must have prepared for you for years and years. I suppose you have seldom been entertained like that. I ordered this dinner over a week ago. I thought then that a lady might come with me, but as she wouldn't, I've asked you. She may not, after all, have been as lovely as Helen of Troy. Was Helen very lovely? Not when you knew her, perhaps. You were lucky with Cleopatra. You must have known her when she was at her prime. You never knew the mermaids, nor the fairies, nor the lovely goddesses of long ago. That's where we have the best of you." He was silent when the waiters came to his table, but rambled merrily on as soon as they had left, still turned to the empty chair. "You know, I saw you here in London only the other day. You were on a motor bus going down the Ludgate Hill. It was going much too fast. London is a good place, but I shall be glad enough to leave it. It was in London that I met the lady that I was speaking about. If it hadn't been for London, I probably shouldn't have met her. And if it hadn't been for London, she probably wouldn't have had so much besides me to amuse her. It cuts both ways." He paused once to order coffee, gazing earnestly at the waiter, and putting a sovereign in his hand. "Don't let it be chicory," said he. The waiter brought the coffee, and the young man dropped a tabloid of some sort into his cup. "I don't suppose you come here very often," he went on. "Well, you probably will want to be going. I haven't taken you much out of your way. There is plenty for you to do in London." Then, having drunk his coffee, he fell onto the floor by a foot of the empty chair, and a doctor, who was dining in the room, bent over him and announced to the anxious manager the visible presence of the young man's guest. The end of The Guest, by Lord Dunsany.
Jukebox by Henry Kuttner, writing under the pseudonym Woodrow Wilson Smith. Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. Jukebox. Jerry Foster told the bartender that nobody loved him. The bartender, with the experience of his trade, said that Jerry was mistaken. How about another drink? Why not? Said the unhappy Mr. Foster, examining the scanty contents of his wallet. I'll take the daughter of the vine to spouse, nor heed the music of a distant drum. That's Omar. Sure, the bartender said surprisingly, but you want to look out you don't go out by the same door that in you went. No brawls allowed here. This isn't East Fifth, chum. You may call me chum, Foster said, reverting to the main topic, but you don't mean it. I'm nobody's pal. Nobody loves me. What about the babe you brought in last night? Foster tested his drink. He was a good-looking youngish man with slick blonde hair and a rather hazy expression in his blue eyes. Betty? He murmured. Well, fact is, a while ago I was down at the Tom-Tom with Betty, and this redhead came along. So I ditched Betty, and the redhead iced me. Now I'm lonely, and everybody hates me. You shouldn't have ditched Betty, maybe, the bartender suggested. I'm fickle, Foster said, tears springing to his eyes. Can't help it. Women are my downfall. Give me another drink and tell me your name. Austin. Austin? Well, Austin, I'm nearly in trouble. Did you notice who won the fifth at Santa Anita yesterday? Pig trotters, wasn't it? Yes, Foster said, but I laid my dough right on the nose of the white flash. That's why I'm here. Sammy comes around to this joint, doesn't he? That's right. I'm lucky, Foster said. I got the money to pay him. Sammy's a hard man when you don't pay off. I wouldn't know, the bartender said. Excuse me. He moved off to take care of a couple of vodka Collinses. So you hate me too, Foster said, and picking up his drink, wandered away from the bar. He was surprised to see Betty sitting alone in a booth, watching him, but he was not at all surprised to see that her blonde hair, her limpid eyes, her pink and white skin, had lost all attraction for him. She bored him. Also, she was going to make a nuisance of herself. Foster ignored the girl and went further back, to where a bulky oblong object was glowing in polychromatic colors against the far wall. It was what the manufacturers insist on terming an automatic phonograph, in spite of the more aptly descriptive word, jukebox. It was a lovely jukebox. It had lots of lights and colors. Moreover, it wasn't watching Foster, and it kept its mouth shut. Foster draped himself over the jukebox and patted its sleek sides. You're my girl, he announced. You're beautiful. I love you madly, do you hear? Madly. He could feel Betty's gaze on his back. He swigged his drink and smoothed the jukebox flanks, glibly protesting his sudden affection for the object. Once he glanced around. Betty was starting to get up. Foster hastily found a nickel in his pocket and slipped it into the coin lever, but before he could push it in, a stocky, dark man wearing horn-rimmed glasses entered the bar, nodded at Foster, and moved quickly to a booth where a fat person in tweeds was sitting. There was a short consultation, during which money changed hands, and the stocky man made a note in a small book he brought from his pocket. Foster took out his wallet. He had had trouble with Sammy before and wanted no more. The bookie was insistent on his pound of flesh. Foster counted his money, blinked, and counted it again, while his stomach fell several feet. Either he had been short-changed or he had lost some dough. He was short. Sammy wouldn't like that. Forcing his fogged brain to think, Foster wondered how he could gain time. Sammy had already seen him. If he could duck out the back, become altogether too silent in the bar. He needed some noise to cover his movements. He saw the nickel in the jukebox's coin lever and hastily pushed it in. Money began to spew out of the coin return slot. Foster got his hat up under the slot almost instantly. Quarters, dimes, and nickels popped out in a never-ending stream. The jukebox broke into song. A needle scratched over the black disc. The torchy mourning of "My Man" came out sadly. It covered the tinkling of the coins as they filled Foster's hat. After a while, the money stopped coming out of the jukebox. Foster stood there, thanking his personal gods, as he saw Sammy moving toward him. The bookie glanced at Foster's hat and blinked. "Hi, Jerry. What gives?" "You hit a jackpot," Foster said. "Not on the jukebox." "No, down at the Onks," Foster said, naming a private club several blocks away. "Hadn't got a chance to get these changed into bills yet. Want to help me out?" "I'm no cash register," Sammy said. "I'll take mine in green." The jukebox stopped playing "My Man" and broke into "Always." Foster put his jingling hat on top of the phonograph and counted out bills. He didn't have enough, but he made up the balance out of quarters he fished from the hat. "Thanks," Sammy said. "Too bad your nag didn't make it." "With a love that's true always," the jukebox sang fervently. "Can't be helped," Foster said. "Maybe next time I'll hit 'em." "Want anything on Oaklawn? When the things you've planned need a helping hand." Foster had been leaning on the jukebox. On the last two words, a tingling little shock raced through him. Those particular two words jumped out of nothing, impinged on the surface of his brain, and sank in indelibly like the stamp of a die. He couldn't hear anything else. They echoed and re-echoed. Helping hand," he said hazily. "Helping—" "A sleeper?" Sammy said. "Okay, helping hand in the third at Oaklawn. The usual?" The room started to turn around. Foster managed to nod. After a time, he discovered that Sammy was gone. He saw his drink on the jukebox next to his hat and swallowed the cool liquid in 3 quick gulps. Then he bent and stared into the cryptic innards of the automatic phonograph. "It can't be," he whispered. "I'm drunk, but I'm not drunk enough. I need another shot." A quarter rolled out of the coin return slot, and Foster automatically caught it. "No," he gulped. "Ugh." He stuffed his pockets with the booty from the hat, held onto his glass with the grip of a drowning man, and went toward the bar. On the way, he felt someone touch his sleeve. "Jerry," Betty said, "please." He ignored her. He went to the bar and ordered another drink. "Look, Austin," he said, "that jukebox you got back there, is it working all right?" Austin squeezed a lime. He didn't look up. "I don't hear any complaints." "But—" Austin slid a replenished glass toward Foster. "Excuse me," he said, and went to the other end of the bar. Foster stole a look at the jukebox. It sat against the wall, glowing enigmatically. "I don't know exactly what to think," he said to no one in particular. A record started playing. The jukebox sang throatily, "Leave us to face it. We're in love." The truth was, Jerry Foster was feeling pretty low these days. He was essentially a reactionary, so it was a mistake for him to have been born in an era of great change. He needed to feel the solid ground under his feet, and the ground wasn't so solid anymore. What with the newspaper headlines and new patterns for living emerging out of the vast technological and sociological changes the mid-20th century offered. You've got to be elastic to survive in a changing culture. Back in the stable 20s, Foster would have got along beautifully, but now, in a word, he just wasn't on the ball. A man like that seeks stable security as his ultimo, and security seemed to have vanished. The result was that Jerry Foster found himself out of a job, badly in debt, and drinking far more than he should have done. The only real advantage to that setup was that the alcohol buffered Foster's credulity when he encountered the affectionate Jukebox. Not that he remembered it the next morning. He didn't recall what had happened for a couple of days, till Sammy looked him up and gave him $900, the result of Helping Hand coming in under the wire at Oaklawn. The long shot had paid off surprisingly. Foster instantly went on a binge, finding himself eventually at a downtown bar he recognized. Austin was off duty, however, and Betty wasn't present tonight, so Foster, tanked to the gills, leaned his elbow on polished mahogany and stared around. Toward the back was the jukebox. He blinked at it, trying to remember. The jukebox began to play. I'll Remember April. The whirling confusion of insobriety focused down to a small, clear, cold spot in Foster's brain. He started to tingle. His mouth formed words. Remember April? Remember April? All right, said a fat, unshaven, untidy man standing next to him. I heard you. What did you say? Remember April, Foster muttered, quite automatically. The fat man spilled his drink. It isn't. It's March. Foster peered around dimly in search of a calendar. It's April 3rd, he affirmed presently. Why? I've got to get back then, said the fat man in desperation. He scrubbed at his sagging cheeks. April already? How long have I been tight? You don't know? It's your business to know April. One more drink, then. He summoned the bartender. He was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a man with a hatchet. Foster, blearily eyeing the apparition, almost decided to get out in search of a quieter gin mill. This new figure, bursting in from the street, was a skinny blond man with wild eyes and the shakes. Before anyone could stop him, he'd rushed the length of the room and lifted his hatchet threateningly above the jukebox. I can't stand it, he cried hysterically. You spiteful little... I'll fix you before you fix me. So saying, and ignoring the purposeful approach of the bartender, the blond man brought down his hatchet heavily on the jukebox. There was a blue crackle of flame, a tearing noise, and the blond man collapsed without a sound. Foster stayed where he was. There was a bottle on the bar near him, and he captured it. Rather dimly, he realized what was happening. An ambulance was summoned. A doctor said the blond man had been painfully shocked, but was still alive. The jukebox had a smashed panel, but appeared uninjured otherwise. Austin came from somewhere and poured himself a shot under the bar. Each man kills the thing he loves, Austin said to Foster. You're the guy who was quoting Omar at me the other night, aren't you? What? Foster said. Austin nodded at the motionless figure being loaded onto a stretcher. Funny business. That fella used to come in here all the time to play the jukebox. He was in love with the thing. Sat here by the hour listening to it. Of course, when I say he was in love with it, I'm merely using a figure of speech. Catch? Sure, Foster said. Then a couple of nights ago he blows up, crazy as a loon. I come in and find the guy on his knees in front of the jukebox, begging it to forgive him for something or the other. I don't get it. Some people shouldn't drink, I guess. What's yours? The same, Foster said, watching the ambulance men carry the stretcher out of the bar. Just mild electric shock, an intern said. He'll be all right. The jukebox clicked and a new record swung across. Something must have gone wrong with the amplification, for the song bellowed out with deafening intensity. Chloe! Screamed the jukebox urgently. Chloe! Deafened, fighting the feeling that this was hallucination, Foster found himself beside the jukebox. He clung to it against the mad billows of sound. He shook it, and the roaring subsided. Chloe, the jukebox sang softly and sweetly. There was confusion nearby, but Foster ignored it. He had been struck by an idea. He peered into the phonograph's innards through the glass pane. The record was slowing now, and as the needle lifted, Foster could read the title on the circular label. It said, Springtime in the Rockies. The record hastily lifted itself and swung back to concealment among the others in the rack. Another black disc moved over under the needle. It was Twilight in Turkey. But what the jukebox played with great expression was, We'll Always Be Sweethearts. After a while the confusion died down. Austin came over, examined the phonograph, and made a note to get the broken panel replaced. Foster had completely forgotten the fat, unshaven, untidy man till he heard an irritated voice behind him say, "It can't be April." "What? You're a liar. It's still March." "I'll take a walk," said Foster, who was profoundly shaken, though he didn't know why. The obvious reasons for his nervousness, he suspected, weren't the real ones. "You're a liar, I said," the fat man snarled, breathing heavily in Foster's face. "It's March. You'll either admit it's March or... But Foster had had enough. He pushed the fat man away and had taken 2 steps when a tingling shock raced through him, and the small, cold spot of clarity sprang into existence within his brain. The jukebox started to play. Accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. "It's March," the fat man yelped. Isn't it March?" "Yes," said Foster thickly, "it's March." All that night the song title blazed in his mind. He went home with the fat man. He drank with the fat man. He agreed with the fat man. He never used a negative, and by morning he was surprised to find that the fat man had hired him as a songwriter for Summit Studios, simply because Foster didn't say no when he was asked whether he could write songs. "Good," the fat man said. "Now I better get home." "Oh, I am home, aren't I? Well, I got to get down to the studio tomorrow. We're starting a super musical April 2nd, and this is April, isn't it?" "Sure." "Let's get some sleep. No, not that door. The swimming pool's out there. Here, I'll show you the spare bedroom. You're sleepy, aren't you?" "Yes," said Foster, who wasn't. But he slept, nevertheless, and the next morning found himself at Summit Studios with the fat man putting his signature on a contract. Nobody asked for his qualifications. Taliaferro, the fat man, had okayed him. That was enough. He was given an office with a piano and a secretary and sat dazedly behind his desk for most of the day, wondering how the devil it had all happened. At the commissary, however, he picked up some scraps of information. Taliaferro was a big shot, a very big shot. He had one idiosyncrasy. He couldn't endure disagreement. Only yes men were allowed around him. Those who worked for Taliaferro had to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. Foster got his assignment, a romantic love song for the new picture, a duet. Everyone took it for granted that Foster knew one note from the other. He did, having studied piano in his youth, but counterpoint and the mysteries of minor keys were far beyond him. That night he went back to the little downtown bar. It was just a hunch, but he thought the jukebox might be able to help him. Not that he really believed in such things, but at worst he could hoist a few shots and try to figure a way out. But the jukebox kept playing one song over and over. The odd thing was that nobody else heard that particular song. Foster discovered that quite by accident. To Austin's ears, the jukebox was going through an ordinary repertoire of modern popular stuff. After that, Foster listened more closely. The song was a haunting duet, plaintive and curiously tender. It had the overtones in it that made Foster's spine tingle. "Who wrote that thing?" he asked Austin. "Wasn't it Hoagie Carmichael?" But they were talking at cross purposes. The jukebox suddenly sang, "I doed it," and then it relapsed into the duet. "No," Austin said, "I guess it wasn't Hoagie. That's an old one. Dardanella." But it wasn't Dardanella. Foster saw a piano at the back. He went to it and got out his notebook. First he wrote the lyrics. Then he tried to get the notes down, but they were beyond him, even with the piano as a guide. The best he could achieve was a sort of shorthand. His own voice was true and good, and he thought he might be able to sing the piece accurately if he could find someone to put down the notes for him. When he finished, he studied the jukebox more closely. The broken panel had been repaired. He patted the gadget in a friendly way and went away thinking hard. His secretary's name was Lois Kennedy. She came into his office the next day when Foster was tapping at the piano and helplessly endeavoring to write down the score. "Let me help you, Mr. Foster," she said competently, casting a practiced eye over the messy pages. No thanks," Foster said. "Are you bad on scores?" she asked as she smiled. "A lot of composers are that way. They can play by ear, but they don't know G sharp from A flat." "They don't, eh?" Foster murmured. The girl eyed him intently. "Suppose you run through it and I'll mark down a rough scoring." Foster hit a few chords. "Phooey," he said at last and picked up the lyrics. Those were readable anyway. He began to hum. "Swell," Lewis said. "Just sing it. I'll catch the melody." Foster's voice was true, and he found it surprisingly easy to remember the love song the jukebox had played. He sang it, and Lois presently played it on the piano, while Foster corrected and revised. At least he could tell what was wrong and what was right. Since Lois had lived music since her childhood, she had little difficulty in recording the song on paper. Afterwards, she was enthusiastic. "It's swell," she said. "Something really new, Mr. Foster. You're good. And you're not lifting for Mozart either. I'll shoot this right over to the big boy. Usually it's smart not to be in too much of a hurry, but since this is your first job here, we'll chance it." Taillefer liked the song. He made a few useless suggestions which Foster, with Lois's aid, incorporated, and sent down a list of what else was needed for the super musical. He also called a conclave of songwriters to listen to Foster's opus. "I want you to hear what's good," Taillefer told him. "This new find of mine is showing you up. I think we need new blood." He finished darkly, eyeing the wretched songwriters with ominous intensity. But Foster quaked in his boots. For all he knew, his song might have been plagiarized. He expected someone in the audience to spring up and shout, "That new find of yours swiped his song from Berlin," or Gershwin or Porter or Hammerstein, as the case may be. Nobody exposed him. The song was new. It was established Foster as a double-threat man since he had done both melody and lyrics himself. He was a success. Every night he had his ritual. Alone, he visited a certain downtown bar. When necessary, the jukebox helped him with his songs. It seemed to know exactly what was needed. It asked little in return. It served him with the unquestioning fidelity of Cigarette in Under Two Flags, and sometimes it played love songs aimed at Foster's ears and heart. It serenaded him. Sometimes, too, Foster thought he was going crazy. Weeks passed. Foster got all his assignments done at the little downtown bar, and later whipped them into suitable shape with his secretary's assistance. He had begun to notice that she was a strikingly pretty girl, with attractive eyes and lips. Lois seemed amiable, but so far Foster had held back from any definite commitment. He felt unsure of his new triumphs. But he blossomed like the rose. His bank account grew fat. He looked sleeker and drank less, and he visited the downtown bar every night. Once he asked Austin about it. "That jukebox, where'd it come from?" "I don't know," Austin said. "It was here before I came." "Well, who puts the new records in?" "The company, I suppose." "Ever see him do it?" Austin thought. "Can't say I have. Guess the man comes around when the other bartender's on duty. It's got a new set of records on every day, though. That's good service." Foster made a note to ask the other bartender about it, but there was no time. For the next day, he kissed Lois Kennedy. That was a mistake. It was the booster charge. The next thing Jerry Foster knew, he was making the rounds with Lois, and it was after dark, and they were driving unsteadily along Sunset Strip, discussing life and music. "I'm going places," Foster said, dodging an ambulatory telephone pole. "We're going places together." "Oh, honey," Lois said. Foster stopped the car and kissed her. "That calls for another drink," he remarked. "It's at a bar over there." The night wore on. Foster hadn't realized he had been under a considerable strain. Now the lid was off. It was wonderful to have Lois in his arms, to kiss her, to feel her hair brushing his cheek. Everything became rosy. Through the rosy mist, he suddenly saw the face of Austin. "The same?" Austin inquired. Foster blinked. He was sitting in a booth with Lois beside him. He had his arm around the girl, and he had an idea he had just kissed her. "Austin," he said, "how long have we been here?" "About an hour. Don't you remember, Mr. Foster?" "Darling," Lois murmured, leaning heavily against her escort. Foster tried to think. It was difficult. "Lois," he said finally, "haven't I got to write another song?" "It'll keep." "No, that torch song, Taillefer Once a Friday. That's 4 days away." "Now I'm here, I might as well get the song," Foster said with alcoholic insistence, and stood up. "Kiss me," Lois murmured, leaning toward him. He obeyed, though he had a feeling there was more important business to be attended to. Then he stared around, located the jukebox, and went toward it. "Hello there," he said, patting the sleek, glowing sides. "I'm back. Drunk, too, but that's all right. Let's have that song." The jukebox was silent. Foster felt Lois touch his arm. "Come on back. We don't want music." "Wait a minute, hun." Foster stared at the jukebox. Then he laughed. "I know," he said, and pulled out a handful of change. He slid a nickel in the coin lever and pushed the lever hard. Nothing happened. "What's wrong with it?" Foster muttered. "I need that song by Friday." He decided that there were a lot of things he didn't know about, and ought to. The muteness of the jukebox puzzled him. All of a sudden he remembered something that happened weeks ago. The blond man who had attacked the jukebox with a hatchet and had only got shocked for his pains. The blond man, he vaguely recalled, used to spend hours in tete-a-tete with the jukebox. "What a dope," Foster said thickly. Lois asked a question. "I should have checked it before," he answered her. "Maybe I can find out." "Nothing, Lois, nothing at all." Then he went after Austin. Austin gave him the blond man's name, and an hour later, Foster found himself sitting by a white hospital bed, looking down at a man's ravaged face under faded blonde hair. Brashness, judicious tipping, and a statement that he was a relative got him this far. Now he sat there and watched and felt questions die as they formed on his lips. When he finally mentioned the jukebox, it was easier. He simply sat and listened. "They carried me out of the bar on a stretcher," the blond man said. "Then a car skidded and came right at me. I didn't feel any pain. I still don't feel anything. The driver, she said she heard somebody shouting her name, Chloe. That startled her so much that she lost control and hit me. You know who yelled Chloe, don't you?" Foster thought back. There was a memory somewhere. The jukebox had begun to play Chloe, and the amplification had gone haywire, so the song had bellowed out thunderously for a short time. "I'm paralyzed," the blond man said. "I'm dying, too. I might as well. I think I'll be safer. She's vindictive and plenty smart." "She?" "A spy. Maybe there's all sorts of gadgets masquerading as things we take for granted. I don't know. They substituted that jukebox for the original one. It's alive. No, not it. She. It's a she, all right?" "And who put her there?" the blond man said, and answered Foster's question. "Who are they? People from another world or another time? Martians? They want information about us, I bet, but they don't dare appear personally. They plant gadgets that we take for granted, like that jukebox, to act as spies. Only this one got out of control a little. She's smarter than the others." He pushed himself up on the pillow, his eyes glaring at the little radio beside him. "Even that," he whispered, "is that an ordinary, regular radio? Or is it one of their masquerading gadgets spying on us?" He fell back. I began to understand quite a while ago, the man considered weakly. She put ideas in my head. More than once she's pulled me out of a jam. Not now, though. She won't forgive me. Oh, she's feminine, all right. When I got on her bad side, I was sunk. She's smart for a jukebox, a mechanical brain. I don't know. I'll never know now. I'll be dead soon, and that'll be all right with me. The nurse came in. Jerry Foster was coldly frightened, and he was drunk. The main street was bright and roaring as he walked back, but by the time he made up his mind, it was after closing hour, and a chill silence went hand in hand with the darkness. The streetlights didn't help much. If I were sober, I wouldn't believe this, he mused, listening to his hollow footfalls on the pavement. But I do believe it. I've got to fix things up with that jukebox. Part of his mind guided him into an alley. Part of his mind told him to break a window, muffling the clash with his coat. And the same urgent, sober part of his mind guided him through a dark kitchen and a swinging door. Then he was in the bar. The booths were vacant. A faint filtered light crept through the Venetian blinds shielding the street windows. Against a wall stood the black, silent bulk of the jukebox. Silent and unresponsive, even when Foster inserted a nickel, nothing happened. The electric cord was plugged in the socket, and he threw the activating switch. But that made no difference. Look, he said, I was drunk. Oh, this is crazy. It can't be happening. You're not alive. Are you alive? Did you put the finger on that guy I just saw in the hospital? Listen. It was dark and cold. Bottles glimmered against the mirror beyond the bar. Foster went over and opened one. He poured the whiskey down his throat. After a while, it didn't seem so fantastic for him to be standing there arguing with the jukebox. So you're feminine, he said. I'll bring you flowers tomorrow. I'm really beginning to believe. Of course I believe. I can't write songs, not by myself. You've got to help me. I'll never look at another girl. He tilted the bottle again. You're just in the sulks, he said. You'll come out of it. You love me. You know you do. This is crazy. The bottle had mysteriously vanished. He went behind the bar to find another. Then, with a conviction that made him freeze motionless, he knew that there was someone else in the room. He was hidden in the shadows where he stood. Only his eyes moved as he looked toward the newcomers. There were two of them, and they were not human. They moved toward the jukebox in a rather indescribable fashion. One of them pulled out a small, shining cylinder from the jukebox's interior. Foster, sweat drying on his cheeks, could hear them thinking. Current report for the last 24 hours, Earth time, put in fresh recording cylinder. Change the records, too. Foster watched them change records. Austin had said that the discs were replaced daily, and the blonde man, dying in the hospital, had said other things. It couldn't be real. The creatures he stared at could not exist. They blurred before his eyes. A human is here, one of them thought. He has seen us. We had better eliminate him. The blurry, inhuman figures came toward him. Foster, trying to scream, dodged around the end of the bar and ran toward the jukebox. He threw his arms around the unresponsive sides and gasped, "Stop them! Don't let them kill me!" He couldn't see the creatures now, but he knew they were immediately behind him. The clarity of panic sharpened his vision. One title on the jukebox's list of records stood out vividly. He thrust his forefinger against the black button beside the title, "Love Me Forever." Something touched his shoulder and tightened, drawing him back. Lights flickered within the jukebox. A record swung out. The needle lowered into its black groove. The jukebox started to play. "I'll be glad when you're dead, you rascal, you." End of Jukebox.
Life of Ma Parker by Catherine Mansfield. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Life of Ma Parker from the book The Garden Party and Other Stories by Catherine Mansfield. When the literary gentleman whose flat old Ma Parker cleaned every Tuesday opened the door to her that morning, he asked after a grandson. Ma Parker stood on the doormat inside the dark little hall, and she stretched out a hand to help a gentleman shut the door before she replied, "We buried him yesterday, sir," she said quietly. "Oh, dear me. I'm sorry to hear that," said the literary gentleman in a shocked tone. He was in the middle of his breakfast. He wore a very shabby dressing gown and carried a crumpled newspaper in one hand. But he felt awkward. He could hardly go back to the warm sitting room without saying something more. Then, because these people set such store by funerals, he said kindly, "I hope the funeral went off all right." "Beg pardon, sir," said Ma Parker huskily. Poor old bird. She did look dashed. "I hope the funeral was a success," said he. Ma Parker gave no answer. She bent her head and hobbled off to the kitchen, clasping the old fish bag that held her cleaning things and an apron and a pair of felt shoes. The literary gentleman raised his eyebrows and went back to his breakfast. "Overcome, I suppose," he said aloud, helping himself to the marmalade. Ma Parker drew the 2 jetty spears out of her toque and hung it behind the door. She unhooked a worn jacket and hung that up too. Then she tied her apron and sat down to take off her boots. To take off her boots or to put them on was an agony to her, but it had been an agony for years. In fact, she was so accustomed to the pain that her face was drawn and screwed up ready for the twinge before she had so much as untied the laces. That over, she sat back with a sigh and softly rubbed her knees. "Gran! Gran!" The little grandson stood on her lap in his button boots. He had just come in from playing in the street. "Look what a state you have made your grand skirt into, you wicked boy." But he put his arms round her neck and rubbed his cheek against hers. "Gran, give us a penny," he coaxed. "Be off with you. Gran ain't got no pennies." "Yes, you have." "No, I ain't." "Yes, you have. Give us one." Already she was feeling for the old, squashed, black leather purse. "Well, what'll you give your gran?" He gave a shy little laugh and pressed closer. She felt his eyelid quivering against her cheeks. "I ain't got nothing," he murmured. The old woman sprang up, seized the iron kettle off the gas stove, and took it over to the sink. The noise of the water drumming in the kettle deadened her pain, it seemed. She filled the pail too, and the washing-up bowl. It would take a whole book to describe the state of that kitchen. During the week, the literary gentleman did for himself. That is to say, he emptied the tea leaves now and again into a jam jar set aside for that purpose, and if he ran out of clean forks, he wiped over 1 or 2 on the roller towel. Otherwise, as he explained to his friends, his system was quite simple, and he couldn't understand why people made all this fuss about housekeeping. You simply dirty everything you have got, get a hag in once a week to clean up, and the thing's done. The result looked like a gigantic dustbin. Even the floor was littered with toast crusts, envelopes, cigarette ends. But Ma Parker bore him no grudge. She pitied the poor young gentleman for having no one to look after him. Out of the smudgy little window, you could see an immense expanse of sad-looking sky, and whenever there were clouds, they looked very worn, old clouds, frayed at the edges, with holes in them, or dark stains like tea. While the water was heating, Ma Parker began sweeping the floor. "Yes," she thought, as the broom knocked. "What with one thing and another, I've had my share. I've had a hard life." Even the neighbors said that of her. Many a time, hobbling home with a fish bag, she heard them waiting at the corner or leaning over the area railings say among themselves, "She's had a hard life, has Ma Parker." and it was so true she wasn't in the least proud of it. It was just as if you were to say she lived in the basement back at number 27. A hard life. At 16, she had left Stratford and came up to London as kitchen maid. Yes, she was born in Stratford-on-Avon. Shakespeare, sir? No, people were always asking her about him, but she had never heard his name until she saw it on the theatres. Nothing remained of Stratford except the sitting in the fireplace of an evening. You could see the stars through the chimney, and mother always had a side of bacon hanging from the ceiling, and there was something, a bush there was, at the front door that smelt ever so nice, but the bush was very vague. She had only remembered it once or twice in the hospital when she had been taken bad. That was a dreadful place, her first place. She was never allowed out. She never went upstairs except for prayers morning and evening. It was a fair cellar, and the cook was a cruel woman. She used to snatch away her letters from home before she had read them and throw them in the range because they made her dreamy, and the beetles. Would you believe it? Until she came to London, she had never seen a black beetle. Here, Ma always gave a little laugh, as though not to have seen a black beetle. Well, it was as if to say you had never seen your own feet. When that family was sold up, she went as help to a doctor's house, and after 2 years there, on the run from morning till night, she married a husband. He was a baker. A baker, Mrs. Parker? The literary gentleman would say, for occasionally he laid aside his tomes and lent an ear at least to this product called life. It must be rather nice to be married to a baker. Mrs. Parker didn't look so sure. Such a clean trade, said the gentleman. Mrs. Parker didn't look convinced. And didn't you like handing the new loaves to the customers? Well, sir, said Mrs. Parker, I was in the shop above a great deal. We had 13 little ones and buried 7 of them. If it wasn't the hospital, it was the infirmary, you might say. You might indeed, Mrs. Parker, said the gentleman, shuddering and taking up his pen again. Yes, 7 had gone, and while the 6 were still small, her husband was taken ill with consumption. It was floor on the lungs, the doctor told her at the time. Her husband sat up in bed with his shirt pulled over his head, and the doctor's fingers drew a circle on his back. Now, if we were to cut him open here, Mrs. Parker, said the doctor, you would find his lungs chock-a-block with white powder. Breathe, my good fellow. And Mrs. Parker never knew for certain whether she saw or whether she fancied she saw a great fan of white dust come out of her poor dead husband's lips. But the struggle she had had to bring up those 6 little children and keep herself to herself. Terrible it had been. Then, just when they were old enough to go to school, her husband's sister came to stop with them to help things along, and she hadn't been there more than 2 months when she fell down a flight of steps and hurt her spine. And for 5 years Ma Parker had another baby, and such a one for crying, to look after. Then young Maudie went wrong and took her sister Alice with her. The 2 boys emigrated, and young Jim went to India with the army, and Ethel, the youngest, married a good-for-nothing little waiter who died of ulcers the year little Lenny was born. And now little Lenny, my grandson. The piles of dirty cups, dirty dishes were washed and dried. The ink-black knives were cleaned with a piece of potato and finished off with a piece of cork. The table was scrubbed, and the dresser and the sink that had sardine tails swimming in it. He had never been a strong child, never from the first. He had been one of those fair babies that everybody took for a girl. Silvery fair curls he had, blue eyes, and a little freckle like a diamond on one side of his nose. The trouble she and Ethel had had to rear that child, the things out of the newspapers they tried him with. Every Sunday morning Ethel would read aloud while Ma Parker did a washing. Dear sir, just a line to let you know my little Myrtle was laid out for dead. After 4 bottles, gained 8 pounds in 9 weeks, and is still putting it on. And then the egg cup of ink would come off the dresser, and the letter would be written, and Ma would buy a postal order on her way to work next morning. But it was no use. Nothing made little Lenny put it on. Taking him to the cemetery even never gave him a colour. A nice shake-up in the bus never improved his appetite. But he was Grand's boy from the first. Whose boy are you? Said old Ma Parker, straightening up from the stove and going over to the smudgy window. And a little voice, so warm, so close, it half stifled her. It seemed to be in her breast under her heart, laughed out and said, "I'm Grant's boy." At that moment there was a sound of steps, and the literary gentleman appeared, dressed for walking. "Oh, Mrs. Parker, I'm going out." "Very good, sir. And you'll find your half-crown in the tray of the inkstand." "Thank you, sir." "Oh, by the way, Mrs. Parker," said the literary gentleman quickly, "you didn't throw away any cocoa last time you were here, did you?" "No, sir." "Very strange. I could have sworn I left a teaspoonful of cocoa in the tin." She broke off. He said softly and firmly, "You'll always tell me when you throw things away, won't you, Mrs. Parker?" And he walked off very well pleased with himself, convinced, in fact, he had shown Mrs. Parker that under his apparent carelessness he was as vigilant as a woman. The door banged. She took her brushes and cloths into the bedroom, but when she began to make the bed, smoothing, tucking, patting, the thought of little Lenny was unbearable. Why did he have to suffer so? That's what she couldn't understand. Why should a little angel child have to ask for his breath and fight for it? There was no sense in making a child suffer like that. From Lenny's little box of chest there came a sound as though something was boiling. There was a great lump of something bubbling in his chest that he couldn't get rid of. When he coughed, the sweat sprang out of his head. His eyes bulged, his hands waved, and the great lump bubbled as a potato knocks in a saucepan. But what was more awful than all was when he didn't cough, he sat against the pillow and never spoke or answered or even made as if he heard. Only he looked offended. "It's not your poor old Grant's doing it, my lovely," said old Ma Parker, patting back the damp hair from his little scarlet ears. But Lenny moved his head and edged away. Dreadfully offended with her he looked, and solemn. He bent his head and looked at her sideways as though he couldn't have believed it of his Gran. But at the last, Ma Parker threw the counterpane over the bed. No, she simply couldn't think about it. It was too much. She had had too much in her life to bear. She had borne it up till now. She had kept herself to herself, and never once had she been seen to cry. Never by a living soul. Not even her own children had seen Ma break down. She had kept a proud face always. But now, Lenny gone, what had she? She had nothing. He was all she had got from life, and now he was took too. Why must it all have happened to me? She wondered. What have I done? Said old Ma Parker. What have I done? As she said those words, she suddenly let fall a brush. She found herself in the kitchen. Her misery was so terrible that she pinned on her hat, put on her jacket, and walked out of the flat like a person in a dream. She did not know what she was doing. She was like a person so dazed by the horror of what has happened that he walks away anywhere as though by walking away he could escape. It was cold in the street. There was a wind like ice. People went flitting by very fast. The men walked like scissors. The women trod like cats. And nobody knew, nobody cared. Even if she broke down, if at last, after all these years, she were to cry, she would find herself in the lock-up as like as not. But at the thought of crying, it was as though little Lenny leapt in his Gran's arms. Ah, that's what she wants to do, my dove. Gran wants to cry. If she could only cry now, cry for a long time, over everything, beginning with the first place in the cruel cook, going on to the doctors, and then the 7 little ones, death of her husband, the children's leaving her, and all the years of misery that led up to Lenny. But to have a proper cry over all these things would take a long time. All the same, the time for it had come. She must do it. She couldn't put it off any longer. She couldn't wait any more. Where could she go? She has had a hard life, has Ma Parker. Yes, a hard life indeed. Her chin began to tremble. There was no time to lose. But where? Where? She couldn't go home. Ethel was there. It would frighten Ethel out of her life. She couldn't sit on a bench anywhere. People would come asking her questions. She couldn't possibly go back to the gentleman's flat. She had no right to cry in strangers' houses. If she sat on some steps, a policeman would speak to her. Oh, wasn't there anywhere where she could hide and keep herself to herself and stay as long as she liked, not disturbing anybody and nobody worrying her? Wasn't there anywhere in the world where she could have a cry out, At last, Ma Parker stood looking up and down. The icy wind blew out her apron into a balloon. And now it began to rain. There was nowhere. The End of Life of Ma Parker by Catherine Mansfield. The Minor Canon by an anonymous author. Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Minor Canon, anonymous author. It was Monday, and in the afternoon, as I was walking along the high street of Marchbury, I was met by a distinguished-looking person whom I had observed at the services in the cathedral on the previous day. Now it chanced on that Sunday that I was singing the service. Properly speaking, it was not my turn, but as my brother minor canons were either away from Marchbury or ill in bed, I was the only one left to perform the necessary duty. The distinguished-looking person was a tall, big man with a round, fat face and small features. His eyes, his hair and moustache, his face was bare but for a small moustache, were quite black, and he had a very pleasant and genial expression. He wore a tall hat, set rather jauntily on his head, and he was dressed in black with a long frock coat buttoned across his chest and fitting him close to the body. As he came with a half saunter, half swagger along the street, I knew him again at once by his appearance, and as he came nearer, I saw from his manner that he was intending to stop and speak to me, for he slightly raised his hat and in a soft, melodious voice with a colonial twang, which was far from being disagreeable, and which, indeed, to my ear gave a certain additional interest to his remarks, he saluted me with, "Good day, sir." "Good day," I answered, with just a little reserve in my tone. "I hope, sir," he began, "you will excuse my stopping you in the street, but I wish to tell you how very much I enjoyed the music at your cathedral yesterday. I am an Australian, sir, and we have no such music in my country." "I suppose not," I said. "No, sir," he went on, "nothing nearly so fine. I am very fond of music, and as my business brought me in this direction, I thought I would stop at your city and make the opportunity of paying a visit to your grand cathedral. And I am delighted I came, so pleased indeed, and I should like to leave some memorial of my visit behind me. I should like, sir, to do something to your choir." "I am sure it is very kind of you," I replied. "Yes, I should certainly be glad if you could suggest to me something I might do in this way. As regards money, I may say that I have plenty of it. I am the owner of a most valuable property. My business relations extend throughout the world, and if I am as fortunate in the projects of the future as I have been in the past, I shall probably one day achieve the proud position of being the richest man in the world." I did not like to undertake myself the responsibility of advising or suggesting, so I simply said, "I cannot venture to say offhand what would be the most acceptable way of showing your great kindness and generosity, but I should certainly recommend you to put yourself in communication with the Dean." "Thank you, sir," said my Australian friend. "I will do so. And now, sir," he continued, "let me say how much I admire your voice. It is, without exception, the very finest and clearest voice I have ever heard." "Really," I answered, quite overcome with such unqualified praise. "Really, it's very good of you to say so." "Ah, but I feel it, my dear sir. I've been round the world from Sydney to Frisco, across the continent to America, they call it America, to New York City, then on to London, and tomorrow I shall leave your city to continue my travels. But in all my experience, I've never heard so grand a voice as your own." This, and a great deal more, he said in the same strain which modesty forbids me to reproduce. Now, I am not without some knowledge of the world outside the close of Marchbury Cathedral, and I could not listen to such a flattering tale without having my suspicions aroused. Who and what is this man? Thought I. I looked at him narrowly. At first, the thought flashed across me that he might be a swell mobsman, but no, his face was too good for that. Besides, no man with that huge frame, that personality so marked and so easily recognizable could be a swindler. He could not escape detection in a single hour. I dismissed the ungenerous thought. Perhaps he is rich, as he says. We do hear of munificent donations by benevolent milliners now and then. What if this Australian, attracted by the glories of the old cathedral, should now appear as Deus ex machina to re-endow the choir, or to found a musical professoriate in connection with the choir, appointing me the first occupant of the professorial chair? These thoughts flashed across my mind in the momentary pause of his fluent tongue. "As for yourself, sir," he began again, "I have something to propose which I trust may not prove unwelcome, but the public street is hardly a suitable place to discuss my proposal. May I call upon you this evening at your house in the Close? I know which it is, for I happened to see you go into it yesterday after the morning service." "I shall be very pleased to see you," I replied. "We are going out to dinner this evening, but I shall be at home and disengaged till about 7. "Thank you very much. Then I shall do myself the pleasure of calling upon you about 6 o'clock. Till then, farewell." A graceful wave of the hand, and my unknown friend had disappeared round the corner of the street. Now at last, I thought, something is going to happen in my uneventful life, something to break the monotony of existence. Of course, he must have inquired my name. He could get that from any of the cathedral vergers, and as he said, he had observed whereabouts in the Close I lived. What is he coming to see me for? I wondered. I spent the rest of the afternoon in making the wildest surmises. I was castle building in Spain at a furious rate. At one time, I imagined that this faithful son of the church, as he appeared to me, was going to build and endow a grand cathedral in Australia on condition that I should be appointed dean at a yearly stipend of, say, £10,000. Or perhaps, I said to myself, he will beg me to accept a sum of money. I never thought of it as less than £1,000, as a slight recognition of the tribute to my remarkable vocal ability. I took a long, lonely walk into the country to correct these ridiculous fancies and to steady my mind, and when I reached home and had refreshed myself with a quiet cup of afternoon tea, I felt I was morally and physically prepared for my interview with the opulent stranger. Punctually as the cathedral clock struck 6, there was a ring at the visitor's bell. In a moment or two, my unknown friend was shown into the drawing room, which he entered with the easy air of a man of the world. I noticed he was carrying a small black bag. "How do you do again, Mr. Dale?" he said, as though we were old acquaintances. "You see, I've come sharp to my time." "Yes," I answered, "and I'm pleased to see you. Do sit down." He sank into my best armchair and placed his bag on the floor beside him. "Since we met in the afternoon," he said, "I have written a letter to your dean expressing the great pleasure I felt in listening to your choir, and at the same time I enclosed a £5 note which I begged him to divide among the choir boys and men from Alexander Poulter, Esquire, of Poulter's Pills. You have of course heard of the world-renowned Poulter's Pills? I am Poulter." Poulter of Poulter's Pills. My heart sank within me. A £5 note. My airy castles were tottering. I also sent him a couple of hundred of my pamphlets, which I said I trusted he would be so kind to distribute in the Close. I was aghast. "And now, with regard to the special object of my call, Mr. Dale, if you will allow me to say so, you are not making the most of that grand voice of yours. You are hidden under an ecclesiastical bushel here, lost to the world. You are wasting your vocal strength and sweetness on the desert air, so to speak. Why, if I may hazard a guess, I don't suppose you make 500 a year here at the outside?" I could say nothing. "Well, now I can put you into the way of making at least 3 or 4 times as much as that. Listen, I am Alexander Poulter of Poulter's Pills. I have a proposal to make to you. The scheme is bound to succeed, but I want your help. Accept my proposal and your fortune's made." "Did you ever hear Moody and Sankey?" he asked abruptly. The man is an idiot, thought I. He is now fairly carried away with this particular mania. Will it last long? Shall I ring? "Novelty, my dear sir," he went on, "is a rule of the day. And there must be novelty in advertising, as in everything else, to catch the public interest. So I intend to go on a tour lecturing on the merits of Poulter's Pills in all the principal halls of all the principal towns all over the world. But I have been delayed in carrying out my idea till I could associate myself with a gentleman such as yourself. Will you join me? I should be the Moody of the tour. You shall be its Sankey. I would speak my patter, and you would intersperse with my orations with melodious ballads bearing upon the virtues of Poulter's Pills. The ballads are all ready." So saying, he opened that bag and drew forth from its recesses nothing more alarming than a thick roll of manuscript music. "The verses are my own," he said, with a little touch of pride. "And as for the music, I thought it better to make use of popular melodies, so as to enable an audience to join in the chorus. See, here is one of the ballads. 'Darling, I am better now.' It describes the woes of a fond lover or rather his physical ailments, until he went through a course of Polter. Here's another. I am 95. I am 95. You catch the drift of that? Of course, a healthy old age secured by taking Polter's pills. Ah, what's this? Little sister's last request. I fancy the idea of that is to beg the family never to be without Polter's pills. Here again. Then you'll remember me. I'm afraid that the title is not original. Never mind, the song is. And here is. But there are many more, and I won't detain you with them now. He saw, perhaps, I was getting impatient. Thank heaven, however, he was no escaped lunatic. I was safe. Mr. Polter, I said, I took you this afternoon for a disinterested and philanthropic milliner. You take me for something different from what I am. We have both made mistakes. In a word, it is impossible for me to accept your offer. Is that final? Asked Polter. Certainly, said I. Polter gathered his manuscripts together and replaced them in the bag and got up to leave the room. Good evening, Mr. Dale, he said mournfully as I opened the door of the room. Good evening. He kept on talking till he was fairly out of the house. Mark my words, you'll be sorry, very sorry one day that you did not fall in with my scheme. Offers like mine don't come every day, and you will one day regret having refused it. With these words, he left the house. I had little appetite for my dinner that evening. The End of the Minor Canon by anonymous author.
Miss Webster's Dream by Morton Armstrong. Short Story Collection 102. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. Miss Webster's Dream. One was attracted to poor Miss Webster, not so much by what she was, as by what she was meant to be. What she was, always just failing to be, and it struck me now that her attitude, as we sat together on the terrace of the hotel overlooking a huge expanse of blue Mediterranean, was typical of the failure that she was, for she sat with her head drooped a little to one side in an attitude of one who has been crying, and her hands lay empty on her lap. Yes, that was the impression. Her hands were not merely resting, they were empty, as if, I said to myself, the cup of life had been snatched from them. It was not that Miss Webster had no interests. She had many. Music, painting, embroidery, architecture. In all these things she was interested in her dry, prim way. She even did a little harmless sketching herself. But when she spoke of these hobbies, one was aware of something cold and impersonal. One might almost say something tasteless in her appreciation, as though the salt of life had been left out of it. And indeed, it seemed, in other respects, as if life did not interest her. For of people, animals, flowers, the open, physical out-of-doors, she seldom spoke. I tried to picture Miss Webster in love, Miss Webster bathing in the Mediterranean, even Miss Webster dancing a pas seul. It could not be done. The impulse which instigates such things had, one felt, had been dried out of her. My thoughts turned inevitably to old Mrs. Webster. She had not left her room all day, and I found myself wondering if Miss Webster's lot was perhaps a little happier on such days, when she had at least a few small intervals of respite, even though the continual running to and fro from her mother's room was more tiring than simply talking or reading to her on the terrace. And suddenly I felt angry with the domineering, selfish old invalid who had reduced Miss Webster to what she was. If only old Mrs. Webster would die, I thought, perhaps even yet Miss Webster might regain her lost humanity. And then I went on to wonder if Miss Webster never wished, if only involuntarily, in her heart of hearts, that old Mrs. Webster would die. I almost hoped she did. At least, I decided grimly, it would be a sign of grace, a sign that her smothered personality was still alive, and I longed to have a glimpse into the mind of the poor, thwarted creature. As if in answer to my wish, Miss Webster just then looked up, caught my eye, and glanced timidly aside. "I had such a curious dream last night," she began in her faded voice, "and so vivid that when I woke I could have sketched the scene of it in every detail. I dreamt that I was mounting a wide stone stair leading to sort of an open loggia. You know Florence? The Bargello? Well, it was something like the stair and the Bargello. When I reached the top, I saw in an alcove to the right a nun seated at a table on which was an illuminated manuscript. I knew somehow that she was the Mother Superior, but I paid no more attention to her because there was a little Gothic door on my left which attracted me. It was ajar, so I pushed it open and went in. I found myself in a low stone-vaulted room with beautiful stained-glass windows. On stools and tables and chairs lay a great profusion of illuminated manuscripts, the most lovely things you ever saw, and I went from one to the other. I felt that illuminating was what I had always wanted to do. A large black crucifix, which rather frightened me, hung between the windows, and the walls were covered with tapestries, each an intricate web of lovely flower designs, so minute, so perfect, that I could see them still. Among the other furniture I noticed a black cabinet full of little drawers. I went over to it and pulled out a drawer. It was full of butterflies, carefully arranged and labeled, and as I opened drawer after drawer I found that they all contained those butterflies. Gorgeous, unknown kinds, more beautiful than any I'd ever seen. "But how sad, Miss Webster," I said. "Sad?" said Miss Webster. "Why sad?" "Why, because your butterflies were all dead, and your flowers all woven flowers, and your room low and stone-vaulted. I wish they had been living butterflies, fluttering among real flowers in a sunny garden." Miss Webster laughed her timid laugh. "How absurd you are," she said. "What difference can it make? It was only a dream." Well, I looked at the butterflies for a long time, and at the illuminated manuscripts too, and then I saw a door which I had not previously noticed near the window. I tried it. It was open. It was so low that I had to stoop as I went through it. Inside was a chapel, and there was an altar at the far end of it, and on the floor in front of the altar lay, what do you think? A stuffed bird of paradise? I said, "No, an open coffin with the young monk in it." "Oh, my dear Miss Webster," I exclaimed, "but how awful!" "No," said Miss Webster, "it wasn't so very awful, you see, because he was alive." "Alive, Miss Webster? And what did he look like?" "I don't know," said Miss Webster. "I couldn't see because his face was turned away from me." "Then how do you know he was young?" "You keep speaking as though the thing were real." "I know because, I just knew as one does in dreams. After that I returned into the larger room." "Leaving your young man?" "Leaving the monk, and crossing into the larger room I came out again onto the loggia." "Where your mother was?" "My mother? You mean the Mother Superior?" "To be sure, the Mother Superior." "Yes, and the Mother Superior was still there in the alcove, and I thought that I would go see what she was illuminating, but when I got near I saw it really was rather dreadful this time." "You saw that she was signing death warrants?" "You keep interrupting," said Miss Webster. "No, of course I didn't. I saw that the foot which showed under her robe was a skeleton foot, and when I looked into her face it was the face of a skull." "And you woke up terrified?" "No, I was not terrified somehow. On the contrary, I was delighted, and I clapped my hands and shouted out loud, then all this belongs to me, including the young man, the monk. No, by that time I'd forgotten the monk. And then I woke up. Isn't it curious what things one dreams of? Very curious, Miss Webster. But I am sorry you forgot the young man. End of Miss Webster's dream.
My House Shall Be Called the House of Prayer by William Hope Hodgson. Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. An incident in the life of Father Johnson, Roman Catholic priest. And the great deep of life. Father Johnson's Irish village is not Irish. For some unknown reason it is polyglot. They are, as one might say, a most extraordinary family. I took my friend, James Pelple, down with me for an afternoon's jaunt to give the priest a call in his new house, for he had moved since I last saw him. Pelple knew of Father Johnson by hearsay, and disapproved strongly. There is no other word to describe his feelings. A good man, yes, he would remark. But if all you tell me and half of what I hear from others is true, he is much too lax. His ritual— I've never been to his place, I interrupted. I know him only as the man. As a man, I love him, as you know. As a priest, I admire him. Concerning his ritual, I know nothing. I don't believe he is the man to be unduly lax on vital points. Just so, said Pelple. I know nothing, but I've heard some very peculiar things. I smiled to myself. Certainly Father Johnson has some unusual ways. I have seen him, for instance, when we have been alone, forget to say his grace until, maybe, he had eaten one dish. Then, remembering, he would touch his fingers together and say, "Bless this food to me," glancing at the empty dish. "And I thank thee for it," looking at the full one in front. Then, remembering the dish yet on the stove, "And that too, Lord," and direct the Lord's attention to the same by a backward nod of his head, afterwards resuming his eating and talking in the most natural fashion. "I've heard that he allows his church to be used for some very extraordinary purposes," continued Pelple. "I cannot, of course, credit some of the things I hear, but I have been assured that the women take their knitting into the church on weekday evenings, whilst the men assemble there, as to a kind of rendezvous, where village topics are allowed. I consider it most improper, don't you?" But I found it difficult to criticize Father Johnson. I was frankly an admirer, as I am today. So I held my peace, assisted by an elusive movement of the head that might have been either a nod or a negative. When we reached the village and asked for the priest's new house, 3 men of the place escorted us there in state, as to the house of a chieftain. Reaching it, 2 of them pointed to him through the window where he sat at a table, smoking after his early tea. The 3rd man would have accompanied us in, but I told him that I wanted to see the priest alone, whereupon they all went happily. To have need to see the priest alone was a need that each and all understood as part of their daily lives. I lifted the latch, and we passed in, as all are welcome to do at any hour of the day or night. The door of his house opened into a short half-passage, and I could see direct into his little room, out of which went the small scullery kitchen. As we entered, I heard Sally, his servant wench, washing dishes in the little scullery, and just then Father Johnson called out to her, "Sally, I'll make a bet wi' ye." In the scullery I heard a swift rustling and a subdued chatter, and knew that Sally, having heard that preliminary often before, was stealthily removing the handles of the knives from the boiling water. Then her reply. "Did your reference speak?" "I did, Sally, Colleen," said the priest's voice. "I'll make a bet for ye, Sally. You've the handles of them knives over hilt in the hot water, eh, Sally?" And then Sally's voice triumphant. "You're wrong, your reference. Them knives is on the dresser." "Aye, Sally," said Father Johnson. "But were they not in the hot water when I spoke first?" "They was, your reference," said Sally in a shamed voice, just as she had been making the same confession for the past 7 years. And then the priest had a little fit of happy, almost silent laughter, puffing out great clouds of smoke, in the midst of which we walked in on him. After our greetings, which the priest had met with that strange magnetism of heartiness that had left even the critical Pelpel less disapproving, we were set down to a tea, which we simply had to eat, the priest waiting on us himself, and making the little meal go, as you might say, with the abundance of his energy and humour, telling 100 quaint tales and jests of the countryside, with his brogue making points of laughter where more formal speech would have left us dull and untouched. The meal over, the priest suggested that we might like to accompany him down to his chapel and see whether things were "kapin happy," as he phrased it. As you may suppose, we were quite eager to accept his invitation, for as I have made clear already, I have never been down to his place before, and I had heard many things, even as had Pelpel, about his chapel and his methods. We had not far to go. On the way, Father Johnson pointed with his thumb to a little stone-built cabin, very small and crude, which I learned was rented by a certain old Thomas Cardallan, who was not an Irishman. "Tam's wife died last week," said the priest quietly. "He is to be evicted tomorrow, as ever is, if he cannot find the rent." I put my hand into my pocket with a half involuntary movement, but he shook his head as much as to say no good could be done that way. This was all, and we were past the small hovel in a minute, but I found myself looking back with a sudden new curiosity at the little rough-built living place that before had been only one poor hut among many, yet was now instinct to me with a history of its own, so that it stood out in my memory from the others that were here and there about as something indicative of the life, hope, and striving of 2 poor humans. I put it badly, I know, but it was just such a jumble of vague thoughts and emotions as these that stirred in my mind. I had reason afterwards to have further memory of the cottage and its one-time occupants. We reached the chapel very soon, but when we entered I stood for a moment in astonishment, looking up the single aisle of the long whitewashed room. There was not much noise, for, as I discovered, reverence and the sense of place held power all the time. Moreover, they were Father Johnson's people. I looked at my friend, smiling, I fear. "Even worse than rumour foretold," I suggested in a low voice. But he made no reply, for he appeared to me to be stifled by the excess of his astonished disapproval. The priest was a few paces before us, where we had made our involuntary pause in the doorway, and he, too, came to a stand and looked at the scene unobserved. You will understand that there was cause for my astonishment, and even as many will agree with the strong disapprobation of which my friend was feeling when I tell you, there was an auction in progress within the house. For within the doorway to the left was a pile of household goods, evidently from the cottage of one of the very poor. In front of the little heap was an old man, and round him, in a semicircle, stood a number of the villagers, listening intently to the old man's extolling of each article of his household gear, which he was putting up for sale. "My house shall be called," I quoted softly and involuntarily, but less with any blame in my heart than a great wonder, salted by a vague shockedness. The priest, still standing a little before me, caught my half-unconscious quotation, but he only said, "Hush!" so gently that I felt suddenly ashamed, as if I were a child fumbling with the garments of life, which the priest had worn upon his shoulders all the long years. For maybe the half of a minute longer we stood staring at the scene, Father Johnson still a few paces before us into the chapel. "Tam Cardallan," he explained presently over his shoulder. "If he sold outside, the officers would confiscate. I showed ye the house of him as we passed." He beckoned us to join the group of villagers round the pitiful pile of household goods, which we did, whilst he went on up the chapel, speaking a word here and there to the many who were gathered together in companionship for the quiet hour that preceded the evening rosary. Some were praying, a few were sitting quietly in restful isolation from the world of reality. Many of the women, I noticed, were knitting, or sitting making butter in small glass jars, which they shook constantly in their hands. The whole scene in the soft evening light that came through the long narrow windows, giving me an extraordinary sense of restfulness and natural humanity. I turned presently from my viewing of the general chapel to the particular corner where I stood upon the skirt of the little group around the old man. I began to catch the drift of his remarks, uttered in a low tone, and found myself edging nearer to hear more plainly. I gathered, as the priest had told us, that he had just lost his wife after a long illness, which had run them hopelessly into debt. Indeed, as you know, the eviction from the little hovel was arranged for the morrow, if the old man could not find the small sum which would make it possible for him to stay in the old cottage where he had evidently spent many very happy years. "This here," the old man was saying, holding up a worn saucepan, "where one as my missus has cooked a power of spuds in." He stopped and turned half from us a moment, with a queer little awkward gesture, as if looking round for something that he knew subconsciously he was not in search of. I believe in reality the movement was prompted by an unrealized desire to avert his face momentarily, which had begun to work as a memory stirred in him. He faced round again. She were great on chips in batter, she were. Me and her used to have 'em every Sunday night as ever was. Like as they was good to sleep on, so she said, and I guess they was all cooked in this here old pan." He finished his curious eulogy rather lamely, and pulled out his old red handkerchief. After he had blown his nose and furtively wiped his eyes, he used the handkerchief to polish the interior and exterior of the pan, after which he held it up once more to the view of the silent and sympathetic crowd. "What'll you give for it?" he asked, looking round anxiously at the many faces. "Sixpence," said a low voice, and the old man, after a quick glance round the crowd, said, "It's yours, Mrs. Mike Callan," and handed it across to the woman in the front of the crowd. The money was paid into his hand in coppers, as I could tell by the chink. I looked towards the purchaser, feeling that I should like to buy back the saucepan and return it to the old man. This way I saw Father Johnson moving here and there through the little crowd, with a calico bag in his hand. From this, in a surreptitious manner, he drew something constantly, which I conceived by the faint chinking to be money, and distributed it to a man here and a woman there among the onlookers, accompanying each act with a few whispered words. I understood much and guessed the rest. It was obvious that the people had little money to spare, for both their clothes and their little huts all told of an utter poverty. This poverty Father Johnson was remedying for the occasion, and his whispered words were probably hints concerning the articles for which to bid, and the amount to be bid for each. This, of course, is only a guess, but I believe I am correct in the main. Once I bid for a little old crock, offering double or treble its original value, but the old man took not the slightest notice, and continued to offer the article to bids that counted pence to the shillings of my offer. I was astonished, and began to see newly, if I may put it that way. The man next to me bid 5p, then turned and put up his finger, shaking his head in a friendly fashion, but warningly. Evidently I was to be allowed no part in this function of neighbourly help, which was obviously ordered by rules of which I lacked a fundamental knowledge. A woman near me made things somewhat clearer. She bent mywards and whispered, "He'd not take it back from you, sir, nor the price you offered, neither. He's got an independent heart, he has, sir. Poor old man." So the things were going to be given back after all. I wondered how they would arrange the returning. It was evident that he had no conceiving of the intentions of his neighbours, for the emotion of distress was too plainly writ in his face with each familiar article that he auctioned. I learned afterwards that he was detained in chapel by Father Johnson for a few words, during which the household gear was replaced in his cottage. When everything else had been sold, there remained only a poor bundle of something done up in a faded shawl. It was as if the old man had put off, to the very end, the selling of this. Now he got down clumsily onto his knees and began to undo the knots, fumbling stupidly and bending his head low over the bundle. He got the knots undone at last, and presently, after a little turning over of the few things in a way that I perceived to be more a dumb caressing than because he sought any particular article, he rose to his feet, holding an old worn skirt. "This here," he said slowly, "were my missus's best, and she were very special about it these here 30 year. I mind when she first wore it." His face lined a moment with emotion grotesquely. "She were that slim she had to put a tuck in the waistband. Not that it harmed it. She took particular care, and—" I lost the old man's low-voiced explanation at this point, for I was aware suddenly that Father Johnson was almost at my side. I glanced for an instant at him, but he was staring at the old man with the oddest expression on his face. I noticed subconsciously that he was clenching and unclenching his hands rapidly. Then the old man's quaver caught my ear again. "It's fine and good cloth, and them stain marks couldn't be helped. As she said it were the Lord's will, and she mustn't complain. This here one on the M were done 15 year back." Again my attention was distracted. I caught the sharp flip of a finger and thumb, and a man looked round and sidled out of the crowd up to Father Johnson, in obedience to his signal. "Stop it, Mike! Stop it this instant!" I heard the priest whisper, his brogue coming out strong because he was stirred. "Offer 10 bob for the lot, and stop it. 'Tis breaking the hearts of us." He handed the man some money, and Mike bid for the shawlful. But even then, it was horrible to see old Cardallan's fight before he could relinquish the garments to the buyer. The sale was over. The latter part of it had been attended by an ever-increasing audience, from those who at first had been content to sit and talk and rest quietly on the benches, and who, coming from the outlying districts, were not intimate neighbours of old Tom. As they broke up to return to their seats, I saw 1 or 2 women crying openly. James Pelpel and I stayed for the service of the Rosary in all reverence, though of another persuasion. Afterwards, as we stood in the doorway waiting for Father Johnson, I looked across at him. "Well," I queried, "a den of thieves?" But Pelpel, the stickler, shook his head. "A wonderful man," he said. "A wonderful man. I should like to know him better." I laughed outright. "So you've come under the banner too," I said. "I wondered whether you would." And just then Father Johnson joined us in his cassock, and we began our return journey to his house. On the way we passed the door of Cardallan's cottage, the upper half of which was open. The priest looked in with a cheery word, and we joined him. The old man was standing in the centre of his hard-beaten mud floor, staring round in a stunned, incredulous fashion at all his restored household goods. He looked half vacantly at Father Johnson, the tears running slowly down his wrinkled face. In his right hand he held the little bundle, knotted round with the faded shawl. The priest stretched a hand over the half-door and blessed old Tom Cardallan in the loveliest, homeliest way that stirred me, I admit frankly, to the very depths. Then he turned away, and we resumed our walk, leaving the old man to his tears, which I am convinced were signs in part at least of a gentle happiness. "He would not take the money from us," said the priest later, "but do you think the heart of him would let him send back the gear?" I looked across at Pelpel and smiled to his nod, for I knew that his last vague questioning was answered. The end of My House Shall Be Called the House of Prayer. Recording by Andy Sames. On the Bridge by William Hope Hodgson. Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. On the Bridge by William Hope Hodgson. The 8 to 12 watch, and ice was in sight at nightfall. In memory of April 14th, 1912. Latitude 41 degrees 16 minutes north. Longitude 50 degrees 14 minutes west. 2 bells has just gone. It is 9 o'clock. You walk to windward and sniff anxiously. Yes, there it is, unmistakably, the never-to-be-forgotten smell of ice, a smell as indescribable as it is unmistakable. You stare fiercely anxious, almost incredibly anxious, to windward, and sniff again and again, and you never cease to peer until the very eyeballs ache, and you curse almost insanely because some door has been opened and lets out a shaft of futile and dangerous light across the gloom, through which the great ship is striding across the miles. For the least show of light about the deck blinds the officer of the watch temporarily and makes the darkness of the night a double curtain of gloom, threatening hatefully. You curse and phone angrily for a steward to go along and have the door shut or the window covered, as the case may be. Then, once again, to the dreadful strain of watching. Just try to take it all in. You are perhaps only a young man of 26 or 28, and you are in sole charge of that great bulk of life and wealth thundering across the miles. 1 hour of your watch has gone, and there are 3 to come, and already you are feeling the strain. And reason enough, too, for though the bridge telegraph pointer stands half speed, you know perfectly well that the engine room has its private orders, and speed is not cut down at all. And all around, to windward and to leeward, you can see the gloom pierced dimly in this place and that, everlastingly, by the bursts of phosphorescence from breaking sea crests. Thousands and tens of thousands of times you see this, ahead and upon either beam, and you sniff and try to distinguish between the coldness of the half-gale and the peculiar and what I might term the personal, brutal, ugly chill of death that comes stealing down to you through the night as you pass some ice-hill in the darkness. And then those countless bursts of dull phosphorescence that break out eternally from the chaos of the unseen waters about you become suddenly things of threatening that frighten you, for any one of them may mean broken water about the unseen shore of some hidden island of ice in the night, some half-submerged, inert, insensate monster of ice, lurking under the wash of the seas, trying to steal unperceived athwart your hawse. You raise your hand instinctively in the darkness, and the cry, "Hard a starboard," literally trembles on your lips. And then you are saved from making an over-anxious spectacle of yourself, for you see now that the particular burst of phosphorescence that had seemed so pregnant of ice is nothing more than any one of the 10,000 other bursts of sea light that come and go among the great moundings of the sea foam in the surrounding night. And yet there is that infernal ice smell again, and the chill that I have called the chill of death is stealing in again upon you from some unknown quarter of the night. You send word forward to the lookouts and to the man in the nest, and redouble your own care of the 1,000 humans that sleep so trustfully in their bunks beneath your feet, trusting you, a young man, with their lives, with everything. They and the great ship that strides so splendid and blind through the night and the dangers of the night are all, as it were, in the hollow of your hand. A moment of inattention, and 1,000 deaths upon the head of your father's son. Do you wonder that you watch, with your very heart seeming to dry with anxiety on such a night as this? 4 bells, 5 bells, 6 bells, and now there is only an hour to go. Yet already you have nearly given the signal 3 times to the quartermaster to port, or starboard, as the case may be. But each time the conjured terror of the night, the dree suggestive foam lights, the infernal ice smell, and the chill of death have proved to be no true prophets of disaster in your track. 7 bells. My God! Even as the sweet silver sounds wander fore and aft into the night, and are engulfed by the gale, you see something close upon the starboard bow, a boil of phosphorescent lights over some low-lying sea-buried thing in the darkness. Your night glasses are glaring at it, and then, even before the various lookouts can make their reports, you know. My God! Your spirit is crying inside you, my God! But your human voice is roaring words that hold life and death for 1,000 sleeping souls. Hard a starboard! Hard a starboard! The man in the wheelhouse leaps at your cry, at the fierce intensity of it, and then, with a momentary loss of nerve, whirls the wheel the wrong way. You make one jump and are into the wheelhouse. The glass is tinkling all about you, and you do not know in that instant that you are carrying the frame of the shattered wheelhouse door upon your shoulders. Your fist takes the frightened helmsman under the jaw, and your free hand grips the spokes and dashes the wheel round toward you, the engine roaring away in its appointed place. Your junior has already flown to his post at the telegraph, and the engine-room is answering the order you have flung at him as you leapt for the wheelhouse. But you, why, you are staring half-mad through the night, watching the monster bows swing to port against the mighty background of the night. The seconds are the beats of eternity in that brief, tremendous time. And then aloud to the wind and the night you mutter, "Thank God!" For she has swung clear, and below you the thousands of sleepers go on. A fresh quartermaster has come aft, to use the old term, to relieve the other, and you stagger out of the wheelhouse, becoming conscious of the inconvenience of the broken wood around you. Someone, several people, are assisting you to divest yourself of the framework of the door, and your junior has a queer little air of respect for you that somehow the darkness is not capable of hiding. You go back to your post then, but perhaps you feel a little sick, despite a certain happy elation that stimulates you. 8 bells, and your brother officer comes up to relieve you. The usual formula is gone through, and you go down the bridge steps to the 1,000 sleeping ones. Next day 1,000 passengers play their games, and read their books, and talk their talks, and make their usual sweepstakes, and never even notice that one of the officers is a little weary-looking. The carpenter has replaced the door, and a certain quartermaster will stand no more at the wheel. For the rest, all goes on as usual, and no one ever knows. I mean, no one outside of official circles, unless an odd rumour leaks out through the stewards. And a certain man has no deaths to the name of his father's son, and the 1,000 never know. Think of it, you people who go down to the sea in floating palaces of steel and electric light, and let your benedictions fall silently upon the quiet, grave, neatly uniformed man in blue upon the bridge. You have trusted him unthinkingly with your lives, and not once in 10,000 times has he ever failed you. Do you understand better now? The end of On the Bridge by William Hope Hodgson. Recording by Andy Sames.
On the Sea by Ivan Turgenev. Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. On the Sea. I was going from Hamburg to London in a small steamer. We were 2 passengers, I and the little female monkey, who a Hamburg merchant was sending as a present to his English partner. She was fastened by a light chain to one of the seats on deck, and was moving restlessly and whining in a little plaintive pipe like a bird's. Every time I passed by her, she stretched out her little black gold hand, and peeped up at me out of her little mournful, almost human eyes. I took her hand, and she ceased whining and moving restlessly about. There was a dead calm. The sea stretched on all sides like a motionless sheet of leaden colour. It seemed narrowed and small. A thick fog overhung it, hiding the very mast-tops in cloud, and dazing and wearying the eyes with its soft obscurity. Sun hung, a dull red blur in this obscurity, but before evening it glowed with strange, mysterious, lurid light. Long straight folds, like the folds in some heavy silken stuff, passed one after another over the sea from the ship's prow, and broadening as they passed, and wrinkling and widening, were smoothed out again with a shake, and vanished. The foam flew up, churned by the tediously thudding wheels. White as milk, with a faint hiss it broke up into serpentine eddies, and then melted together again and vanished too, swallowed up by the mist. Persistent and plaintive as the monkey's whine rang the small bell at the stern. From time to time a porpoise swam up, and with a sudden roll disappeared below the scarcely ruffled surface. and the captain, a silent man with a gloomy sunburnt face, smoked a short pipe and angrily spat into the dull, stagnant sea. To all my inquiries he responded by a disconnected grumble. I was obliged to turn to my sole companion, the monkey. I sat down beside her. She ceased whining and again held out her hand to me. The clinging fog oppressed us both with its drowsy dampness, and buried in the same unconscious dreaminess, we sat side by side like brother and sister. I smile now, but then I had another feeling. We are all children of one mother, and I was glad that the poor little beast was soothed and nestled so confidingly up to me as to a brother. November 1879. End of On the Sea. Read by Claudia Caldi.
The Box of Robbers by L. Frank Baum, Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. No one intended to leave Martha alone that afternoon, but it happened that everyone was called away for one reason or another. Mrs. McFarland was attending the weekly card party held by the Women's Anti-Gambling League. Sister Nell's young man had called quite unexpectedly to take her for a long drive. Papa was at the office, as usual. It was Mary Ann's day out. As for Emmeline, she certainly should have stayed in the house and looked after the little girl, but Emmeline had a restless nature. "Would you mind, miss, if I just crossed the alley to speak a word to Mrs. Carleton's girl?" she asked Martha. "Course not," replied the child. "You'd better lock the back door, though, and take the key, for I shall be upstairs." "Oh, I'll do that, of course, miss," said the delighted maid, and ran away to spend the afternoon with her friend, leaving Martha quite alone in the big house, and locked in into the bargain. The little girl read a few pages in her new book, sewed a few stitches in her embroidery, and started to play visiting with her 4 favorite dolls. Then she remembered that in the attic was a doll's playhouse that hadn't been used for months, so she decided she'd dust it and put it in order. Filled with this idea, the girl climbed the winding stairs to the big room under the roof. It was well lighted by 3 dormer windows and was warm and pleasant. Around the walls were rows of boxes and trunks, piles of old carpeting, pieces of damaged furniture, bundles of discarded clothing, and other odds and ends of more or less value. Every well-regulated house has an attic of this sort, so I need not describe it. The doll's house had been moved, but after a search, Martha found it away over in a corner near the big chimney. She drew it out and noticed that behind it was a black wooden chest, which Uncle Walter had sent over from Italy years and years ago, before Martha was born, in fact. Mama had told her about it one day, how there was no key to it, because Uncle Walter wished it to remain unopened until he returned home, and how this wandering uncle, who was a mighty hunter, had gone into Africa to hunt elephants and had never been heard from afterwards. The little girl looked at the chest curiously, now that it had, by accident, attracted her attention. It was quite big, bigger even than Mama's traveling trunk, and was studded all over with tarnished brass-headed nails. It was heavy, too, for when Martha tried to lift one end of it, she found she could not stir it a bit. But there was a place in the side of the cover for a key. She stooped to examine the lock and saw that it would take a rather big key to open it. Then, as you may suspect, the little girl longed to open Uncle Walter's big box and see what was in it. For we are all curious, and little girls are just as curious as the rest of us. I don't believe Uncle Walter will ever come back, she thought. Papa said once that some elephant must have killed him. If only I had a key. She stopped and clapped her little hands together gaily as she remembered a big basket of keys on the shelf in the linen closet. They were of all sorts and sizes. Perhaps one of them would unlock the mysterious chest. She flew down the stairs, found the basket, and returned with it to the attic. Then she sat down before the brass-studded box and began trying one key after another in the curious old lock. Some were too large, but most were too small. One would go into the lock but would not turn. Another stuck so fast that she feared for a time that she would never get it out again. But at last, when the basket was almost empty, an oddly shaped ancient brass key slipped easily into the lock. With a cry of joy, Martha turned the key with both hands, and then she heard a sharp click, and the next moment the heavy lid flew up of its own accord. The little girl leaned over the edge of the chest an instant, and the sight that met her eyes caused her to start back in amazement. Slowly and carefully, a man unpacked himself from the chest, stepped out upon the floor, stretched his limbs, and then took off his hat and bowed politely to the astonished child. He was tall and thin, and his face seemed badly tanned or sunburnt. Then another man emerged from the chest, yawning and rubbing his eyes like a sleepy schoolboy. He was of middle size, and his skin seemed as badly tanned as that of the first. While Martha stared open-mouthed at the remarkable sight, a third man crawled from the chest. He had the same complexion as his fellows, but was short and fat. All three were dressed in a curious manner. They wore short jackets of red velvet braided with gold, and knee breeches of sky-blue satin with silver buttons. Over their stockings were laced wide ribbons of red and yellow and blue, while their hats had broad brims with high-peaked crowns, from which fluttered yards of bright-colored ribbons. They had big gold rings in their ears and rows of knives and pistols in their belts. Their eyes were black and glittering, and they wore long, fierce mustaches, curling at the ends like a pig's tail. "My, but you were heavy!" exclaimed the fat one, when he had pulled down his velvet jacket and brushed the dust from his sky-blue breeches. "And you squeezed me all out of shape." "It was unavoidable, Luigi," responded the thin man lightly. "The lid of the chest pressed me down upon you. Yet I tender you my regrets." "As for me," said the middle-sized man, carelessly rolling a cigarette and lighting it, "you must acknowledge I have been your nearest friend for years, so do not be disagreeable." "You mustn't smoke in the attic," said Martha, recovering herself at the sight of the cigarette. "You might set the house on fire." The middle-sized man, who had not noticed her before, at this speech turned to the girl and bowed. "Since a lady requests it," said he, "I shall abandon my cigarette." And he threw it on the floor and extinguished it with his foot. "Who are you?" asked Martha, who until now had been too astonished to be frightened. "Permit us to introduce ourselves," said the thin man, flourishing his hat gracefully. "This is Luigi," the fat man nodded, "and this is Benny," the middle-sized man bowed, "and I am Victor. We are 3 bandits. Italian bandits. Bandits, cried Martha, with a look of horror. Exactly. Perhaps in all the world there are not 3 other bandits so terrible and fierce as ourselves, said Victor proudly. 'Tis so, said the fat man, nodding gravely. But it's wicked, exclaimed Martha. Yes, indeed, replied Victor. We are extremely and tremendously wicked. Perhaps in all the world you could not find 3 men more wicked than those who now stand before you. 'Tis so, said the fat man approvingly. But you shouldn't be so wicked, said the girl. It's naughty. Victor cast down his eyes and blushed. Naughty? Gasped Benny with a horrified look. 'Tis a hard word, said Luigi sadly, and buried his face in his hands. I little thought, murmured Victor in a voice broken by emotion, ever to be so reviled, and by a lady. Yet perhaps you spoke thoughtlessly. You must consider, miss, that our wickedness has an excuse. For how are we to be bandits, let me ask, unless we are wicked? Martha was puzzled and shook her head thoughtfully. Then she remembered something. You can't remain bandits any longer, said she, because you are now in America. America, cried the 3 together. Certainly. You are on Prairie Avenue in Chicago. Uncle Walter sent you here from Italy in this chest. The bandits seemed greatly bewildered by this announcement. Luigi sat down on an old chair with a broken rocker and wiped his forehead with a yellow silk handkerchief. Benny and Victor fell back upon the chest and looked at her with pale faces and staring eyes. When he had somewhat recovered himself, Victor spoke. Your Uncle Walter has greatly wronged us, he said reproachfully. He has taken from us our beloved Italy, where bandits are highly respected, and brought us to a strange country where we shall not know whom to rob or how much to ask for a ransom. 'Tis so, said the fat man, slapping his leg sharply. And we had won such fine reputations in Italy, said Benny regretfully. Perhaps Uncle Walter wanted to reform you, suggested Martha. Are there then no bandits in Chicago? Asked Victor. Well, replied the girl, blushing in her turn, we do not call them bandits. Then what shall we do for a living? Inquired Benny despairingly. A great deal can be done in a big American city, said the child. My father is a lawyer. The bandit shuddered. And my mother's cousin is a police inspector. Ah, said Victor, that's a good employment. The police need to be inspected, especially in Italy. Everywhere, added Benny. Then you could do other things, continued Martha encouragingly. You could be motormen on trolley cars, or clerks in a department store. Some people even become aldermen to earn a living. The bandits shook their heads sadly. We are not fitted for such work, said Victor. Our business is to rob. Martha tried to think. It's rather hard to get positions in the gas office, she said, but you might become politicians. No, cried Benny with sudden fierceness. We must not abandon our high calling. Bandits we have always been, and bandits we must remain. 'Tis so, agreed the fat man. Even in Chicago there must be people to rob, remarked Victor with cheerfulness. Martha was distressed. I think they have all been robbed, she objected. Then we can rob the robbers, for we have experience and talent beyond the ordinary, said Benny. Oh dear, moaned the girl. Why did Uncle Walter ever send you here in this chest? The bandits became interested. That is what we should like to know, declared Victor eagerly. But no one ever will know, for Uncle Walter was lost while hunting elephants in Africa, she continued with conviction. Then we must accept our fate and rob to the best of our ability, said Victor. So long as we are faithful to our beloved profession, we need not be ashamed. 'Tis so, cried the fat man. Brothers, we will begin now. Let us rob the house we are in. Good, shouted the others, and sprang to their feet. Benny turned threateningly upon the child. Remain here, he commanded. If you stir one step, your blood will be on your own head. Then he added in a gentler voice, Don't be afraid. That's just the way all bandits talk to their captives. But, of course, we wouldn't hurt a young lady under any circumstances. Of course not, said Victor. The fat man drew a big knife from his belt and flourished it about his head. Splod! He ejaculated fiercely. Spananas! Cried Benny in a terrible voice. Confusion to our foes! Hissed Victor. And then the three bent themselves nearly double and crept stealthily down the stairway with cocked pistols in their hands and glittering knives between their teeth, leaving Martha trembling with fear and too horrified to even cry for help. How long she remained alone in the attic she never knew. But finally she heard the cat-like tread of the returning bandits and saw them coming up the stairs in single file. All bore heavy loads of plunder in their arms, and Luigi was balancing a mince pie on top of a pile of her mother's best evening dresses. Victor came next with an armful of bric-a-brac, a brass candelabra, and the parlor clock. Benny had the family Bible, the basket of silverware from the sideboard, a copper kettle, and Papa's fur overcoat. Oh, joy, said Victor, putting down his load. It is pleasant to rob once more. Oh, ecstasy, said Benny, but he let the kettle drop on his toe and immediately began dancing around in anguish while he muttered queer words in the Italian language. We have much wealth, continued Victor, holding the mince pie while Luigi added his spoils to the heap. And all from one house. This America must be a rich place. With a dagger, he then cut himself a piece of the pie and handed the remainder to his comrades. Whereupon, all three sat upon the floor and consumed the pie, while Martha looked on sadly. We should have a cave, remarked Benny, for we must store our plunder in a safe place. Can you tell us of a secret cave? He asked Martha. There's a mammoth cave, she answered, but it's in Kentucky. You would be obliged to ride on the cars a long time to get there. The three bandits looked thoughtful and munched their pies silently. But the next moment they were startled by the ringing of the electric doorbell, which was heard plainly even in the remote attic. What's that? Demanded Victor in a hoarse voice, as the three scrambled to their feet with drawn daggers. Martha ran to the window and saw it was only the postman, who had dropped a letter in the box and gone away again. But the incident gave her an idea of how to get rid of her troublesome bandits. So she began wringing her hands as if in great distress and cried out, It's the police! The robbers looked at one another with genuine alarm, and Luigi asked tremblingly, Are there many of them? 112, exclaimed Martha, after pretending to count them. Then we are lost, declared Benny, for we could never fight so many and live. Are they armed? Inquired Victor, who was shivering as if cold. Oh, yes, said she. They have guns and swords and pistols and axes and... And what? Demanded Luigi. And cannons. The three wicked ones groaned aloud, and Benny said in a hollow voice, I hope they will kill us quickly and not put us to the torture. I've been told these Americans are painted Indians who are bloodthirsty and terrible. 'Tis so, gasped the fat man with a shudder. Suddenly Martha turned from the window. You are my friends, are you not? She asked. We are devoted, answered Victor. We adore you, cried Benny. We would die for you, added Luigi, thinking he was about to die anyway. Then I will save you, said the girl. How? Asked the three with one voice. Get back into the chest, she said. I will then close the lid so they will be unable to find you. They looked around the room in a dazed and irresolute way, but she exclaimed, You must be quick! They will soon be here to arrest you! Then Luigi sprang into the chest and lay flat upon the bottom. Benny tumbled in next and packed himself in the backside. Victor followed after pausing to kiss her hand in a graceful manner. Then Martha ran up to press down the lid, but could not make it catch. You must squeeze down, she said to them. Luigi groaned. I'm doing my best, miss, said Victor, who was nearest the top. But although we fitted in very nicely before, the chest now seems rather small for us. 'Tis so, came the muffled voice of the fat man from the bottom. I know what takes up the room, said Benny. What? Inquired Victor anxiously. The pie, returned Benny. 'Tis so, came from the bottom in faint accents. Then Martha sat upon the lid and pressed it down with all her weight. To her great delight, the lock caught, and springing down, she exerted all her strength and turned the key. This story should teach us not to interfere in matters that do not concern us. For had Martha refrained from opening Uncle Walter's mysterious chest, she would not have been obliged to carry downstairs all the plunder the robbers had brought into the attic. End of The Box of Robbers, read by Mark Leader.
The Sisters by James Joyce, the 1904 version. Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Sisters by James Joyce. 3 nights in succession, I had found myself in Great Britain Street at that hour, as if by providence. 3 nights also I had raised my eyes to that lighted square of window, and speculated. I seemed to understand that it would occur at night. But in spite of the providence that had led my feet, and in spite of the reverent curiosity of my eyes, I had discovered nothing. Each night the square was lighted in the same way, faintly and evenly. It was not the light of candles, so far as I could see. Therefore it had not yet occurred. On the 4th night at that hour I was in another part of the city. It may have been the same providence that led me there, a whimsical kind of providence to take me at a disadvantage. As I went home I wondered, was that square of window lighted as before, or did it reveal the ceremonious candles in whose light the Christian must take his last sleep? I was not surprised, then, when at supper I found myself a prophet. Old Cotter and my uncle were talking at the fire, smoking. Old Cotter is the old distiller who owns the batch of prize setters. He used to be very interesting when I knew him first, talking about faints and worms. Now I find him tedious. While I was eating my stirabout, I heard him saying to my uncle, "Without a doubt, upper story." He tapped an unnecessary hand at his forehead. "Gone." "So they said. I never could see much of it. I thought he was saying enough." "So he was at times," said old Cotter. I sniffed the "was" apprehensively, and gulped down some stirabout. Is he better, Uncle John? He's dead. Oh, he's dead? Died a few hours ago. Who told you? Mr. Cotter here brought us the news. He was passing there. Yes, I just happened to be passing, and I noticed the window, you know. Do you think they will bring him to the chapel? Asked my aunt. Oh, no, ma'am, I wouldn't say so. Very unlikely, my uncle agreed. So old Cotter had got the better of me for all my vigilance at 3 nights. It is often annoying the way people will blunder on what you have elaborately planned for. I was sure he would die a night. The following morning after breakfast I went down to look at the little house in Great Britain Street. It was an unassuming shop registered under the vague name of drapery. The drapery was principally children's boots and umbrellas, and on ordinary days there used to be a notice hanging in the window, which said umbrellas recovered. There was no notice visible now, for the shop's blinds were drawn down, and a crape bouquet was tied to the knocker with white ribbons. 3 women of the people and a telegram boy were reading the card pinned on the crape. I also went over and read, July 2nd, 1890, blank. The Reverend James Flynn, formerly of St. Ida's Church, age 65 years, R.I.P. Only 65. He looked much older than that. I often saw him sitting at the fire in the close dark room behind the shop, nearly smothered in his great coat. He seemed to have almost stupefied himself with heat, and the gesture of his large trembling hand to his nostrils had grown automatic. My aunt, who is what they call good-hearted, never went into the shop without bringing him some high toast, and he used to take the packet of snuff from her hands, gravely inclining his head for sign of thanks. He used to sit in that stuffy room for the greater part of the day from early morning, while Nanny, who was almost stone deaf, read out the newspaper to him. His other sister, Eliza, used to mind the shop. These 2 old women used to look after him, feed him, and clothe him. The clothing was not difficult, for his ancient priestly clothes were quite green with age, and his dogskin slippers were everlasting. When he was tired of hearing the news, he used to rattle a snuff-box on the arm of his chair to avoid shouting at her, and then he used to make believe to read his prayer book. Make believe because when Eliza brought him a cup of soup from the kitchen, she had always to waken him. As I stood looking up at the crape and the card that bore his name, I could not realize that he was dead. He seemed like one who could go on living forever if he only wanted to. His life was so methodical and uneventful. I think he said more to me than to anyone else. He had an egoistic contempt for all womenfolk, and suffered all their services to him in polite silence. Of course, neither of his sisters were very intelligent. Nanny, for instance, had been reading out the newspaper to him every day for years. She could read tolerably well, and yet she always spoke of it as the Freeman's General. Perhaps he found me more intelligent, and honored me with words for that reason. Nothing, practically nothing, ever occurred to remind him of his former life. I mean, friends or visitors. And still he could remember every detail of it in his own fashion. He had studied at the college in Rome, and he taught me to speak Latin in the Italian way. He often put me through the responses of the Mass, he smiling often and pushing huge pinches of snuff up each nostril alternately. When he smiled, he used to uncover his big discolored teeth, let his tongue lie on his lower lip. At first this habit of his used to make me feel uneasy. Then I grew used to it. That evening my aunt visited the house of mourning and took me with her. It was an impressive summer evening of faded gold. Nanny received us in the hall, and as it was no use saying anything to her, my aunt shook hands with her for all. We followed the old woman upstairs and into the dead room. The room, through the lace end of the blind, was suffused with dusky golden light, amid which the candles looked like pale thin flames. He had been coffined. Nanny gave the lead, and we 3 knelt down at the foot of the bed. There was no sound in the room for some minutes except the sound of Nanny's mutterings, for she prays noisily. The fancy came to me that the old priest was smiling as he lay there in his coffin. But no, when we rose and went up to the head of the bed, I saw that he was not smiling. There he lay solemn and copious in his brown habit, his large hands loosely retaining his rosary. His face was very grey and massive, with distended nostrils and circled with scanty white fur. There was a heavy odour in the room. The flowers. We sat downstairs in the little room behind the shop, my aunt and I and the two sisters. Nanny sat in the corner and said nothing, but her lips moved from speaker to speaker with a painfully intelligent motion. I said nothing either, being too young, but my aunt spoke a good deal, for she is a bit of a gossip. Harmless. Ah, well, he's gone. To enjoy his eternal reward, Miss Flynn, I'm sure. He was a good and holy man. He was a good man, but, you see, he was a disappointed man. You see, his life was, you might say, crossed. Ah, yes, I know what you mean. Not that he was anyway mad, as you know yourself, but he was always a little queer. Even when we were all growing up together, he was queer. One time he didn't speak hardly for a month. You know, he was that kind always. Perhaps he read too much, Miss Flynn. Oh, he read a good deal, but not latterly. But it was his scrupulousness, I think, affected his mind. The duties of the priesthood were too much for him. Did he peacefully? Oh, quite peacefully, ma'am. You couldn't tell when the breath went out of him. He had a beautiful death, God be praised. And everything. Father O'Rourke was in with him yesterday and gave him the last sacrament. He knew then. Yes, he was quite resigned. Nanny gave a sleepy nod and looked ashamed. Poor Nanny, said her sister, she's worn out. All the work we had, getting in a woman and laying him out, and then the coffin, and arranging about the funeral. God knows we did all we could, as poor as we are. We wouldn't see him want anything at the last. Indeed, you were both very kind to him while he lived. Ah, poor James. He was no great trouble to us. You wouldn't hear him in the house no more than now. Still, I know he's gone and all that. I won't be bringing him in his soup any more, nor Nanny reading him the paper, nor you, ma'am, bringing him his snuff. How he liked that snuff. Poor James. Oh, yes, you'll miss him in a day or two more than you do now. Silence invaded the room until memory reawakened it. Eliza speaking slowly. It was that chalice he broke. Of course it was all right. I mean, it contained nothing. But still, they say it was the boy's fault. But poor James was so nervous. God be merciful to him. Yes, Miss Flynn, I heard that about the chalice. His mind was a bit affected by that. He began to mope by himself, talking to no one and wandering about. Often he couldn't be found. One night he was wanted, and they looked high up and low down and couldn't find him. Then the clerk suggested the chapel. So they opened the chapel. It was late at night, and brought in a light to look for him. And there, sure enough, he was, sitting in his confession box in the dark, wide awake, and laughing like, softly to himself. Then they knew something was wrong. God rest his soul. End of The Sisters by James Joyce, the 1904 version.
Thicker Than Water by Ralph Henry Barbour and George Randolph Osborne. Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Cummings. Thicker Than Water. Dr. Burrows, summoned from the operating room, greeted his friend from the doorway. Sorry, Harry, but you'll have to go on without me. I've got a case on the table that I can't leave. Make my excuses, will you? There's still an hour, replied the visitor. I'm early and can wait. Then come in with me. Markham followed to the operating room, white-walled, immaculate, odorous of stale ether and antiseptics. On the table lay the sheeted form of a young girl. Only the upper portion of the body was visible, and about the neck wet, red-stained bandages were bound. "A queer case," said the surgeon. "Brought here from a sweatshop 2 hours ago. A stovepipe fell and gashed an artery in her neck. She's bleeding to death. Blood's supposed to be thicker than water, but hers isn't, poor girl. If it would clot, she might pull through. Or I could save her by a transfusion, but we can't find any relatives, and there's mighty little time." The attending nurse entered. "The patient's brother is here," she announced, "and is asking to see her." "Her brother?" The surgeon's face lighted. "What's he like?" "About 20, doctor. Looks strong and healthy." "See him, nurse. Tell him the facts. Say his sister will die unless he'll give some blood to her. Or wait." He turned to Markham. "Harry, you do it. Persuasion's your line. Make believe he's a jury. But put it strong, old man, and hurry. Every minute counts." The boy was standing stolidly in the waiting room, only the pallor of his healthy skin and the anxiety of his clear eyes hinting the strain. Markham explained swiftly, concisely. "Dr. Burrows says it's her one chance," he ended. The boy drew in his breath and paled visibly. "You mean Nell'll die if someone don't swap his blood for hers?" "Unless the blood she has lost is replaced." "Well, quit beefin'," interrupted the other roughly. "I'm here, ain't I?" When he entered the operating room, the boy gave a low cry of pain, bent over the form on the table, and pressed his lips to the white forehead. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with tears. He nodded to the surgeon. Doggedly, almost defiantly, he submitted himself, but when the artery had been severed and the blood was pulsing from his veins to the inanimate form beside him, his expression changed to that of abject resignation. Several times he sighed audibly, but as if from mental rather than bodily anguish. The silence became oppressive. To Markham it seemed hours before the surgeon looked up from his vigil and nodded to the nurse. Then, "You're a brave lad," he said cheerfully to the boy. "Your sacrifice has won." The boy, pale and weak, tried to smile. "Thank God," he muttered. Then, with twitching mouth, "Say, Doc, how soon do I croak?" "Why, not for a good many years, I hope." The surgeon turned frowningly to Markham. "Didn't you explain that there was no danger to him?" "God, I'm afraid I didn't," stammered Markham. "I was so keen to get his consent. Do you mean that he thought—" The surgeon nodded pityingly and turned to the lad. "You're not going to die," he said gently. "You'll be all right tomorrow. But I'm deeply sorry you've suffered as you must have suffered the past hour. You were braver than any of us suspected." "Ah, that's all right," muttered the boy. "She's my sister, ain't she?" End of Thicker Than Water.
Nature and Time, from 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Nature and Time by Lord Dunsany. Through the streets of Coventry one winter's night strode a triumphant spirit. Behind him, stooping, unkempt, utterly ragged, wearing the clothes and look that outcasts have, whining, weeping, reproaching, an ill-used spirit tried to keep pace with him. Continually she plucked at him by the sleeve and cried out to him, as she panted after, and he strode resolute on. It was a bitter night. Yet it did not seem to be the cold that she feared, ill-clad though she was, but the trams and the ugly shops and the glare of the factories, from which she continually winced as she hobbled on, and the pavement hurt her feet. He that strode on in front seemed to care for nothing. It might be hot or cold, silent or noisy, pavement or open field, he merely had the air of striding on. And she caught up and clutched him by the elbow. I heard her speak in her unhappy voice. You'd scarcely hear it for the noise of the traffic. "You have forgotten me," she complained to him. "You have forsaken me here." She pointed to Coventry with a wide wave of her arm, and seemed to indicate other cities beyond. He gruffly told her to keep pace with him, and that he did not forsake her. And she went on with her pitiful lamentation. "My anemones are dead for miles," she said. "All my woods are fallen, and still the cities grow. My child man is unhappy, and my other children are dying, and still the cities grow, and you have forgotten me." Then he turned angrily on her, almost stopping in that stride of his that began when the stars were made. "When have I ever forgotten you?" he said. "Or when forsaken you ever? Did I not throw down Babylon for you? And is not Nineveh gone? Where is Persepolis, that troubled you? Where Tarshish and Tyre? And you have said I forgot you." And at this she seemed to take a little comfort. I heard her speak once more, looking wistfully at her companion. "When will the fields come back, and the grass for my children?" "Soon, soon," he said. Then they were silent. He strode away. She limped along behind him, and all the clocks in the towers chimed as he passed. The End of Nature and Time by Lord Dunsany.
Troubled Waters by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roger Melin. Troubled Waters. Life is a ghastly joke sometimes. It lifts a man to the pinnacle of his dreams, and then blows up the pinnacle. Instance this city man turned logger. The first time I met Joe Galloway after he married, I envied him. A friendly, good-natured envy, you understand. He had attained what looked to me like genuine success. He had got somewhere, both in a material and spiritual way. He had a connection that gave him income sufficient for his needs, sufficient to maintain a decent standard of living, and a substantial interest in the business besides, which was slowly but surely building up a competence for him. He had his little circle of friends and his home, and he was mated to a woman any man might be proud of. I could not see anything a man really craves that was beyond his reach. I've not had what you'd call a multifarious experience in the way of married folk, but I haven't gone through the world blind. I have seen a lot that lived the proverbial cat-and-dog existence. I've seen a lot more that lived in a state of more or less tolerant indifference. And I have seen a few that appeared to have a corner on confidence and affection and genuine understanding to be really mated in the widest meaning of the term. Galloway and his wife seemed to me to be one of the finest examples of the latter that I'd ever come across. Joe was a real man, sterling. If one may know a woman by her ordinary manner, then Norma rang as true as he did. And she was a beautiful woman, too, one of those tall, perfectly formed, radiant creatures that a man is proud to be seen walking down the street with. I'd gone to school with Joe Galloway, but I had seen nothing of him for many a long moon, until I ran across him quite by accident on a trip east.
We had been chummy kids, and we had drifted apart because Joe was one of those quiet beggars that knows what he wants and stays everlastingly on the trail of his purposes, and I'm a rolling stone, a full-fledged brother in the order of the wandering foot. But time and distance made scant difference. He had a warm recollection of me, and he insisted that I make his home my headquarters. I did, and spent nearly 3 weeks with them. They made me feel one with themselves, and, as I said, I envied them in their happiness. If they were not happy and contented, there is no such satisfying state of mind. I came back to the coast in due time, and while I didn't write, because I'm not much on correspondence, I did retain some very vivid impressions of Joe and Norma Galloway. I like to think of them like a pair of birds in their nest, while I was knocking about in logging camps, with bolt cutters and all the roving, restless lot my way of life took me among. A man playing a lone hand finds his life full of bleak spots. He can't dodge them, and I suppose I thought of those two often because their lives seemed full of desirable things which had eluded me. As I saw it, they had attained as near to the ideal as we can ever reasonably expect to come. So you can judge of my surprise, and know that I was filled with deep wonder and kindred emotions when I came out on the wharf at Cadair Landing just as a tubby coaster backed away, and plumped into Joe Galloway sitting on a war bag, dressed in mackinaws and cocked boots, like any logger. I'd never seen him in such garb. I hadn't seen him at all in 4 years, and he had a week's growth of beard, but I knew him. And I knew by the way his eyes widened and then narrowed that he knew me. I spoke to him. For a second I thought he meant to refuse recognition. Then he stuck out his hand. "Hello, Steve," he said. "It's a long time since we met." "It is, and I sure never expected to meet you here," I blurted out. His face darkened a trifle. "No," he answered slowly, "I don't suppose you did. Still, I'm in a logging country, dressed like a logger. In fact, I am a logger. Do I look the part?" I had to admit that he did, although I had no idea what he was driving at. "You're a friend of mine, aren't you, Steve?" said he. "I certainly am," I replied. "Well, then," he continued, in a weary sort of tone, "just take me for granted. I'm here, going to work in a shingle bolt camp. I'm a woodsman, and my name is Joe Hall. Just remember that, and don't ask me how it comes to be that way. Will you? I'm here, but I don't know how long I'll be here, nor where I'll be headed when I leave. And I don't want to be reminded that I was ever anything else, or that things were ever any different." Of course, I told him I would meet him halfway on that proposition, and we went up to the Cadair Hotel and had a drink, Joe packing his war bag over his shoulder, as if he had done it all the days of his life. We talked more or less perfunctorily, haltingly, dodging consciously old days and old themes. I found out that he was bound for the bolt camp under whose owner I myself held a 500-cord contract. He seemed a little glad of that, and asked me a lot about my camp and prospects. Then, after a little, he asked the way to Ryder's. I showed him, and he started out. I wanted him to wait an hour or so till I got my business transacted, but he seemed anxious to get on, and I didn't urge my company upon him. And I watched him hike off down an old skid road that led to Ryder's camp at Skeleton Point, wondering. Naturally, I wondered. When a man sloughs everything that makes life worth while and turns up at the hardest job on the Pacific coast with a different name and something hard and bitter in his eyes, there's something radically wrong. I didn't ask him what it was. I had no intention of asking, of prying into his affairs merely to satisfy my own very human curiosity. In the language of the undertaker, it was his funeral. But I wondered. I surely did. I didn't think he'd committed any crime. He didn't act like a fugitive. He seemed to me more like a man who had come some terrible cropper and lost all heart for everything. And it must have been something sinister and very sweeping, for he wasn't the sort of man who lets go easily. What I saw of him afterward only confirmed those first impressions. He stuck at the writer job, and he used to come down to my camp every few days and play crib with me in the evening. There wasn't much of the old life in him. Not that he was wearied with the work, because he was a powerful man. Whatever ailed him in his soul, his body hadn't suffered. I've lived in the open most of my life, doing things that take endurance and muscle, and he was physically a better man than I. But where he used to sparkle, to be full of the devil, now he would sit around quietly, always immersed in his own thoughts, an absent look stealing over his face if he were left long to himself. And he never spoke of anything east of the Rockies, although the coast state seemed like a well-read book to him. So far as speech and actions went, the first 30 years of his life that I knew directly and indirectly seemed to have been blotted out. He never talked about it, and I dare say he didn't even want to think about it. Things ran along like this for a month or so. Joe mentioned at last that Ryder was giving the men rotten grub. I put in my oar at that. I had a contract under Ryder, but we hadn't much use for each other, and I was short-handed too. "You come down here and cut bolts for me," I proposed. "I can't pay more per cord than Ryder does, but I'll guarantee you better food." He considered this a minute. "All right," he said indifferently. "It'll be a change anyway." He landed in my camp at 10 the next morning and went to work. I can't say that we got any closer for all that we worked in sight of each other by day and slept under the same roof in the same room at night. Joe remained a silent, preoccupied man. But he had decent food to eat, and I had an efficient shingle-bolt cutter, and, in addition, an able crib player to pass the lonely evenings. I don't know why, but I felt sorry for him. There was nothing concrete in his speech or action to arouse that feeling. It was just an atmosphere, one that I should likely never have sensed if I hadn't known him under different circumstances. I couldn't get it out of my head that the man had suffered, was still suffering, still being seared by some inner fire. It isn't natural for a man of that type to cut loose from everything and everybody. He never got a letter, never seemed to expect one, never wrote one. He didn't seem to have any care for the future, any ambition. He lived from one day to another, just putting in the day. It seemed to satisfy him, but it didn't satisfy me. It didn't seem natural. When he had been with me about 6 weeks, we began to get some bad summer winds on the Gulf. Skeleton Point lies just at the entrance to one of the worst tidal passages in the whole North Pacific. The 30-odd miles of the Gulf's width is pinched to a pair of half-mile narrows, one against Vancouver Island, one on the mainland side, where my camp stood. Through this pent channel, the tides come and go with devilish ferocity. Woe to the small craft caught therein at the full run either way. Even the powerful coasters lie up for the slack of the tide, for few have power to buck that tide race, and if they run with it, the danger is little less. Reef and point thrust out from the closing shores to fling the headlong current this way and that in great whirls that will suck down a 60-foot timber as if it were a match. The rivers of the western watershed have their hell gates, but that gateway of the sea which I speak of, leading through narrow reaches to the open water of Queen Charlotte Sound, is the true gate to hell for those who take it otherwise than at slack water. This snarling trap for mariners rose to the zenith of its fury a few hundred yards past the lagoon in which I boomed my shingle bolts for Ryder. Snarling rips lifted their torn crests offshore from my cabin, where the ebb run met the Gulf swell. And just within Skeleton Point, where the pent channel widened suddenly, beginning there and extending its circumference past my lagoon, there swirled and circled ceaselessly, save for a brief hour at slack water, a huge back eddy, in which sailed around and around all the driftwood and flotsam spewed through Hell Gate, or brought to its door by ebb and flood. Round in its circle the gray-green water swept, swifter and more swift, until at full run, in or out it raced, and a hollow whirlpool spun in the center like a top. About 3 weeks after Joe came to work for me, we sat at dinner one day. Low tide came at 1:30, the end of a big flood. It had become my habit to watch those tides. The tremendous inrushings and outpourings fascinated me, and I, like other men, had seen strange and fearful things happen there. Once, indeed, the foolhardy skipper of a coastwise boat, with 90 lives under his hand, tried to buck through Hell Gate. He had a 16-knot boat contempt for fast water, and a schedule of Gulf ports to make. He fought tide and whirl and rip and eddy till he laid Skeleton Point abeam. There his headway was no more than the race of the stream, and while he quivered and lurched a great swirl caught and swung him hard on the point, crushing the steel skin of his ship like so much cardboard, and of the 90, only a dozen clawed desperately ashore. I saw that. I saw, too, a 30-foot fishing boat go down by the nose in a whirlpool, go down and down till the water closed over her, to be shot afloat, keel up, 10 minutes later her crew of 3 drowned like rats in the pilot's house. In no spirit of irony was that grim spot called Hell Gate. As I said, we sat at our food, 3 of us. I gazed at the water foaming by the point, and saw nothing but the racing tide. A second later, with my eyes on my plate, Joe startled me with the vehemence of his exclamation, "For God's sake, look at that!" I picked the boat up at a glance, and he knew that in the moment of my inattention the tide had vomited her out of Hell Gate and past the back teeth of Skeleton Point. But she was in hard case, helpless in that terrible sweep, lurching heavily down to her sheer strake. Thus she would lie canted on her side half a minute on end. Then she would straighten loggily. Again she would spin in the grip of a whirl, a masterless craft, at the whimsical mercy of the sea. I knew that by the way she yawned and spun, and the silence of her, no chatter of engine, nor dull popping of exhaust. Her power plant was dead. She was about a 40-footer, of the workboat type. As for her crew, one man stood by the stumpy signal mast, and that was all I saw. He waved a hand to us airily, as if it were all in the day's work, that sickening lurch, that uncontrollable spinning in the swirls. We were all outside on the bank by then, my third man, Joe, and myself. I squinted seaward, and saw very near at hand the tide rips tumbling in a rising Gulf swell. "There's only one chance for him on God's green earth," said I. "If he goes into those rips without steerage way, good night. If the back eddy catches him, we might heave him a line as she swings past. Come on!" Past the mouth of the lagoon, a low cliff gave straight down on the eddy's sweep, and I had often noticed that driftwood making its interminable round passed under the cliff. At the end of my cabin hung a coil of half-inch rope. This I took hurriedly, and a link from a boom chain weighing perhaps half a pound for a weight whereby to cast the line. Skirting the lagoon, we three came to the cliff and stood by to watch. I knotted fast the weight, and by the turn of chance or the hand of destiny, the back eddy caught him in the nick of time. As he swung out of the seaward stream into the eddy, and turning from those ominous rips, began his swift circle inshore and toward us, I knew that his chance was small if we failed to reach him on the first or second turn. I knew his trouble by the boat's loggy swing. Without power to give her steerage way, she had swept through Hell Gate, taking water by the barrel, escaping destruction against cliff and reef only by some miracle of the sea. But she rode deep, and listed heavily now to starboard, now to port, as if all weary of the struggle. Her buoyancy was gone. If she circled in the eddy till she drew to its center, that spinning whirl would suck her down. "Give me the line," Joe said, as she shot down toward us. It was the first word he had spoken, and with it there shone in his eyes such a gleam of resolve as I had never surprised there, as if before a fellow being's peril his own embittered soul had cast off its latitude, had fired with the human instinct to do, to help, to save. He swung the link on the rope's end as a slingshot thrower whirls his missile, and as the boat, now showing the name Grosbeak in bold white against her black bow, came abreast, he shot the line with a tremendous heave of his body. I could not have cast it as far by 40 feet, I know. But the throw failed. It was scarce in a man's arm to bridge the distance. The speed of the current helped to fool him besides. The line fell short and to the rear. "Haul in," Joe panted. "Haul fast." I hauled, and as I hauled he threw off his clothes, his heavy boots, and catching the loose end of the line, knotted it about his breast under the armpits. "Ahoy, you!" he yelled. We were running now along the bank to keep abreast. "Swim for it! I'll meet you with the line." It was a desperate chance for both of them, but the man leaning against the pilot-house threw off shoes and cap, and, running aft, poised lightly on the stern. Then he waved a hand and plunged head first, rose, and faced cliffward, borne swiftly along on the eddy, but swimming with slow, vigorous strokes. Galloway, or Hall as he wished to be known, sprinted along the cliff and gained some headway on the swimmer. "Pay out," he gritted, "and keep along with the current if you can." Then he plunged, 30 feet to the gray-green sweep of the eddy. It was a great fight, with us two helpless watchers and every chance against that hardy soul from the Grosbeak. With a line on Joe, we could haul him in. The other had to reach him or drown. And it seemed to me and my bolt cutter that he lost ground, that the eddy carried him out for all the power of his stroke. But we told each other that if he could not hold his own, Joe would get him. And he did. With a scant fathom of line left in my hands, and the Grosbeak man fast weakening, they met. I saw Joe grip him, and saw him relax in that grip. Then we hauled them in and lifted them out on a flat rock, both near gone, for the pull of the rope against the drag of the tide held them under half the time. The man was conscious but utterly exhausted, too spent to speak. He lay on his side, breast heaving, hair in clammy strands across his brow. A good-looking, clean-built chap of 30, maybe. All he had on him was a thin undershirt and a pair of cotton overalls. Their damp cling threw into clean contours the depth of his chest and the ropey muscle of his arms. His face was almost boyish. He lay there panting, blinking up at me. Slowly a wry grin, an odd expression for one who had been near to death, stole across his face. He sat up and looked at the grosbeak, now on her second swing, drawing fatefully near to the vortex. "I wonder if she'll make it," he murmured indifferently. "It's about 100 to 1 that she won't," I answered. He looked at Joe appraisingly. "You're all right," said he, "to take a long chance like that for a rank stranger. I figured it was thumbs down for me. I knew I couldn't swim ashore in that current, and I knew she'd founder as soon as she struck those rips." "She isn't going to strike the rips," my bolt cutter put in. "Look at the old packet." The grosbeak lay over on her side and skidded. That is the only way I can describe her action. Skidded right into the whirlpool and spun there a dozen turns. Then, curiously, her broad fantail stern sucked down till the bluff bow pointed skyward, and so spinning she disappeared. "Either way," said the man, with a shrug of his shoulders, "it made no difference." "Well, you didn't," Joe observed quietly. "Thanks to you, I didn't," he said. "Still, I wasn't particular." I looked at him attentively. He nursed his chin in one hand, staring at the place where the grosbeak had been, a queer, pursed-up twist to his lips. For a man who had cheated death by scant 10 feet of Manila, he was singularly calm, even indifferent. "How did it happen?" I asked. "The grosbeak's a stranger through these waters." "Nanaimo boat," said he. "Belongs to the G.G. Fish Company. We started through Hell Gate in plenty of time to get through in the first of the run, but she dropped her propeller. You can guess the rest. Except that the skipper, there were just the two of us, got panicky when she began to take water in some of the boiling places. He was so afraid for his life that he threw it away." "How?" I inquired. "Took the dinghy to row ashore," the man grinned. "A whirl caught him." He turned his thumb down expressively. "So here I am," he continued, "safe and sound, which I didn't look for. Sitting on a rock in a shirt and overalls. Oh well, it'll be all the same 100 years from now." "Less time than that," I smiled. "In the meantime, come on to the cabin and get some dry clothes on, both of you." That is how Ed Broderick happened into my camp at Skeleton Point and gave me a pair of human enigmas to observe. He seemed quite indifferent as to where he went or what he did. A certain cynically cheerful humor came over him when he was dried and fed. He had no strings on him, he declared. The G.G. Company owed him no wages, and his duty to them ended with reporting the matter. And the upshot of that near tragedy was that Broderick took on a job with me, cutting cedar into bolts for the hungry shingle saws. From the very beginning he seemed to exercise a tonic effect on Joe. I don't attempt to explain it. I know that it worked out that way. The two became fast friends. Broderick could always banish those silent spells of brooding under which Joe fell. He could make him grin, rouse him out of that deadly absorption in himself. They had in common the fact that both were afflicted with the itching foot, both had a past of which they never talked, both were men of education, both were of the East. It showed in their inflections, their mannerisms. But the territory beyond the Rockies lay always ignored in the speech. Otherwise, it seemed that from the Gulf of Georgia to San Diego Harbor, their trails had crossed and recrossed unknowingly in the last 4 years. Many the incident they recalled where each had been among those present, a riot in a California hop field, a frontier day in Oregon, the stranding of a battleship on the bleak Washington coast. Brothers in unrest they were, and I, listening to their talk of these things, wondered more and more what turn of fortune's wheel had set Joe Galloway's feet in these troubled ways. Time passed, however, and Joe seemed to brighten up. So far as Broderick went, he was a mighty man with axe and saw, and my bolt piles rose and quoted Ricks. Some devil rode him, too, at times, but it rode him to drink more than was good for him, and to fight like a tiger when the liquor was on him. He seldom sat and pondered. He was all action. In the following 2 months he broke out at divers times in this fashion, and one evening, when the 3 of us were sitting with our pipes, I having let my other man go, Joe took him mildly to task. They had got so chummy that they had planned a prospecting and trapping trip when my contract was finished. "What satisfaction is there in going on one of these rampages?" Joe asked. "You only hurt yourself and make enemies of the men you bruise up in those wild rows." "I don't know that it's a matter of satisfaction," Broderick replied thoughtfully. "Only life seems to me now and then to be nothing but a ghastly joke, and I get a crazy impulse to tear everything to pieces." "What hit you below the belt?" Joe asked softly. "Myself, I guess," Broderick grunted. "Circumstances. Most of us have our skeletons. When mine rattles, I hate the noise so bad I try to drown it out in any old way. While I sit still and listen to the clatter of the bones, or I used to—" Joe threw out his hands impatiently. "Damn it, you're right, Ed. Life is a ghastly joke sometimes. It lifts a man to the pinnacle of his dreams, and then blows up the pinnacle. Look at me. 5 years ago I could say honestly and fervently that the world was mine, or that part thereof that I desired. I had everything a man wants, money, friends, a home, a woman's love. And I had to give it all up. It burned me. It hurts yet. I guess I let it hurt me, because it's always been simmering in my mind, and I've never been able to talk about it to anyone, never wanted to. I hugged it to myself, and went about crying to myself against fate. And still, I've often wondered if I'm any different from other men, if the same thing comes to other men, and if they take it the same way." He looked up. Broderick was staring absently out over the tide race past Skeleton Point, and Joe met only my mildly questioning gaze. He smiled gently. "I didn't murder anybody, nor loot a bank, nor commit any felony whatever to send me on the tramp under an assumed name, Steve," he said to me. "I suppose when I put it in plain words, it all sounds like a confession of sheer weakness. It was very simple. You remember how everything was with me when we were back there? You remember Norma?" I nodded. 4 years ago," he continued, "like lightning out of a clear sky, she told me one day that our life had been an utter failure, that she had ceased to love me, that she had grown to love another man, and there was no use trying to go on. Man," he broke out passionately, "it drove me nearly mad, with the combined madness of grief and jealous rage. I knew I loved her, but until I saw myself losing her, I never realized how much she meant to me, how my life was bound up in her. I humiliated myself, pleaded and raved and threatened. It seemed to me a madness that had stricken her. I couldn't see why such a thing had to be. There we were, happy, I thought, in our companionship. We had our home, our little circle of friends, all the beautiful plans for the future that we'd made together. Nothing seemed to count, nothing but the fact that she loved some other man and no longer cared for me, that she was living a lie, and that she was not going to live a lie any longer. I didn't know the other man. I never saw him, never learned his name even. I never could visualize him somehow. But he was there somewhere in the background, with her hopes and dreams focused on him. I couldn't seem to grasp that phase of it, why she should turn away from me, when she had loved me once, as I know she did. We'd had our differences. Every man and woman living in the intimacy of marriage has them. They were trifling things to me. I don't even know if it was a mere succession of petty irritations that brought it about. But there it was. And while she was sorry, while she regretted it, there was only one way out as she saw it. She had to get away from me, to live her own life in her own way. In every bitter discussion that I forced on her when I was lashing out against the impending break I dreaded so, I could see that she was getting farther and farther away from me, that I had no power to stir in her any emotion except resentment and a little pity. So I threw up my hands. I wanted to play fair, as she had played fair. She wanted to be free, and she was financially dependent on me alone. I cherished a glimmer of hope that she'd come to her senses, as I put it, at the last minute, but she didn't. And so I sacrificed everything, turned it all into cash. I didn't care. Hell, there was a while I didn't know what I was doing. I had to get quick action or go mad. She was leaving me, but I didn't want economic need to drive her into another man's arms before she was ready. She wanted to avoid that herself. Oh, we talked it over time and again, talked soberly and sensibly, when I felt like shutting off the breath in her white throat rather than let her go. That was only white-hot jealousy. I couldn't help it, but I did control it. When I'd cleaned up everything, I had about $18,000 in cash, and I'd wrecked the foundation of a fortune. But that seemed nothing beside this other dread thing that was happening. That gnawed at me day and night, and I had to move with caution to avoid open scandal. I wanted to save her that. Oh, it was maddening. But the time came at last. I kept $5,000 and gave her the rest, and I hit the trail. I had to. I've been hitting it ever since. I never heard from her. I don't know how she's faring. I do know that I can't get away from the hurt of it. I've lost something more than my mate. The heart to buck up and make life give me those things I used to value is clean gone. I strewed that $5,000 deer across the continent trying to make myself forget, but I didn't. You can't knife a man that way without leaving a sore wound. I peg along from day to day, but when I think of doing otherwise, when I think of trying to start all over again, I find myself asking, what's the use? If I could shut out all those old memories. But I can't. My mind keeps eternally on them, like this back eddy, circling around what was and might have been and can't be. I'm a Samson shorn, without the mercy of perishing when the pillars of my house fell about me. Joe stopped and drew the palm of his hand over his forehead. His eyes were glistening. He stared for a minute out over the uneasy gulf, unseeing, over Broderick's head, and Broderick's gaze was fixed on him with a queer, half-pitying expression. "Didn't you ever go back or write to find out if, after all, your wife might have been the victim of an illusion and only realized it when you stepped out of her life?" Broderick asked carelessly. Joe shook his head. "No," said he. "I didn't give her up without a struggle, and when I had to, I let go completely. I couldn't persuade myself to make another effort. She knew her own mind, and she held to her determination when it was making me suffer like the damned. She was sorry, but I didn't want her pity. I wanted her love." "You don't get my point," Broderick pursued. "If you ask me, I'd say you acted like a fool. Any man's a fool to take a woman's actions for granted until she's committed herself irrevocably. You've been eating your heart out for 4 years, and yet you don't even know but what she's suffering as much as you do, aching for you to come back. For all you know, the very moment that you were gone and she was free to marry the other man, it may have dawned on her that she didn't want to, that you filled a place in her life no one else could possibly fill. I don't think you've got a very comprehensive knowledge of women, Joe, or of human nature in general. You two loved each other. All right. That being so, you passed together through that peculiar ecstasy of feeling that burns like a flame at mating, and, like a flame, sometimes burns out, but always leaves smoldering embers. A man and a woman can only have that emotional experience at its full intensity once. When you have had it, it's something that no one and nothing can take away. Its impressions can't be ironed out as you can iron the wrinkles out of a piece of cloth. It's a bond between a man and a woman as long as their hearts beat. Do you suppose that the 101 associations of your life together meant nothing to your wife? They didn't seem to, Joe answered sullenly. She was sick of it all. She thought she saw happiness in another direction. The reason for that you probably know better than I do, Broderick said. But if I loved a woman, I'd take nothing for granted, not even if she swore to her feelings on a stack of Bibles. She'd have to prove her words by her deeds before I gave up hope. If she'd been mine once, I'd almost have to know she was finding comfort in another man's arms before I'd be convinced that her feeling for me was dead. There'd be pain in that, but it would take about that to convince me. And by your own admission, you don't know. You haven't given her or yourself a fair fighting chance. It's one thing to act in a whirl of feeling. Things often look altogether different when you've dropped back to everyday living. You took your hurt and ran away and nursed it. You didn't wait to see what happened after you'd done your part. You don't know, but she's somewhere nursing a grief that overtook her the minute you took yourself beyond sight and hearing of her. No chance, Joe muttered. No chance? Broderick echoed, with a tinge of scorn in his voice. The law of probabilities is all on your side. I wish I felt my chances as good. I wish that my chance of happiness had been half as good as yours. Would I throw up my hands and go wandering up and down the earth with pain and uncertainty and self-pity like thorns in my flesh? I should say not. You don't understand, Joe answered somberly. There's some things a man can't put into words. He can only feel them. But I do understand, Broderick insisted. I've been through the mill. A man gets on the grid and he can only squirm. I know what it is to ache with a pain that isn't physical, but with me it came of actual unescapable knowledge, the pain of sheer, unchangeable hopelessness. You took a lot of things for granted. Seems to me you ran away under fire. Joe threw out his hands impotently. What the devil else could I do? He demanded harshly. She had to be free to marry the man she wanted. I could have stood on my rights as a husband. What was the use? She'd only have hated me. It wasn't any light love affair with her. She wasn't that kind. She wanted happiness. She could only see it in a certain direction, but she wanted it to come decently and honorably. There was no ground for divorce. I had to devise a ground. So I deserted her. As I saw it, there wasn't anything else for me to do. Broderick's eyes gleamed. You're a man, he said quietly, a real man, but a fool for all that, I think. Didn't it ever occur to you that she might really miss you after those years of intimate living? That your clean sweep of everything might have made a gap in her life that nothing but you yourself could fill in again? A woman's human, gifted or cursed, as you like to put it, with all the human vagaries of impulse. Sometimes it takes a grand upheaval to make us see things as they really are, to know ourselves. Joe got to his feet and threw his arms wide to the sunset and let them fall by his side. Why should I try to fool myself? he said. "All I want is to forget. That's all." He went back to the cabin. We heard the creak of his bunk as he threw himself down. Broderick clasped both hands over his knees and stared at the ground. His brows knitted as over some problem he strove to solve. After a minute he looked at me. "Joe unburdened his soul very completely," he said. "Does his right name happen to be Galloway?" "Why, yes, that's his name," said I, surprised into admission. "How did you know?" "I didn't know," Broderick muttered, "but I had a hunch." He sat for a little while, picking up pebbles and casting them over the bank with a flip of his hand. Then he too rose and went into the cabin. The door stood open beside me and the small window above my head. Every word they uttered within came distinctly to me. I heard Broderick repeat, almost word for word, impatiently, challengingly, the last questioning sentences he had put to Joe. "Why bother me with your theories?" Galloway answered roughly. "What is it to you? What do you know about these things I've been fool enough to talk about?" "I know all there is to know about it," Broderick answered slowly. "A great deal more than you yourself know. I'm the other man." I drew beyond hearing at that. It lay between the two of them, a matter intimate and grievous, not for casual ears. So I moved to the corner, where only came the indistinguishable drone of their voices, wondering to myself if the devil that rises in men where a woman is concerned would presently set them at each other's throats. They were strong, passionate men. I was a little afraid for them, for I liked them both. An hour passed. Dusk merged into darkness. Still they talked, their voices never rising above that repressed murmur. Then the lamp flashed its yellow square through the doorway, and both came out. Joe turned away and walked along the cliff slowly, a dim outline in the night. Broderick stood looking about. Presently he called, "Oh, Steve!" "Here," I answered. He came and sat down on the ground beside me. The match he laid to his pipe bowl showed his face hard drawn. His eyes smoldered. "Did you hear?" he asked. "I heard you declare yourself," said I frankly. Then I moved out of earshot. He sat silent for a time. "Joe doesn't actively blame me," he said at last, "but he resents everything. He's lived within himself so long, bottling up his grief, that he's morbid. I can't do anything with him, can't make him see sense. The thing he ought to do for their own two sakes, write to Norma or go to her and make up, he won't do. You knew her, it seems. You heard his side of it. Absolutely true so far as it goes. But there's two sides to everything." "Fire away," said I, for I knew by his tone that he was smoldering inside, that he wanted the relief of talk that would neither be misunderstood nor resented. "Joe made the same mistake that other men have made and regretted," Broderick went on, "as near as I can gather. He let his ambition and his business overshadow his wife and his home. I suppose he felt that everything was fixed and secure and final. And that's a bad thing with any woman young and proud and passionate as Norma Galloway. It was very simple. Joe was getting wholly immersed in his business. He was traveling a lot for his firm. And I happened to wander into her life at a time when she was in a peculiarly receptive state of mind. That sounds commonplace, but I'm not good at analysis. I loved her in my own headlong way. Nothing else mattered to me but her. I knew where I stood. She thought she did. There wasn't anything sordid or underhand about it. We talked it over from every angle, God knows. She wasn't happy with him. All her feeling for him seemed dead. She knew I loved her, and she believed she loved me, and that for us two life together meant happiness if we could make it up honorably together. So she told him, and you know how he played his part. "I've known Joe since we were kids," I said. "He's a white man." "He is," Broderick agreed. "Every inch of him. But, as I said, something of a fool where a woman's heart is concerned. He took too much for granted, let go too easily. He didn't have anything but her word for it, and a woman's word is nothing in matters of this sort. One can talk and never get anywhere. It's deeds that count. He didn't give her a chance. He never saw me, never even knew my name. I wasn't looming a big figure before him to drive him insane with impotent jealousy, but when the big upheaval came, he effaced himself as absolutely as if he had been buried. He made no effort to learn how things went. And then," Broderick bowed his head for a second, "then, after he was gone, and there was nothing to do but wait patiently a little while, get a divorce quietly, and marry me, she woke up. It wasn't me she wanted. It was Joe. She'd loved him in the beginning. When he'd made the complete renunciation, stepped out of her life for good and all, she found something lacking, a place that nobody else could fill, that she wanted him back, that her heart ached to have him back. Oh, you can't ever tell anything about a woman. And yet, I suppose it was only natural. He'd become a part of her life. I was only an incident. I suppose so many things used to rise up and make her long for him. She'd lived with him. The nearest she'd ever been to me was to kiss me shyly once or twice. Anyway, once he was gone, it was all different. The money he gave her she banked and left alone. She would no more have lived on it than she would have let me support her. She used to say that she was being punished for breaking a good man's heart for a passing whim. Broderick lifted his head and laughed harshly. "Meaning Joe, of course," he said. "It didn't seem to occur to her that I was very deeply involved. The most she would let me do for her was to help her get a position. I happened to have a cousin in the millinery business in Utica, and Norma got work there, enough to live decently on, and when I'd tried every means to move her and failed, I had to get out and get action or go crazy. So I went on the tramp, like Joe, a good deal. I can live anywhere, under any conditions.
And there you are."
"But," he broke out after a little, "I didn't let go like he did. I wrote to her. Time and again at first. Every few months since. That's how I know where she is and how she still feels. She's there yet, pegging away, waiting. She's his wife legally, in spirit, every way. She's been true as steel. And her one solace is that sometime he'll come back, or she'll find out where he is, and win him back, and make up somehow for these ghastly years. And can you see the tragedy in it?" Broderick went on. "He refuses to act. He won't do anything. He says he has suffered till he's numb. And I can't make him see that she has suffered too, is suffering yet, as he is. It's pride. If I were in his place, I'd have no pride. I'd crawl on my hands and knees in the dust back to her, if I could create for myself the longing she has for him. It isn't worth while to be proud and aloof and miserable when all you have to do is reach out your hands for happiness. Two of us can get our feet out of this deadly coil. Why should all three be lonely and miserable? I know he doesn't want to have it that way. It's just a stubborn streak. He's morbid. What has been can't be helped. But the future, that's a different matter." "You might write and tell her where he is and how he feels about it," I suggested. "That would be a fine thing to do." Broderick laughed hard and mirthlessly. "I suppose I could," he said, "but it would be better if he made the first move. However, I know she wouldn't hesitate. Yes, I dare say it would be eminently proper for me to be the god in the machine, to bring them together with a heaven bless you my children, and then fade away. Well, I don't know. I'll have to think about that." He got up abruptly and walked into the cabin. When I followed, he was in his bunk, the blankets drawn over his head. A few minutes later Joe came in. What sort of truce they had declared I never knew. Between them as men there was genuine liking. If that matter of a woman had stirred up feeling of any intensity between them, they were men enough to repress it. So, for a matter of 2 weeks, the days marched past, filled with the monotonous labor of cutting and piling cedar bolts. The fall days were on us, with their long gray evenings. My bolt contract was about done, and we took it easy, working short hours. The first man in kindled the kitchen fire, and also built another on the ground before the cabin door. When we had eaten, we would sit outside under the projecting eaves smoking our pipes before the cheerful crackling logs. It was pretty much as it had been before that night of soul unburdenings, except that we talked a bit less freely. There was more of constraint upon us. Then one evening, in the first gray of dusk, when we had knocked off early and were sitting outside by the fire, watching the same tubby coaster that had brought Galloway to Cordair go lurching past Skeleton Point into the maw of Hell Gate, I heard the clatter of a buggy on the little used road that ran between the landing and my camp. In a minute it gained the clearing. I saw the figure of a woman beside the driver. A few seconds later she was clambering out and walked toward us with a firm step. Norma Galloway, just as I recalled her, fair strands of hair wind-blown against her face, deep blue eyes shining, lips a trifle parted, her gaze fixed on Joe. I turned to look for Broderick. He was all but behind the cabin, and he beckoned me imperatively. I followed. It didn't matter anyway. There was only one man looming before her, and he stood rooted to the ground as if he doubted the evidence of his visual sense. Broderick strode along the cliff. When I caught up with him, he was seated on a log, holding his face in his hands. "You did right, and she came," I said, for lack of something less obvious. "Shut up," he gritted. "I'm not in a talking mood." I don't know how long we sat there. Broderick did not move, nor lift his head. It grew dark. I looked toward the cabin now and then, and once saw the fire break into a yellow gleam when someone stirred it. "I guess all's quiet along the Potomac." Broderick lifted his face at last. "I've done my bit. Let's go back." We walked slowly. Nearing the cabin and the soft glow before it, a stick broke in a shower of sparks and sent up a bright flame that threw into bold relief 2 figures, Joe on a block seat, his wife curled on the earth beside smiled up at him and then at me. There wasn't any further explanation needed. "Ed has gone," I said, and added a white lie to smooth things. "He told me to wish you luck." It seemed to me a shade of relief crossed both their faces. Love is selfish, but I couldn't blame them. I gave them the cabin that night and made my bed beside the fire. But I didn't sleep. No. Broderick loomed too big in my mind. The back eddy had brought him unwitting to the spot, to straighten a grievous tangle in 2 lives, to bring peace to unquiet souls. And it might be that the eddy took him away. I don't know. I've often wondered. I know I never saw him, never heard of him again. End of Troubled Waters. Read by Roger Melin.
The Undefeated by Ernest Hemingway. Short Story Collection 103. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Undefeated. Manuel Garcia climbed the stairs to Don Miguel Ritana's office. He set down his suitcase and knocked on the door. There was no answer. Manuel, standing in the hallway, felt there was someone in the room. He felt it through the door. "Ritana," he said, listening. There was no answer. "He's there all right," Manuel thought. "Ritana," he said, and banged the door. "Who's there?" said someone in the office. "Me, Manolo," Manuel said. "What do you want?" asked the voice. "I want to work," Manuel said. Something in the door clicked several times and it swung open. Manuel went in carrying his suitcase. A little man sat behind a desk at the far side of the room. Over his head was a bull's head, stuffed by a Madrid taxidermist. On the walls were framed photographs and bullfight posters. The little man sat looking at Manuel. "I thought they'd kill you," he said. Manuel knocked with his knuckles on the desk. The little man sat looking at him across the desk. "How many corridas you had this year?" Ritana asked. "One," he answered. "Just that one?" the little man asked. "That's all." "I read about it in the papers," Ritana said. He leaned back in the chair and looked at Manuel. Manuel looked up at the stuffed bull. He had seen it often before. He felt a certain family interest in it. It had killed his brother, the promising one, about 9 years ago. Manuel remembered the day. There was a brass plaque on the oak shield the bull's head was mounted on. Manuel could not read it, but he imagined it was in memory of his brother. Well, he had been a good kid. The plate said the bull Mariposa of the Duke of Veragua, which accepted 9 varres for 7 caballos, and caused the death of Antonio Garcia, Novillero, April 26, 1909. Ritana saw him looking at the stuffed bull's head. "The lot the Duke sent me for Sunday will make a scandal," he said. "They're all bad in the legs." "What did they say about them at the cafe?" "I don't know," Manuel said. "I just got in." "Yes," Ritana said. "You still have your bag." He looked at Manuel leaning back behind the big desk. "Sit down," he said. "Take off your cap." Manuel sat down. His cap off, his face was changed. He looked pale, and his coleta, pinned forward on his head, so that it would not show under the cap, gave him a strange look. "You don't look well," Ritana said. "I just got out of the hospital," Manuel said. "I heard they'd cut your leg off," Ritana said. "No," said Manuel. "It got all right." Ritana leaned forward across the desk and pushed a wooden box of cigarettes toward Manuel. "Have a cigarette," he said. "Thanks." Manuel lit it. "Smoke?" he said, offering the match to Ritana. "No." Ritana waved his hand. "I never smoke." Ritana watched him smoking. "Why don't you get a job and go to work?" he said. "I don't want to work," Manuel said. "I'm a bullfighter." "There aren't any bullfighters anymore," Ritana said. "I'm a bullfighter," Manuel said. "Yes, while you're in there," Ritana said. Manuel laughed. Ritana sat, saying nothing and looking at Manuel. "I'll put you on in a nocturnal if you want," Ritana offered. "When?" Manuel asked. "Tomorrow night." "I don't like to substitute for anybody," Manuel said. "That was the way they all got killed. That was the way Salvador got killed." He tapped with his knuckles on the table. "It's all I've got," Ritana said. "Why don't you put me on next week?" Manuel suggested. "You wouldn't draw," Ritana said. "All they want is Litri and Ruvito and La Torre. Those kids are good." "They'd come to see me get it," Manuel said, hopefully. "No, they wouldn't. They don't know who you are anymore. I've got a lot of stuff, Manuel said. I'm offering to put you on tomorrow night, Retana said. You can work with young Hernandez and kill 2 novillos after the charlottes. Who's novillos? Manuel asked. I don't know. Whatever stuff they've got in the corrals. What the veterinaries won't pass in the daytime. I don't like to substitute, Manuel said. You can take it or leave it, Retana said. He leaned forward over the papers. He was no longer interested. The appeal that Manuel had made to him for a minute when he thought of the old days was gone. He would like to get him to substitute for Larita because he could get him cheaply. He could get others cheaply too. He would like to help him, though. Still, he had given him the chance. It was up to him. How much do I get? Manuel asked. He was still playing with the idea of refusing, but he knew he could not refuse. 250 pesetas, Retana said. He had thought of 500, but when he opened his mouth it said 250. You pay Villota 7,000, Manuel said. You're not Villota, Retana said. I know it, Manuel said. He draws it, Manolo, Retana said in explanation. Sure, said Manuel. He stood up. Give me 300, Retana. All right, Retana agreed. He reached in the drawer for a paper. Can I have 50 now? Manuel asked. Sure, said Retana. He took a 50 peseta note out of his pocketbook and laid it, spread out flat on the table. Manuel picked it up and put it in his pocket. What about a cuadrilla? He asked. There's the boys that always work for me nights, Retana said. They're all right. How about picadors? Manuel asked. They're not much, Retana admitted. I've got to have one good pick, Manuel said. Get him then, Retana said. Go and get him. Not out of this, Manuel said. I'm not paying for any cuadrilla out of 60 duros. Retana said nothing, but looked at Manuel across the big desk. You know I've got to have one good pick, Manuel said. Retana said nothing, but looked at Manuel from a long way off. It isn't right, Manuel said. Retana was still considering him, leaning back in his chair, considering him from a long way away. They're the regular picks, he offered. I know, Manuel said. I know your regular picks. Retana did not smile. Manuel knew it was over. All I want is an even break, Manuel said reasoningly. When I go out there, I want to be able to call my shots on the bull. It only takes one good picador. He was talking to a man who was no longer listening. If you want something extra, Retana said, go and get it. There will be a regular cuadrilla out there. Bring as many of your own picks as you want. The charlatada is over by 10:30. All right, Manuel said, if that's the way you feel about it. That's the way, Retana said. I'll see you tomorrow night, Manuel said. I'll be out there, Retana said. Manuel picked up his suitcase and went out. Shut the door, Retana called. Manuel looked back. Retana was sitting forward looking at some papers. Manuel pulled the door tight until it clicked. He went down the stairs and out of the door into the hot brightness of the streets. It's very hot in the street, and the light on the white buildings nearly blinded him. He walked down the shady side of the steep street toward the Puerta del Sol. The shade felt solid and cool as running water. The heat struck you as you crossed the intersecting streets. Manuel saw no one he knew and all the people he passed. Just before the Puerta del Sol, he turned into a café. It was quiet in the café. There were a few men sitting at tables against the wall. At one table 4 men played cards. Most of the men sat against the wall smoking, empty coffee cups and liquor glasses before them on the tables. Manuel went all the way back through the long room to a small room and back. The man sat at a table in the corner asleep. Manuel sat down at one of the tables. A waiter came in and stood beside Manuel's table. Have you seen Zorrito? Manuel asked. He was in before lunch, the waiter answered. He won't be back before 5 o'clock. Bring me some coffee and milk and a shot of the ordinary, Manuel said. The waiter came back into the room carrying a tray with a big coffee glass and a liquor glass on it. In his left hand he held a bottle of brandy. He swung these down to the table, and a kid who had followed him poured coffee and milk into the glass from 2 shiny spouted pots with long handles. Manuel took off his cap, and the waiter noticed his pigtail pinned forward on his head. He winked at the coffee boy as he poured out the raw brandy into the little glass beside Manuel's coffee. The coffee boy looked at Manuel's pale face curiously. "You fighting here?" asked the waiter, corking up the bottle. "Yes," Manuel said. "Tomorrow." The waiter stood there, holding the bottle on one hip. "You and the Charlie Chaplins?" he asked. The coffee boy looked away, embarrassed. "No, and the ordinary." "I thought they were going to have Chavez and Hernandez," the waiter said. "No, me and another guy." "Who, Chavez or Hernandez?" "Hernandez, I think. What's the matter with Chavez?" "He got hurt." "Where did you hear that?" "Retana." "Hey, Louis," the waiter called to the next room. "Chavez got cogida." Manuel had taken the wrapper off the lumps of sugar and dropped them into his coffee. He stirred it and drunk it down, sweet, hot, and warming in his empty stomach. He drank off the brandy. "Give me another shot of that," he said to the waiter. The waiter uncorked the bottle and poured the glass full, slopping another drink into the saucer. Another waiter had come up in front of the table. The coffee boy was gone. "Is Chavez hurt bad?" the second waiter asked Manuel. "I don't know," Manuel said. "Retana didn't say." "A hell of a lot he cares," the tall waiter said. Manuel had not seen him before. He must have just come up. "If you stand in with Retana in this town, you're a made man," the tall waiter said. "If you aren't in with him, you might as well just go out and shoot yourself." "You said it," the other waiter, who'd come in, said. "You said it then." "You're darn right I said it," said the tall waiter. "I know what I'm talking about when I talk about that bird." "Look what he's done for Villalta," the first waiter said. "And that ain't all," the tall waiter said. "Look what he's done for Marcial Lalanda. Look what he's done for Nacional." "You said it, kid," agreed the short waiter. Manuel looked at them, standing, talking in front of his table. He had drunk his second brandy. They had forgotten about him. They were not interested in him. "Look at that bunch of camels," the tall waiter went on. "Did you ever see this Nacional?" "I seen him last Sunday, didn't I?" the original waiter said. "He's a giraffe," the short waiter said. "What did I tell you?" the tall waiter said. "Those are Retana's boys." "Say, give me another shot of that," Manuel said. He had poured the brandy the waiter had slopped over in the saucer into his glass and drank it while they were talking. The original waiter poured his glass full, mechanically, and the three of them went out of the room talking. In the far corner the man was still asleep, snoring slightly on the intaking breath, his head back against the wall. Manuel drank his brandy. He felt sleepy himself. It was too hot to go out into the town. Besides, there was nothing to do. He wanted to see Zorito. He would go to sleep while he waited. He kicked his suitcase under the table to be sure it was there. Perhaps it would be better to put it back under the seat, against the wall. He leaned down and shoved it under. Then he leaned forward on the table and went to sleep. When he woke, there was someone sitting across the table from him. It was a big man with a heavy brown face like an Indian. He had been sitting there some time. He had waved the waiter away and sat reading the paper and occasionally looking down at Manuel, asleep, his head on the table. He read the paper laboriously, forming the words with his lips as he read. When it tired him, he looked at Manuel. He sat heavily in his chair, his black Cordoba hat tipped forward. Manuel sat up and looked at him. "Hello, Zorito," he said. "Hello, kid," the big man said. "I've been asleep." Manuel rubbed his forehead with the back of his fist. "I thought maybe you were. How's everything?" "Good. How is everything with you?" Not so good. They were both silent. Zorito, the picador, looked at Manuel's white face. Manuel looked down at the picador's enormous hands folding the paper to put away in his pocket. "I got a favor to ask you, Manos," Manuel said. Manos Duros was Zorita's nickname. He never heard it without thinking of his huge hands. He put them forward on the table, self-consciously. "Let's have a drink," he said. "Sure," said Manuel. The waiter came and went and came again. He went out of the room looking back at the two men at the table. "What's the matter, Manolo?" Zorito set down his glass. "Would you pick 2 bulls for me tomorrow night?" Manuel asked, looking up at Zorito across the table. "No," said Zorito, "I'm not picking." Manuel looked down at his glass. He had expected that answer. Well, he had it. "I'm sorry, Manolo, but I'm not picking." Zorito looked at his hands. "That's all right," Manuel said. "I'm too old," Zorito said. "I just asked you," Manuel said. "Is it the nocturnal tomorrow?" "That's it. I figured if I had one good pick I could get away with it." "How much are you getting?" 300 pesetas. "I get more than that for picking." "I know," said Manuel. "I didn't have any right to ask you." "What do you keep on doing it for?" Zorito asked. "Why don't you cut off your coleta, Manolo?" "I don't know," Manuel said. "You're pretty near as old as I am," Zorito said. "I don't know," Manuel said. "I got to do it. If I can fix it so that I get an even break, that's all I want. I got to stick with it, Manos." "No, you don't." "Yes, I do. I've tried keeping away from it." "I know how you feel, but it isn't right. You ought to get out and stay out." "I can't do it. Besides, I've been going good lately." Zorito looked at his face. "You've been in the hospital." "But I was going great when I got hurt." Zorito said nothing. He tipped the cognac out of his saucer into his glass. "The paper said that they never saw such a faena with a muleta," Manuel said. Zorito looked at him. "You know when I get going I'm good," Manuel said. "You're too old, the picador said." "No," said Manuel. "You're 10 years older than I am. With me it's different." "I'm not too old," Manuel said. They sat silent, Manuel watching the picador's face. "I was going great till I got hurt," Manuel offered. "You ought to have seen me, Manos," Manuel said, reproachfully. "I don't want to see you," Zorito said. "It makes me nervous. You haven't seen me lately. I've seen you plenty." Zorito looked at Manuel, avoiding his eyes. "You ought to quit it, Manolo." "I can't," Manuel said. "I'm going good now, I tell you." Zorito leaned forward, his hands on the table. "Listen, I'll pick for you, and if you don't go big tomorrow night, you'll quit. See? Will you do that?" "Sure." Zorito leaned back, relieved. "You got to quit," he said. "No monkey business. You got to cut the coleta." "I won't have to quit," Manolo said. "You watch me. I've got the stuff." Zorito stood up. He felt tired from arguing. "You got to quit," he said. "I'll cut your coleta myself." "No, you won't," Manuel said. "You won't have a chance." Zorito called the waiter. "Come on," said Zorito. "Come on up to the house." Manuel reached under the seat for his suitcase. He was happy. He knew Zorito would pick for him. He was the best picador living. It was all simple now. "Come on up to the house and we'll eat," Zorito said. Manuel stood in the patio de caballos waiting for the Charlie Chaplins to be over. Zorito stood beside him. Where they stood it was dark. The big door that led into the bull ring was shut. Above them they heard a big shout, then another shout of laughter. Then there was silence. Manuel liked the smell of the stables about the patio de caballos. It smelt good in the dark. There was another roar from the arena, and then applause, prolonged applause, going on and on. "You ever seen these fellows?" Zorito asked, big and looming beside Manuel in the dark. "No," Manuel said. "They're pretty funny," Zorito said. He smiled to himself in the dark. The high double, tight-fitting door into the bull-ring swung open, and Manuel saw the ring in the hard light of the arc lights, the plaza dark all the way around. Rising high, around the edge of the ring were running and bowing 2 men dressed like tramps, followed by a third in the uniform of a hotel bellboy who stooped and picked up the hats and canes thrown down onto the sand and tossed them back up into the darkness. The electric light went on in the patio. "I'll climb onto one of those ponies while you collect the kids," Zorito said. Behind them came the jingle of the mules coming out to go into the arena and be hitched onto the dead bull. The members of the cuadrilla who had been watching the burlesque from the runway between the barrera and the seats came walking back and stood in a group talking under the electric light in the patio. A good-looking lad in a silver and orange suit came up to Manuel and smiled. "I'm Hernandez," he said, and put out his hand. Manuel shook it. "They're regular elephants we've got tonight," the boy said cheerfully. "They're big ones with horns," Manuel agreed. "You drew the worst lot," the boy said. "That's all right," Manuel said. "The bigger they are, the more meat for the poor." "Where did you get that one?" Hernandez grinned. "That's an old one," Manuel said. "You line up your cuadrilla so I can see what I've got." "You've got some good kids," Hernandez said. He was very jolly. He had been on twice before in nocturnals and was beginning to get a following in Madrid. He was happy the fight would start in a few minutes. "Where are the picks?" Manuel asked. "They're back in the corrals fighting about who gets the beautiful horses," Hernandez grinned. The mules came through the gate in a rush, the whips snapping, bells jangling, and the young bull plowing a furrow of sand. They formed up for the paseo as soon as the bull had gone through. Manuel and Hernandez stood in front. The youths of the cuadrillas were behind, their heavy capes furled over their arms. In back, the 4 picadors, mounted, holding their steel-tipped push-poles erect in the half-dark of the corrals like lances. "It's a wonder Retana wouldn't give us enough light to see the horses by," one picador said. "He knows we'll be happier if we don't get too good a look at these skins," another pick answered. "This thing I'm on barely keeps me off the ground," the first picador said. "Sardines for the canning factory." They laughed, sitting their gaunt horses in the dark. Zorito said nothing. He had the only steady horse of the lot. He had tried him, wheeling him in the corrals, and he responded to the bit and the spurs. He had taken the bandage off his right eye and cut the strings where they had tied his ears tight shut at the base. He was a good solid horse, solid on his legs. That was all he needed. He intended to ride him all through the corrida. He had already, since he had mounted, sitting in the half-dark in the big quilted saddle, waiting for the paseo, picked through the whole corrida in his mind. The other picadors went on talking on both sides of him. He did not hear them. The 2 matadors stood together in front of their 3 peones, their capes furled over their left arms in the same fashion. Manuel was thinking about the 3 lads in back of him. They were all 3 madrileños, like Hernandez, boys about 19. One of them, a gypsy, serious, aloof, and dark-faced, he liked the look of. He turned. "What's your name, kid?" he asked the gypsy. "Fuentes," the gypsy said. "It's a good name," Manuel said. The gypsy smiled, showing his teeth. "You take the bull and give him a little run when he comes out," Manuel said. "All right," the gypsy said. His face was serious. He began to think about just what he would do. "Here she goes," Manuel said to Hernandez. "Let's step." Heads up, swinging with the music, the right arm swinging free, they stepped out, crossing the sanded arena under the arc lights, the cuadrillas opening out behind, the picadors riding after. Behind came the bull-ring servants and the jingling mules. The crowd applauded Hernandez as they marched across the arena. Arrogant, swinging, they looked straight ahead as they marched. They bowed before the president, and the procession broke up into its component parts. The bullfighters went over to the barrera and changed their heavy mantles for the light fighting capes. The mules went out. The picadors galloped jerkily around the ring, and two rode out the gate that they had come in by. The servants swept the sand smooth. Manuel drank a glass of water poured for him by one of Retana's deputies, who was acting as his manager and sword handler. Hernandez came over from speaking with his own manager. "You got a good hand, kid," Manuel complimented him. "They like me," Hernandez said happily. "How did the paseo go?" Manuel asked Retana's man. "Like a wedding," said the handler. "Swell. You guys came out like Joselita and Belmonte." Zorito rode by, a bulky equestrian statue. He wheeled his horse and faced him towards the toril on the far side of the ring, where the bull would come out. It was strange under the arc light. He picked in the hot afternoon sun for big money. He didn't like this arc light business. He wished they would get started. Manuel went up to him. "Pick him, Manos," he said. "Cut him down to size for me." "I'll pick him, kid." Zorito spat on the sand. "I'll make him jump out of the ring." "Lean on him, Manos," Manuel said. "I'll lean on him," Zorito said. "What's holding it up?" "He's coming now," Manuel said. Zorito sat there, his feet in the box stirrups, his great legs in the buckskin-covered armor gripping the horse, the reins in his left hand, the long pick held in his right hand, his broad hat well down over his eyes to shade them from the lights, watching the distant door of the toril. His horse's ears quivered. Zorito patted him with his left hand. The red door of the toril swung open, and for a moment Zorito looked into the bare passageway far across the arena. Then the bull came out in a rush, skidding on his four legs as he came out under the lights, then charging in a gallop, moving softly in a fast gallop, silent except as he woofed through wide nostrils as he charged, glad to be free after the dark pen. In the first row of seats, slightly bored, leaning forward to write on the cement wall in front of his knees, the substitute bullfight critic of El Heraldo scribbled. Campagnero Negro 42 came out at 90 miles an hour with plenty of gas. Manuel, leaning across the barrera, watched the bull, waved his hand, and the gypsy ran out trailing his cape. The bull, in full gallop, pivoted and charged the cape, his head down, his tail rising. The gypsy moved in a zigzag, and as he passed, the bull caught sight of him and abandoned the cape to charge the man. The gyp sprinted and vaulted the red fence of the barrera as the bull struck it with his horns. He tossed into it twice with his horns, banging into the wood blindly. The critic of El Heraldo lit a cigarette and tossed the match at the bull, then wrote in his notebook, large and with enough horns to satisfy the cash customers, Compagnero showed a tendency to cut into the terrain of the bullfighters. Manuel stepped out onto the hard sand as the bull banged into the fence. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Zorito sitting the white horse close to the barrera about a quarter of the way around the ring to the left. Manuel held the cape close in front of him by the collar and shouted at the bull. "Ha! Ha!" The bull turned, seemed to brace against the fence as he charged in a scramble, driving into the cape as Manuel sidestepped, pivoted on his heels with the charge of the bull, and swung the cape just ahead of his horns. The end of the swing he was facing the bull again, and held the cape in the same position, close in front of his body, and pivoted again as the bull recharged. Each time as he swung, the crowd shouted. 4 times he swung with the bull, lifting the cape so it billowed full, and each time bringing the bull around to charge again. Then, at the end of the 5th swing, he held the cape against his hip and pivoted so the cape swung out like a ballet dancer's skirt and wound the bull around himself like a belt to step clear, leaving the bull facing Zorito on the white horse, come up and plant it firm, the horse facing the bull, its ears forward, its lips nervous, Zorito, his hat over his eyes, leaning forward, the long pick sticking out before and behind in a sharp angle under his right arm, held halfway down, the triangular iron point facing the bull. El Heraldo's second-string critic, drawing on a cigarette, his eyes on the bull, wrote, "The veteran Manolo designed a series of acceptable Veronicas ending in a very Belmonistic recorte that earned applause from the regulars, and we enter the tercio of the cavalry. Zorito sat his horse measuring the distance between the bull and the end of the pick. As he looked, the bull gathered himself together and charged, his eyes on the horse's chest. As he lowered his head to hook, Zorito sank the point of the pick in the swelling hump of muscle above the bull's shoulder, leaned all his weight on the lance, and with his left hand pulled the white horse into the air, front hoofs pawing, and swung him to the right as he pushed the bull under and through so that the horns passed safely under the horse's belly, and the horse came down, quivering, the bull's tail brushing his chest as he charged the cape Hernandez offered him. Hernandez ran sideways, taking the bull out and away from the cape toward the other picador. He fixed him with a swing of the cape squarely facing the horse and rider, and stepped back. As the bull saw the horse, he charged. The picador's lance slid along his back, and as the shock of the charge lifted the horse back, the picador was already halfway out of the saddle, lifting his right leg clear as he missed with the lance, and falling to the left side to keep the horse between him and the bull. The horse, lifted and gored, crashed over with the bull driving into him. The picador gave a shove with his boots against the horse and lay clear, waiting to be lifted and hauled away and put on his feet. Manuel let the bull drive into the fallen horse. He was in no hurry. The picador was safe. Besides, it did a picador like that good to worry. He'd stay in longer next time. Lousy picks. He looked across the sand at Zorito a little way out from the barrera, his horse rigid, waiting. "Ha!" he called to the bull. "Ha!" holding the cape in both hands so it would catch his eye. The bull detached himself from the horse and charged the cape, and Manuel, running sideways and holding the cape spread wide, stopped and swung on his heels and brought the bull sharply around facing Zorito. Campagnero accepted a pair of varas for the death of one Rocinante with Hernandez and Manolo at Piquites, El Heraldo's critic wrote. He pressed on the iron and clearly showed he was no horse lover. The veteran Zorito resurrected some of his old stuff with the pike pole, notably the suerte. "Ole! Ole!" the man sitting beside him shouted. The shout was lost in the roar of the crowd, and he slapped the critic on the back. The critic looked up to see Zorito, directly below him, leaning far out over his horse, and the length of the pick rising in a sharp angle under his armpit, holding the pick almost by the point, bearing down with all his weight, holding the bull off, the bull pushing and driving to get at the horse, and Zorito way out, right on top of him, holding him, and slowly pivoting the horse against the pressure so that at last he was clear. Zorito felt the moment when the horse was clear and the bull could come past, and relaxed the absolute steel lock of his resistance, and the triangular steel point of the pick ripped in the bull's hump of shoulder muscle as he tore loose to find Hernandez's cape before his muzzle. He charged blindly into the cape, and the boy took him out into the open arena. Zorito sat patting his horse and looking at the bull charging the cape that Hernandez swung for him out under the bright light, while the crowd shouted. "You see that one?" he said to Manuel. "It was a wonder," Manuel said. "I got him that time," Zorito said. "Look at him now." At the conclusion of a closely turned pass at the cape, the bull slid to his knees. He was up at once, but far across the sand, Manuel and Zorito saw the shine of the pumping flow of blood smooth against the back of the bull's shoulder. "I got him that time," Zorito said. "He is a good bull," Manuel said. "If they gave me another shot at him, I'd kill him," Zorito said. "They'll change the thirds on us," Manuel said. "Look at him now," Zorito said. "I got to go over there," Manuel said, and started on a run for the other side of the ring where the monos were leading a horse out by the bridle towards the bull, whacking him on the legs with rods, and all in a procession trying to get him toward the bull, who stood drooping his head, pawing, unable to make up his mind to charge. Zorito, sitting his horse, walking him toward the scene, not missing any detail, scowled. Finally the bull charged. The horse leaders ran for the barrera. The picador hit him too far back, and the bull got under the horse, lifted him, threw him onto his back. Zorito watched. the monos and the red shirts running out to drag the picador clear. The picador now on his feet, swearing and flopping his arms. Manuel and Hernandez standing ready with their capes, and the bull, the great black bull with a horse on his back, hoofs dangling, the bridle caught in the horns. Black bull with a horse on his back, staggering short-legged, then arching his neck and lifting, thrusting, charging to slide the horse off, horse sliding down, then the bull into a lunging charge at the cape Manuel spread for him. The bull was slower now, Manuel felt. He was bleeding badly, a sheen of blood all down his flank. Manuel offered him the cape again. Then he came, eyes open, ugly, watching the cape. Manuel stepped to the side and raised his arms, tightening the cape ahead of the bull for the Veronica. Now he was facing the bull. Yes, his head was going down a little. He was carrying it lower. That was Zorito. There he comes. He sidestepped and swung in another Veronica. He's shooting awfully accurately, he thought. He's had enough fight, so he's watching now. He's hunting now. Got his eye on me. But I always give him the cape. He shook the cape at the bull. There he comes. He sidestepped, awfully close that time. I don't want to work that close to him. The edge of the cape was wet with blood where it had swept along the bull's back as he went by. All right, here's the last one. Manuel, facing the bull, having turned with him each charge, shook the cape with his two hands. The bull looked at him. Eyes watching, horn straight forward. The bull looked at him, watching. Huh, Manuel said, Toro, and leaning back, swung the cape forward. Here he comes. He sidestepped, swung the cape in back of him, and pivoted so the bull followed a swirl of cape and then was left with nothing, fixed by the pass, dominated by the cape. Manuel swung the cape under his muzzle with one hand to show the bull was fixed, and walked away. There was no applause. Manuel walked across the sand toward the barrera while Zorito rode out of the ring. The trumpet had blown to change the act to the planting of the banderillos while Manuel had been working with the bull. He had not consciously noticed it. The monos were spreading canvas over the two dead horses and sprinkling sawdust around them. Manuel came up to the barrera for a drink of water. Ritana's man handed him the big porous jug. Fuentes, the tall gypsy, was standing holding a pair of banderillos, holding them together, slim red sticks, fishhooks points out. He looked at Manuel. Go on out there, Manuel said. The gypsy trotted out. Manuel set down the jug and watched. He wiped his face with his handkerchief. The critic of Geroldo reached for the bottle of warm champagne that stood between his feet, took a drink, and finished his paragraph. The aged Manolo rated no applause for a vulgar series of lances with the cape, and we entered the third of the palings. Alone in the center of the ring, the bull stood, still fixed, Fuentes, tall, flat-backed, walking toward him arrogantly, the two slim red sticks held above his head, one in each hand, held by the fingers. Point straight forward. Fuentes walked forward. Back of him and to one side was a peon with a cape. The bull looked at him. It was no longer fixed. His eyes watched Fuentes, now standing still, now leaning back, calling to him. Fuentes twitched the two banderillos, and the light on the steel points caught the bull's eye. His tail went up, and he charged. He came straight, his eyes on the man. Fuentes stood still, leaning back, the banderillos pointing forward. As the bull lowered his head to hook, Fuentes leaned forward, his two hands together, the banderillos two descending red lines, and dropped the points into the bull's shoulder, leaning far in over the bull's horns and pivoting on the two upright sticks, his legs tight together, his body curving to one side to let the bull pass. Olé from the crowd. The bull was hooking wildly, jumping like a trout, all 4 feet off the ground. The red shaft of the banderillos tossed as he jumped. Manuel, standing at the barrera, noticed that he hooked always to the right. Tell him to drop the next pair on the right, he said to the kid who started to run out to Fuentes with the new banderillos. A heavy hand fell on his shoulder. It was Zorito. How do you feel, kid? He asked. Manuel was watching the bull. Zorito leaned forward on the barrera, leaning the weight of his body on his arms. Manuel turned to him. "You're going good," Zorito said. Manuel shook his head. He had nothing to do now until the next third. The gypsy was very good with the banderillos. The bull would come to him in the next third in good shape. He was a good bull. It had all been easy up to now. The final stuff with the sword was all he worried over. He did not worry. He did not even think about it. But standing there he had a heavy sense of apprehension. He looked out at the bull, planning his faena, his work with the red cloth that was to reduce the bull, to make him manageable. The gyp was walking out toward the bull again, walking heel to toe, insultingly, like a ballroom dancer, the red shafts of the banderillos twitching with his walk. The bull watched him, not fixed now, hunting him, but waiting to get close enough so he could be sure of getting him, getting the horns into him. As Fuentes walked forward, the bull charged. Fuentes ran across the quarter of a circle as the bull charged, and as he passed, running backwards, stopped, swung forward, rose on his toes, arms straight out, and sunk the banderillos straight down into the tight of the big shoulder muscles as the bull missed him. The crowd was wild about it. "That kid won't stay in this night stuff long," Retano's man said to Zorito. "He's good," Zorito said. "Watch him now." They watched. Fuentes was standing with his back against the barrera. Two of the cuadrilla were back of him, with their capes ready to flop over the fence to distract the bull. The bull, with his tongue out, his barrel heaving, was watching the gypsy. He thought he had him now, back against the fence, only a short charge away. The bull watched him. The gypsy bent back, drew back his arms, the banderillos pointing at the bull. He called to the bull, stamped one foot. The bull was suspicious. He wanted the man, no more barbs in the shoulder. Fuentes walked a little closer to the bull, bent back, called again. Somebody in the crowd shouted a warning. "He's too damn close," Zorito said. "Watch him," Retana's man said. Leaning back and sighting the bull with the banderillos, Fuentes jumped, both feet off the ground. As he jumped, the bull's tail rose and he charged. Fuentes came down on his toes, arms straight out, whole body arching forward, and planted the banderillo straight down as he swung his body clear of the right horn. The bull crashed into the barrera, where the flopping capes had attracted his eye as he lost the man. The gypsy came running along the barrera toward Manuel, taking the applause of the crowd. His vest was ripped where he had not quite cleared the point of the horn. He was happy about it, showing it to the spectators. He made the tour of the ring. Zorito saw him go by, smiling, pointing at his vest. He smiled. Somebody else was planting the last pair of banderillos. Nobody was paying any attention. Retana's man tucked a baton inside the red cloth of a muleta, folded the cloth over it, and handed it over the barrera to Manuel. He reached in the leather sword case, took out his sword, and holding it by its leather scabbard, reached it over the fence to Manuel. Manuel pulled the blade out by the red hilt, and the scabbard fell limp. He looked at Zorito. The big man saw he was sweating. "Now you get him, kid," Zorito said. Manuel nodded. "He's in good shape," Zorito said. "Just like you want him," Retana's man assured him. Manuel nodded. The trumpeter blew for the final act, and Manuel walked across the arena toward where, up in the dark boxes, the president must be. In the front row of seats, the substitute bullfight critic of El Heraldo took a long drink of the warm champagne. He had decided it was not worthwhile to write a running story and would write up the corrida back in the office. What the hell was it, anyway? Only a nocturnal. If he missed anything, he would get it out of the morning papers. He took another drink of the champagne. He had a date at Maxim's at 12. Who were these bullfighters, anyway? Kids and bums. A bunch of bums. He put his pad of paper in his pocket and looked over toward Manuel, standing very much alone in the ring, gesturing with his hat in a salute toward a box he could not see high up in the dark plaza. Out in the ring the bull stood quiet, looking at nothing. "I promise that I will fight faithfully and loyally, and that I will kill this bull, or he will kill me, was what Manuel was saying. He bowed at the dark, straightened, tossed his hat over his shoulder, and carrying the muleta in his left hand and the sword in his right, walked out toward the bull. Manuel walked toward the bull. The bull looked at him. His eyes were quick. Manuel noticed the way the banderillas hung down on his left shoulder and the steady sheen of blood from Zorito's picking. He noticed the way the bull's feet were. As he walked forward, holding the muleta in his left hand and the sword in his right, he watched the bull's feet. The bull could not charge without gathering his feet together. Now he stood square on them, dully. Manuel walked toward him, watching his feet. This was all right. He could do this. He must work to get the bull's head down so he could go in between his horns and kill him. He did not think about the sword, not about killing the bull. He thought about one thing at a time. The coming things oppressed him, though. Walking forward, watching the bull's feet, he saw successively his eyes, his wet muzzle, and the wide forward-pointing spread of his horns. The bull had light circles around his eyes. His eyes watched Manuel. He felt he was going to get this little one with the white face. Standing still now and spreading the red cloth of the muleta with the sword, pricking the point into the cloth so that the sword, now held in his left hand, spread the red flannel like the jib of a boat, Manuel noticed the points of the bull's horns. One of them was splintered from banging against the barrera. The other was sharp as a porcupine quill. Manuel noticed, while spreading the muleta, that the white base of the horn was stained red. While he noticed these things, he did not lose sight of the bull's feet. The bull watched Manuel steadily. He's on the defensive now, Manuel thought. He's reserving himself. I've got to bring him out of that and get his head down. Always get his head down. Zorito had his head down once, but he's come back. He'll bleed when I start him going, and that will bring it down. Holding the muleta with the sword in his left hand, widening it in front of him, he called to the bull. The bull looked at him. He leaned back insultingly and shook the widespread flannel. The bull saw the muleta. It was a bright scarlet under the arc light. The bull's legs tightened. Here he comes. Whoosh! Manuel turned as the bull came and raised the muleta so that it passed over the bull's horns and swept down his broad back from head to tail. The bull had gone clean up in the air with the charge. Manuel had not moved. At the end of the pass, the bull turned like a cat, coming around a corner and faced Manuel. He was on the offensive again. His heaviness was gone. Manuel noted the fresh blood shining down the back shoulder and dripping down the bull's leg. He drew the sword out of the muleta and held it in his right hand. The muleta held low down in his left hand, leaning toward the left. He called to the bull. The bull's legs tightened, his eyes on the muleta. Here he comes, Manuel thought. Yah! He swung with a charge, sweeping the muleta ahead of the bull, his feet firm, the sword following the curve, a point of light under the arcs. The bull recharged as the passe natural finished, and Manuel raised the muleta for a passe de pecho. Firmly planted, the bull came by his chest under the raised muleta. Manuel leaned his head back to avoid the clattering banderillo shafts. The hot black bull body touched his chest as he passed. Too damn close, Manuel thought. Zorito, leaning on the barrera, spoke rapidly to the gypsy, who trotted out toward Manuel with a cape. Zorito pulled his hat down low and looked out across the arena at Manuel. Manuel was facing the bull again, the muleta held low and to the left. The bull's head was down as he watched the muleta. If it was Belmonte doing that stuff, they'd go crazy, Retana's man said. Zorito said nothing. He was watching Manuel in the center of the arena. Where did the boss dig this fellow up? Retana's man asked. Out of the hospital, Zorito said. That's where he's going damn quick, Retana's man said. Zorito turned on him. Knock on that, he said, pointing to the barrera. I was just kidding, man, Retana's man said. Knock on the wood. Retana's man leaned forward and knocked 3 times on the barrera. Watch the faena, Zorito said. Out in the center of the ring under the lights, Manuel was kneeling, facing the bull, and as he raised the muleta in both hands, the bull charged, tail up. Manuel swung his body clear, and as the bull recharged, brought around the muleta in a half circle that brought the bull to his knees. "Why, that one's a great bullfighter," Retana's man said. "No, he's not," said Zorito. Manuel stood up, and the muleta in his left hand, the sword in his right, acknowledged the applause from the dark plaza. The bull had humped himself up from the knees and stood waiting. His head hung low. Zorito spoke to two of the other lads of the cuadrilla, and they ran out to stand back of Manuel with their capes. There were 4 men back of him now. Hernandez had followed him since he first came out with a muleta. Fuentes stood watching, his cape held against his body, tall in repose, watching lazy-eyed. Now the 2 came up. Hernandez motioned them to stand one at each side. Manuel stood alone, facing the bull. Manuel waved back the men with the capes. Stepping back cautiously, they saw his face was white and sweating. Didn't they know enough to keep back? Did they want to catch the bull's eye with the capes after he was fixed and ready? He had enough to worry about without that kind of thing. The bull was standing, his 4 feet square, looking at the muleta. Manuel furled the muleta in his left hand. The bull's eyes watched it. His body was heavy on his feet. He carried his head low. Manuel shook the muleta at him. The bull did not move. Only his eyes watched. He's all lead, Manuel thought. He's all square. He's framed right. He thought in bullfight terms. Sometimes he had a thought, and the particular piece of slang would not come into his mind, and he could not realize the thought. His instincts and his knowledge worked automatically, and his brain worked slowly and in words. He knew all about bulls. He did not have to think about them. He just did the right thing. His eyes noted things, and his body performed the necessary measures without thought. If he thought about it, he would be gone. Now, facing the bull, he was conscious of many things at the same time. There were the horns, the one splintered, the other smoothly sharp, the need to profile himself toward the left horn, lance himself short and straight, blind the bull's charge with a muleta, and going in between the horns, put the sword all the way into a little spot about as big as a 5 peseta piece, straight in the back of the neck, between the sharp pitch of the bull's shoulder. He must do all this, and must then come out from between the horns. He was conscious he must do all of this, but his only thought was in words. Corto y derecho, he thought, furling the muleta, short and straight. Corto y derecho, he drew the sword out of the muleta, profiled on the splintered left horn, dropped the muleta across his body so his right hand, with the sword on the level with his eye, made the sign of the cross, and rising on his toes, sided along the dipping blade of the sword at the spot high up between the bull's shoulders. Corto y derecho, he lanced himself on the bull. There was a shock, and he felt himself go up in the air. He pushed on the sword as he went up and over, and it flew out of his hand. He hit the ground, and the bull was on him. Manuel, lying on the ground, kicked at the bull's muzzle with his slippered feet, kicking the bull after him, missing him in his excitement, bumping him with his head, driving the horns into the sand. Kicking like a man keeping a ball in the air, Manuel kept the bull from getting a clean thrust at him. Manuel felt the wind on his back from the capes flopping at the bull, and then the bull was gone over him in a rush, dark as his belly went over, not even stepped on. Manuel stood up and picked up the muleta. Fuentes handed him the sword. It was bent where it had struck the shoulder blade. Manuel straightened it on his knee and ran toward the bull, standing now beside one of the dead horses. As he ran, his pocket flopped where it had been ripped under his armpit. "Get him out of there," Manuel shouted to the gypsy. The bull had smelled the blood of the dead horse and ripped into the canvas cover with his horns. He charged Fuentes' cape with the canvas hanging from his splintered horn, and the crowd laughed. Out in the ring he tossed his head to rid himself of the canvas. Hernandez, running up from behind him, grabbed the end of the canvas and neatly lifted it off the horn. The bull followed it in a half charge and stopped still. He was on the defensive again. Manuel was walking toward him with the sword and muleta. Manuel swung the muleta before him. The bull would not charge. Manuel profiled toward the bull, sighting along the dipping blade of the sword. The bull was motionless, seemingly dead on his feet, incapable of another charge. Manuel rose to his toes, sighting along the steel, and charged. Again there was the shock, and he felt himself being borne back in a rush to strike hard on the sand. There was no chance of kicking this time. The bull was on top of him. Manuel lay as though dead, his head on his arms, and the bull bumped him, bumped his back, bumped his face in the sand. He felt the horn go into the sand between his folded arms. The bull hit him in the small of the back. His face drove into the sand. The bull drove through one of his sleeves, and the bull ripped it off. Manuel was tossed clear, and the bull followed the capes. Manuel got up, found the sword and muleta, tried the point of the sword with his thumb, and then ran toward the barrera for a new sword. Ritana's man handed him the sword over the edge of the barrera. "Wipe off your face," he said. Manuel, running again toward the bull, wiped his bloody face with his handkerchief. He had not seen Zorito. Where was Zorito? The cuadrilla had stepped away from the bull and waited with their capes. The bull stood, heavy and dull again after the action. Manuel walked toward him with the muleta. He stopped and shook it. The bull did not respond. He passed it right and left and right before the bull's muzzle. The bull's eyes watched it and turned with a swing, but he would not charge. He was waiting for Manuel. Manuel was worried. There was nothing to do but go in. Corto y derecho. He profiled close to the bull, crossed the muleta in front of his body, and charged. As he pushed in the sword, like a boxer shooting a straight right, he jerked his body to the left to clear the horn. The bull passed him, and the sword shot up in the air, twinkling under the arc lights, to fall red-hilted on the sand. Manuel ran over and picked it up. It was bent, and he straightened it out over his knee. As he came running toward the bull, fixed again now, he passed Hernandez standing with his cape. "He's all bone," the boy said encouragingly. Manuel nodded, wiping his face. He put the bloody handkerchief in his pocket. There was the bull, quite close to the barrera now. Damn him! Maybe he was all bone. Maybe there was not any place for the sword to go in. The hell there wasn't. He'd show them. He tried to pass with the muleta, and the bull did not move. Manuel shook the muleta in front of the bull. Nothing doing. He furled the muleta, drew the sword out, profiled, and drove in on the bull. He felt the sword buckle as he shoved it in, leaning his weight on it, and then it shot high in the air, end over end, into the crowd. Manuel had jerked clear as the sword jumped. The first cushions thrown down out of the dark missed him. Then one hit him in the face, his bloody face looking toward the crowd. They were coming down fast, spotting the sand. Somebody threw an empty champagne bottle from close range. He hit Manuel on the foot. He stood there watching the dark where the things were coming from. Then something whooshed through the air and struck by him. Manuel leaned over and picked it up. It was his sword. He straightened it out over his knee and gestured with it to the crowd. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you." Oh, the dirty bastards! Dirty bastards! Oh, the lousy, dirty bastards! He kicked into a cushion as he ran. There was the bull, the same as ever. "All right, you dirty, lousy bastard." Manuel passed the muleta in front of the bull's black muzzle. Nothing doing. "You won't. All right." He stepped close and jammed the sharp peak of the muleta into the bull's damp muzzle. The bull was on him as he jumped back, and as he tripped on a cushion, he felt the horn go into him, back into his side. He grabbed the horn with his two hands and rode backwards, holding tight onto the place. The bull tossed him, and he was clear. He lay still. It was all right. The bull was gone. He got up coughing and feeling broken and gone. The dirty bastards! "Give me the sword," he shouted. "Give me the stuff." Fuentes came up with a muleta and the sword. Hernandez put his arm around him. "Go on to the infirmary, man," he said. "Don't be a damn fool." "Get away from me," Manuel said. "Get to hell away from me." He twisted free. Hernandez shrugged his shoulders. Manuel ran toward the bull. There was the bull standing, heavy, firmly planted. "All right, you bastard." Manuel drew the sword out of the muleta, sighted with the same movement, and flung himself onto the bull. He felt the sword go in all the way, right up to the guard. 4 fingers and his thumb into the bull, hot on his knuckles. The bull caved with him as he lay on, and then he was standing clear. He looked at the bull going down, over on his side, 4 feet in the air. Then he gestured at the crowd, his hand warm from the bull's blood. "All right, you fellows." He wanted to say something, but he started to cough. He looked down from the muleta. He must go over and salute the president. President, hell! He was sitting down looking at something. Was the bull, 4 feet up, tongue out. Dead bull. To hell with the bull. To hell with them all. He started to get to his feet and commenced to cough. He sat down again, coughing. Somebody came and pushed him up. They carried him across the ring to the infirmary, running with him across the sand, standing blocked at the gate as the mules came in, then around under the dark passageway, men grunting as they took him up the stairway and then laid him down. The doctor and 2 men in white were waiting for him. They laid him out on the table. They were cutting away his shirt. Manuel felt tired. His whole chest felt warm and hot. He started to cough, and they held something to his mouth. Everybody was very busy. There was an electric light in his eyes. He shut his eyes. He heard someone coming very heavily up the stairs. Then he did not hear it. Then he heard a noise far off. That was the crowd. Well, somebody would have to kill his other bull. They had cut away all his shirt. The doctor smiled at him. There was Retana. "Hello, Retana," Manuel said. He could not hear his voice. Retana smiled at him and said something. Manuel could not hear it. Zorito stood beside the table, bending over where the doctor was working. He was in his picador clothes, without his hat. Zorito said something to him. Manuel could not hear it. Zorito was speaking to Retana. One of the men in white smiled and handed Retana a pair of scissors. Retana gave them to Zorito. Zorito said something to Manuel. He could not hear it. To hell with this operating table. He'd been on plenty of operating tables before. He was not going to die. There would be a priest if he was going to die. Zorito was saying something to him, holding up the scissors. That was it. They were going to cut off his coleta. They were going to cut off his pigtail. Manuel sat up on the operating table. The doctor stepped back, angry. Someone grabbed him and held him. "You couldn't do a thing like that, Manos," he said. He heard suddenly, clearly, Zorito's voice. "That's all right," Zorito said. "I won't do it. I was joking." "I was going good," Manuel said. "I didn't have any luck, that was all." Manuel lay back. They had put something over his face. It was all familiar. He inhaled deeply. He felt very tired. He was very, very tired. They took the thing away from his face. "I was going good," Manuel said weakly. "I was going great." Retana looked at Zorito and started for the door. "I'll stay here with him," Zorito said. Retana shrugged his shoulders. Manuel opened his eyes and looked at Zorito. "Wasn't I going good, Manos?" he asked, for confirmation. "Sure," said Zorito. "You were going great." The doctor's assistant put the cone over Manuel's face, and he inhaled deeply. Zorito stood awkwardly, watching. End of The Undefeated.
The End of the Young Family Feud. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The End of the Young Family Feud by Lucy Maud Montgomery. A week before Christmas, Aunt Jean wrote to Elizabeth inviting her and Alberta and me to eat our Christmas dinner at Monkshead. We accepted with delight. Aunt Jean and Uncle Norman were delightful people, and we knew we should have a jolly time at their house. Besides, we wanted to see Monkshead, where Father had lived in his boyhood, and the old young homestead where he had been born and brought up, and where Uncle William still lived. Father never said much about it, but we knew he loved it very dearly, and we had always greatly desired to get at least a glimpse of what Alberta liked to call our ancestral halls. Since Monkshead was only 60 miles away, and Uncle William lived there as aforesaid, it may be pertinently asked what there was to prevent us from visiting it and the homestead as often as we wished. We answer promptly, the family feud. Father and Uncle William were on bad terms, or rather on no terms at all, and had been ever since we could remember. After Grandfather Young's death, there had been a wretched quarrel over the property. Father always said that he had been as much to blame as Uncle William, but Great-Aunt Emily told us that Uncle William had been by far the most to blame, and that he had behaved scandalously to Father. Moreover, she said that Father had gone to him when cooling down time came, apologized for what he had said, and asked Uncle William to be friends again, and that William simply turned his back on Father and walked into the house without saying a word, but, as Great-Aunt Emily said, with a young temper sticking out of every kink and curve of his figure. Great-Aunt Emily is our aunt on mother's side, and she does not like any of the Youngs except Father and Uncle Norman. This was why we had never visited Monkshead. We had never seen Uncle William, and we always thought of him as a sort of ogre when we thought of him at all. When we were children, our old nurse Margaret Hannah used to frighten us into good behavior by saying ominously, "If you once ain't good, your Uncle William will cotch you." What he would do to us when he cotched us, she never specified, probably reasoning that the unknown was always more terrible than the known. My private opinion in those days was that he would boil us in oil and pick up bones. Uncle Norman and Aunt Jean had been living out west for years. 3 months before this Christmas, they had come east, bought a house in Monkshead, and settled there. They had been down to see us, and Father and Mother and the boys had been up to see them, but we 3 girls had not. So we were pleasantly excited at the thought of spending Christmas there. Christmas morning was fine, white as a pearl and clear as a diamond. We had to go by the 7 o'clock train since there was no other before 11, and we reached Monkshead at 8:30. When we stepped from the train and station master asked us if we were the 3 Miss Youngs, Alberta pleaded guilty, and he said, "Well, here's a letter for you then." We took the letter and went into the waiting room with sundry misgivings. What had happened? Were Uncle Norman and Aunt Jean quarantined for scarlet fever? Or had burglars raided the pantry and carried off the Christmas supplies? Elizabeth opened and read the letter aloud. It was from Aunt Jean to the following effect. "Dear girls, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I cannot help it. Word has come from Streatham that my sister has met with a serious accident and is in a very critical condition. Your uncle and I must go to Streatham immediately and are leaving on the 8 o'clock express. I know you have started before this, so there is no use in telegraphing. We want you to go right to the house and make yourself at home. You will find the key under the kitchen doorstep and the dinner in the pantry all ready to cook. There are 2 mince pies in the 3rd shelf, and the plum pudding only needs to be warmed up. You will find a little Christmas remembrance for each of you on the dining room table. I hope you will make as merry as you possibly can, and we will have you down again as soon as we come back. Your hurried and affectionate Aunt Jean." We looked at each other somewhat dolefully, but as Alberta pointed out, we might as well make the best of it, since there was no way of getting home before the 5 o'clock train. So we trailed out to the station master and asked him limply if he could direct us to Mr. Norman Young's house. He was a rather grumpy individual, very busy with pencil and notebook over some freight. But he favored us with his attention long enough to point with his pencil and say jerkily, "Youngs, see that red house on the hill? That's it." The red house was about a quarter of a mile from the station, and we saw it plainly. Accordingly, to the red house we betook ourselves. On nearer view, it proved to be a trim, handsome place with nice grounds and very fine old trees. We found the key under the kitchen doorstep and went in. The fire was black out, and somehow things wore a more cheerless look than I had expected to find. I may as well admit that we marched into the dining room first of all to find our presents. There were 3 parcels, 2 very small and 1 pretty big, lying on the table, but when we came to look for names, there were none. Evidently Aunt Jean, in a hurry and excitement, forgot to label them, said Elizabeth. Let us open them. We may be able to guess from the contents which belongs to whom. I must say we were surprised when we opened those parcels. We had known that Aunt Jean's gifts would be nice, but we had not expected anything like this. There was a magnificent stone marten collar, a dear little gold watch and pearl chatelaine, and a gold chain bracelet set with turquoises. The collar must be for you, Elizabeth, because Mary and I have one already, and Aunt Jean knows it, said Alberta. The watch must be for you, Mary, because I have one, and by the process of exhaustion, the bracelet must be for me. Well, they're all perfectly sweet. Elizabeth put on a collar and paraded in front of the sideboard mirror. It was so dusty she had to take a handkerchief and wipe it before she could see herself properly. Everything in the room was equally dusty. As for the lace curtains, they looked as if they hadn't been washed for years, and one of them had a long, ragged hole in it. I couldn't help feeling secretly surprised, for Aunt Jean had the reputation of being a perfect housekeeper. However, I didn't say anything, and neither did the other girls. Mother had always impressed upon us that it was the height of bad manners to criticize anything we might not like in a house where we are guests. Well, let's see about dinner, said Alberta practically, snapping a bracelet on her wrist and admiring the effect. We went to the kitchen, where Elizabeth proceeded to light the fire, that being one of her specialities, while Alberta and I explored the pantry. We found the dinner supplies laid out as Aunt Jean had explained. There was a nice fat turkey all stuffed on vegetables galore. The mince pies were in their place, but they were almost the only things about which that could be truthfully said, for the disorder of that pantry was enough to give a tidy person nightmares for a month. I never in all my life saw, began Alberta, and then stopped short, evidently remembering Mother's teaching. Where is the plum pudding? Said I, to turn the conversation into safer channels. It was nowhere to be seen, so we concluded it must be in the cellar, but we found the cellar door padlocked good and fast. Never mind, said Elizabeth. You know, none of us really likes plum pudding. We only eat it because it is the proper traditional dessert. The mince pies will suit us better. We hurried the turkey into the oven, and soon everything was going merrily. We had lots of fun getting up that dinner, and we made ourselves perfectly at home, as Aunt Jean had commanded. We kindled the fire in the dining room and dusted everything in sight. We couldn't find anything remotely resembling a duster, so we used our handkerchiefs. When we got through, the room looked like something, for the furnishings were really very handsome, but our handkerchiefs, well. Then we set the table and all the nice dishes we could find. There was only one long tablecloth in the sideboard drawer, and there were 3 holes in it, but we covered them with dishes and put a little potted palm in the middle for a centerpiece. At 1 o'clock, dinner was ready for us, and we for it. Very nice the table looked too, as we sat down to it. Just as Alberta was about to spear the turkey with a fork and begin carving, that being one of her specialities, the kitchen door opened and somebody walked in. Before we could move, a big, handsome, bewhiskered man in fur coat appeared in the dining room doorway. I wasn't frightened. He seemed quite respectable, I thought, and I supposed he was some intimate friend of Uncle Norman's. I rose politely and said, "Good day." You never saw such an expression of amazement as was on that poor man's face. He looked from me to Alberta, and from Alberta to Elizabeth, and from Elizabeth to me again, as if he doubted the evidence of his eyes. "Mr. and Mrs. Norman Young are not at home," I explained, pitying him. "They went to Streatham this morning because Mrs. Young's sister is very ill." "What does all this mean?" said the big man gruffly. "This isn't Norman Young's house. It's mine. I'm William Young. Who are you? And what are you doing here?" I fell back into my chair, speechless. My very first impulse was to put up my hand and cover the gold watch. Alberta had dropped the carving knife and was trying desperately to get the gold bracelet off under the table. In a flash, we had realized our mistake and its awfulness. As for me, I felt positively frightened. Margaret Hannah's warnings of old had left an ineffaceable impression. Elizabeth rose to the occasion. Rising to the occasion is another of Elizabeth's specialities. Besides, she was not hampered by the tingling consciousness that she was wearing a gift that had not been intended for her. "We have made a mistake, I fear," she said with dignity, which I appreciated even in my panic, "and we are very sorry for it." We were invited to spend Christmas with Mr. and Mrs. Norman Young. When we got off the train, we were given a letter from them stating that they were summoned away, but telling us to go to their house and make ourselves at home. The station master told us that this was the house, so we came here. We have never been in Monkshead, so we did not know the difference. Please pardon us. I had got off the watch by this time and laid it on the table, unobserved as I thought. Alberta, not having the key of the bracelet, had not been able to get it off, and she sat there crimson with shame. As for Uncle William, there was positively a twinkle in his eye. He did not look in the least ogreish. "Well, it has been quite a fortunate mistake for me," he said. "I came home expecting to find a cold house and a raw dinner, and I find this instead. I am very much obliged to you." Alberta rose, went to the mantelpiece, took the key of the bracelet therefrom, and unlocked it. Then she faced Uncle William. "Mrs. Young told in a letter that we would find our Christmas gifts on the table, so we took it for granted that these things belonged to us," she said desperately. "And now, if you will kindly tell us where Mr. Norman Young does live, we won't intrude on you any longer. Come, girls." Elizabeth and I rose with a sigh. There was nothing else to be done, of course, but we were fearfully hungry, and we did not feel enthusiastic over the prospect of going to another empty house and cooking another dinner. "Wait a bit," said Uncle William. "I think since you have gone to all the trouble of cooking the dinner, it's only fair you should stay and help to eat it. Accidents seem to be rather fashionable just now. My housekeeper's son broke his leg down at Weston, and I had to take her there early this morning. Come, introduce yourselves. To whom am I indebted for this pleasant surprise?" "We are Elizabeth, Alberta, and Mary Young of Green Village," I said. And then I looked to see the ogre creep out if it were ever going to. But Uncle William merely looked amazed for the first moment, foolish for the second, and the third, he was himself again. "Robert's daughters?" he said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world that Robert's daughters should be there in his house. "So, you're my nieces? Well, I'm very glad to make your acquaintance. Sit down and we'll have dinner as soon as I can get my coat off. I want to see if you are as good cooks as your mother used to be long ago." We sat down, and so did Uncle William. Alberta had a chance to show what she could do at carving, for Uncle William said it was something he never did. He kept a housekeeper just for that. At first, we felt a bit stiff and awkward, but that soon wore off, for Uncle William was genial, witty, and entertaining. Soon, to our surprise, we found that we were enjoying ourselves. Uncle William seemed to be too. When we had finished, he leaned back and looked at us. "I suppose you have been brought up to abhor me and all my works?" he said abruptly. "Not by father and mother," I said frankly. "They never said anything against you. Margaret Hannah did, though. She brought up us in the way we should go through fear of you." Uncle William laughed. "Margaret Hannah was a faithful old enemy of mine," he said. "Well, I acted like a fool, and worse. I've been sorry for it ever since. I was in the wrong. I couldn't have said this to your father, but I don't mind saying it to you, and you can tell him if you like." "He'll be delighted to hear that you are no longer angry with him," said Alberta. "He has always longed to be friends with you again, Uncle William, but he thought you were still bitter against him." No, nothing but stubborn pride," said Uncle William. "Now, girls, since you are my guests, I must try to give you a good time. We'll take the double sleigh and have a jolly drive this afternoon. And about those trinkets there, they are yours. I did get them for some young friends of mine here, but I'll give them something else. I want you to have these. That watch looked very nice on your blouse, Mary, and the bracelet became Alberta's pretty wrist very well. Come and give your cranky old uncle a hug for them." Uncle William got his hugs heartily. Then we washed up the dishes and went for a drive. We got back just in time to catch the evening train home. Uncle William saw us off at the station, under promise to come back and stay a week with him when his housekeeper came home. "One of you will have to come and stay with me altogether pretty soon," he said. "Tell your father he must be prepared to hand over one of his girls to me as a token of his forgiveness. I'll be down to talk it over with him shortly." When we got home and told our story, Father said, "Thank God," very softly. There were tears in his eyes. He did not wait for Uncle William to come down, but went to Monkshead himself the next day. In the spring, Alberta has to go and live with Uncle William. She is making a supply of dusters now. And next Christmas, we are going to have a grand family reunion at the old homestead. Mistakes are not always bad. The end of the young family feud.